I was reckless, I have always been. Careening down dark paths, I cannot say I have been a saint, though I might have met one. That can be the only excuse. I fed on the darkness like a fire that consumes all the oxygen in a room and eats its way through wood. I needed a catalyst, something to shake up my world, shake me out of the state I was in, and the moon goddess did send her. I am not a golden boy. You will hate me, and you will have to understand that I did everything I did intentionally. I make no excuses for what I did to her. It was the perfect summer weather as evening crept in on the horizon. The air was warm and I could smell her. Almost taste her even. I'd had my hand near her intimate area not more than half an hour ago. I recklessly pull the truck off of the main road and swerve onto the old dirt road, causing dust to kick up in the rearview mirror as I accelerate toward our destination. Today was the day. Finally, and the moon goddess was working in my favor. The cool breeze hits us through the window, and my body stirs in anticipation, feeling constrained by my genes. The old field was located on the outer edge of town, where no one really goes. It's almost forgotten by most wolves, which was a good thing for me. No witnesses. I couldn't risk having any. I tap my fingers on the steering wheel in excitement, as the harsh music blares through the speakers, filling the silence in the truck. She was going to be mine today. This was my biggest prize yet, and I could almost taste my winnings. This was wildly different, and that's why it costed more, so much more. Going too fast. Leigh stutters out, and I glance at her in surprise. I was too deep in my thoughts about my winnings to remember that an actual person was in the vehicle with me. She was so quiet. It's an old, abandoned road with no one for miles. I explain the obvious to her, trying to keep the derision out of my voice. She couldn't be this stupid. Who would we collide with? She was an idiot. Relax and enjoy the ride, baby. I reassure her smoothly, wondering if I should touch her intimately for the rest of the way. Out of anyone, I had to end up with the biggest idiot in town. A few more hours and I'll be free, I tried to tell myself. My freedom and my winnings were the only positive things to this. Light at the end of the tunnel. I only had to stomach her until then. Have you told anyone about us being mates? The question lingers in the air like a ticking time bomb. No, you said we should wait and keep it as a secret for now, until we were sure, she replies innocently. Good. I reply. Family, friends. I press. No one, she promises me, and I nod. Good girl. I lick my lips in happiness. She was oblivious. I swerve around the last curve as she bites her lips, and I can tell she's nervous. She's always nervous for some reason. Everything about her irritates me. Her innocence was startling. If I cursed around her, she'd started turning pink. I don't know how we even got so far today. Even talking about physical intimacy made her jittery. But I could work wonders. I've started to pick out my dress for the mating ceremony, she starts, turning around in her seat to me, and my eyes cut to her. A coldness runs through me and I flex my fingers on the steering wheel to push back my anger. She was okay for physical intimacy, but not mating. Be quiet. This is my favorite song. I tell her bitingly, and she presses her lips together. She was also good at following instructions, so eager to please. Her cheeks jiggled under the impact of the rough, forgotten roads that I push my truck through with determination, trees whipping by. I cursed under my breath at the impact as the truck jerks. I was already irritated. My body already ached badly where it brushed against the fabric of my boxers, knowing its newest conquest was only a few minutes away. I could slow down, but I just couldn't wait. Patience wasn't exactly my strongest suit. There was one thing I was good at, though. I was good at getting what I wanted, and I had pretended and played my cards well enough with her. And today I was getting what I wanted. I could see the dimple that showed, and she nervously chewed on the inside of her cheek. I've always wondered, if she got rid of some of the body fat, if the dimple would disappear. Today I score, and tomorrow I'll be rid of her. That was the principle of it all. No woman has never stayed past a night. I'm in my prime and too young for that. Leigh Ann was the daughter of the well-renowned Alpha Remington, of the Northern Lights pack. They were the largest pack, not to mention, he had the strongest wolf around. If anything, they were cocky bastards. They were full of themselves, of their own prestige and power. He had 3 daughters, and Leigh Ann was the oldest. You'd think he'd have perfect daughters, but no, he had a runt. There was nothing fascinating about her. She was overweight, plain in the face, and quite frankly not the smartest. Leigh Ann was soft, innocent, pure, and so full of light that I wanted to snuff it out. I wanted to ruin her. I wanted to stomp out the light in her eyes, and that pretty little smile she offered so easily at no cost. I wanted to smear her in darkness and crush all her hopes and dreams. There was nothing in life to smile about, especially so much. Today I would taint her and leave as much of my mark on her as I could. Nobody would ever forget it. She'll get over it eventually, she's a big wolf. A flicker of movement catches my eye as Leigh pushes her long blonde hair behind her ear and focuses on the dandelions that dance on a beautiful breeze as the truck passes by, bowing in our presence. Their long stems stretch towards the truck as if they know what was about to happen, as if they knew my dirty little secret. They were silently telling her to head back, and that this will be the biggest mistake of her life. The good thing is that dandelions don't talk. I can't deny my attraction to her. It is only natural given the circumstances. It was the mating bond and nothing else. Otherwise, there was nothing attractive about her really. Even looking at her, as she wore a long, soft pink dress with a matching sweater. That's what made me even angrier, that I was paired with her. Her fingers fidget on her lap, and I glance at the time on the dashboard. Reaching over, I intertwine my hands with hers, and the contact sends a jolt of electricity and tingles through me. That's all I wanted, what the bond had to offer. My wolf was raging for this to be more, but I couldn't have her as my mate. She was a walking joke. I turn the music up an inch, and she looks at me, and I flash her my $1,000,000 smile that makes her melt. I kiss the back of her hand like a true gentleman would, giving it a squeeze. Her blue eyes light up bright, and she smiles back lovingly at me. It was pathetic the lengths I have to go to. Nervous? I ask, brushing the back of her hand against my lips. She was a sucker for the affectionate gestures. A bit, but it's normal, I guess, she breathes out in excitement, turning to me. I can already see the heavy blush forming on her cheeks just from us talking about being intimate. Her voice is like honey sinking into me. You know you're completely safe with me, right, Leigh? I assure her heavily, giving her one of my sincere heart-melting looks and kissing the back of her hand again, letting my lips linger for a few seconds. I know, she says confidently, sure of my love for her, and she smiles back warmly. There is something else, though, something holding her back, and I can see it in her body language, the way her shoulders sag. What is it? She hesitates, opening and closing her mouth. Her lips tremble a bit, and she's afraid to say what's on her mind. I can see her brain ticking. She finally turns to me. I'm just wondering if probably we should have made this official first, and then, I don't know, take our time. She suggests. My heart starts to race at her hesitation. I mean, I do want you, and this I'm just. Leigh, I breathe out caringly. Baby. I slow down to a crawl and turn to her, holding those baby blue eyes. I run a hand through her hair and down to her neck. Sweetheart, we've discussed this already. If you want to be with me, then this is a requirement. If you don't want to, then I will have to find someone else. Whether it's now or later, it won't change anything. I'm yours forever. I tell her sincerely, kissing her hand. I love you, I tell her softly. It was the icing on the cake. You're right. I'm so sorry. I don't know what's wrong with me. I'll do whatever you want, she gives in with a smile. I love you too. I pick back up the speed and turn to her. Leigh, you are mine, and nothing can change that. Not your father, pack members, friends, or anyone. We are forever tied, and we will have our ceremony, I reassure her. I can't sound like too much of a callous person. She smiles and her dimples wink at me. Are we marking today? Absolutely not. She must have lost her mind. That is what we are definitely not doing. No, I think we should save something special for the ceremony before our families. In that pretty dress you've already picked, I tell her smoothly. I was selling her a dream. It was a ceremony that we will never have. Some wolves do the marking in a ceremony, especially the higher-ranked ones. Some didn't. It's all a personal choice, really, as long as you ended up marked in the end. You're right. That makes so much sense, she grins. Thank you, moon goddess, we are back on track. I run my hands across her cheeks, and the sparks fly. She relaxes a bit, and I can feel the tingles all the way down to my toes. This mating bond was really like an intense feeling. This would make the experience 1,000,000 times better. It will be the most intense, intimate experience of my life. I reach the small turnoff and pull over underneath the large oak tree. Simon, princess. I kiss her cheek, and she blushes before I hop out and open her door for her. I can be Prince Charming for a few minutes. I take a deep breath as I watch her, really watch her. She pushes out her feet, and I doubt anybody has ever seen her full legs. You can tell that she tried with today's outfit. It's kind of cute. Not what most of the women I am intimate with on a Friday night wear to impress me, which is next to nothing but still cute. It was always a never-ending fighting game amongst she-wolves to see if any of them would get picked by me. Of course, none ever reaches the finishing line. I hold a hand out for Leigh and she takes it. Her palm is soft and her fingers small in mine. The warmth from her hand feels like it has quickly spread throughout my entire body. She really covers up, and for some reason it makes me even more interested. I try to imagine what's under there. There is absolutely no reason for her to be wearing a white t-shirt under the dress. Doesn't she get hot? Roman started the joke last month that she was hiding all the body fat we couldn't see. I honestly didn't mind it until now. I could see Luna Gabrielle instilling it in her to be modest. She was a model student of her mother after all. I've been working on Leigh for a month now, after my dad visited their pack during an emergency meeting, and I ran into her at their pack house. Members of our pack had gotten into it with members of hers, and my father had to go see it through. It was something that happened frequently amongst wolf packs, all in one area, nothing to worry about. We just had to make sure it was nipped in the bud early, so it didn't get blown out of proportion. But of course, with who her father was, we had to do the visiting. Imagine my surprise and mortification when I found out she was my mate. We had exchanged phone numbers, then, which led to very secluded meetings. I made sure to take my time. This had to go flawlessly. I had too much at stake if it didn't. The good part about all of this was that I convinced her that we would take it slow and to keep quiet about the mating bond until now. She believed it despite my reputation. She really believed she stood a chance to be my Luna. It was pathetic, really. Leigh was a loner and was always by herself. Most people alluded it's because she had her father's conceited ways and therefore she thinks she's better than everyone else. That and she's weird, so people tend to avoid her, even her own pack members. Overall, everyone mostly made jokes about her and her weight. She was the one thing they could pick at when it came to her family, an easy target or flaw for Alpha Remington in all his glory. Of course, it's all behind her back that people talk about her because all wolves are scared of her father. Leigh, of course, has to keep up with her mother's saintly ways. She does after-school tutoring to help students who are having a hard time academically. So for the past month, guess who's been taking lessons so I could spend afternoons with her. Her parents trust her. I mean, she is the perfect daughter. A lamb for the slaughter. That's how we go unnoticed. A class here and there, or I mostly wait until she finishes early. Other times she lies that she's doing after-school stuff. Who knew she could lie like this? I hold her hand and lead her around to the back of the truck. It was no bedroom, but it would get the job done. I quickly take out the basket from the back seat and head in the back of the truck to lay down the blanket, and hopefully I can get this over with soon. Being so nice to her was starting to get irritating. I help her in the back and sit next to her, feeling the heated tingles from just our thighs touching. Her soft, silky hair moves on a quiet breeze, and I fill my lungs with her scent. I could hear her heart pounding away and her breathing getting heavier. Look at me, I tell her, looking at her lovingly. The evening was still warm, and the orange glow on her hair made it shimmer like the finest gold. She looks at me, and her eyes drift to my lips. If you want, we can call this thing off until you're ready. I suggest patiently. I tilt her chin upwards, her eyes so pure blue. Something in my chest skips hard and it startles me, going as fast as it came. I let go off of her fast like I've been burned. No, I'm ready, she assures me with a small smile. Sure, baby. You're ready for it. I say teasingly. Yes, I'm sure, she smiles brilliantly, and she swats my arm playfully. She actually has a really pretty smile. My wolf stirs and I try to lock him out. We weren't bonding or spending time with our mate. It was just physical intimacy. Nothing less, nothing more. Forget the food, I already fed her dinner before we got here. The guys said we would meet up at 7, and it was now already almost 6 o'clock. I lean in and run my lips along her jawline. She sucks in a breath and it's music to my ears. The tingles spread like wildfire as her lips part in pleasure, and I wonder if it'll be the same when I place my lips on other parts of her. I'm excited, my wolf is excited, except this mating process will never be complete. I will never mark her. I start kissing down to her neck, breathing in her scent, and I can't seem to fill my lungs with enough of it. She smelled like fresh apples and honey. My wolf purred on his high. From the very first second I laid eyes on you, you took my breath away. I confessed to her in a smooth, broken whisper, the lies falling out of my mouth like dominoes on a board. My lips skim her skin, hearing her breathing go ragged. I have never been so happy to have found my one true mate. You complete me, Leigh. It was a cruel confession, knowing what was about to happen. I can feel her shiver against me, her breaths getting short. You are so perfect in every way. Way to lay on the deceit, Easton. I love you, she whispers wholeheartedly, closing her eyes. I take her lips into mine, and she leans back, giving me full access. They are so soft, and they taste heavenly. My hands trace her soft body beneath the dress. I can feel the electricity zapping through me, the heat working in my lower stomach. Slowly, Easton, or else she'll freak out if you go too fast. I slow the pace, feeling the heat course through me and my wolf coming alive. It was an intense feeling, the way this made me feel, the way she made me feel. No, it was definitely the way the bond made me feel. I dive my tongue past her lips, dominating and slowly guiding her along. She's inexperienced, but I've had worse. I open my eyes and hers are closed in bliss, as I savor every stroke of my tongue against hers. I increase the pace, and she lets out the softest sound of pleasure, and my body reacts. It's now or never. I have to reach all the way down to get under her dress, and her warm thighs feel good under my hands. This is different from any other intimate experience I've had. This is intense. Every touch is spiked by the mating bond, and I can hear the blood pumping in my head, my heart racing wildly. Every single sensation was amazing. Her thighs were soft and warm. I gently massage them, and our breathing increases, mingled together. My wolf is desperate to feel his mate, and I'm sure hers is too. I could smell how ready she was, and it was intoxicating. This was all for me. I made her like this. I run my hands through her golden hair and deepen the kiss. Her little soft sounds of pleasure had me fighting not to lose control. You have to hold out, Easton, for your reputation's sake, I told myself. Pulling away, I reach for the zip on her sweater and help her out of it, and then reach for the dress. She hesitates and looks worried, as if she doesn't want to take off the dress. What the hell? I don't analyze it. Just be intimate with her and move on, I tell myself. Her face is bright red and her cheeks are flush. She's clearly enjoying herself and is being vulnerable with me. I pull up the dress to her waist. She looks unsure and afraid, and I gently guide it up past her hips and over her head to discard on the side. I help her to the blanket, taking off the white shirt. I finally look down at her, and my heart literally stops, and I look at her wide-eyed. Large curves and hip dips. My body reacts instantly. She lays back and she looks like an angel, spread out beneath me, and it's a tragedy I'll have to ruin it all. Leigh. I whisper in shocked appreciation. I want to be intimate with her, in every position known to man. Her blush rises high into her hairline, and I didn't think she could get any redder. You are beautiful. I mouth in wonder. I can see her dimple as she breathes out in relief, smiling happily. She always acts like this when I compliment her, and you can tell she's not used to compliments. She's wearing simple black intimate wear. I spread her legs, and I can see the wet outline on the seat of her underwear, and my body reacts again. She helps me to take off my clothes and giggles when I hurry to take my pants off, her eyes slowly taking in my body and lingering on my arousal, barely being held down by the boxers. Intimacy protection. She asks innocently. I pull out a small white box with a pill inside from the basket beside us and hold it up to her face between my fingers. You take this when we're finished and you'll be fine. I instruct her, my voice raspy with need. I need the full experience, baby. She hesitates a bit and nods. Her blue eyes stare at me as if I'm her entire world, and I engage her lips again, running my hands along her soft, plump body. I remove her bra, and her intimate areas stand at attention, making my mouth water. I can't hide my excitement. I get to be first. Lowering my head, I maintain eye contact as I touch her intimately. Her plump lips part as she whispers my name desperately into the summer evening. I stimulate her until they're flushed, claiming each part. They are full, and her pleas are sending me into a frenzy. I kiss a trail all the way down past her belly button and slowly take the black underwear off. She obediently spreads for me, and I can see her intimate area. I take the opportunity to experience her. Easton. Her breath catches in her throat as she clutches the blanket hard in both palms. She lets out a loud plea as I taste her, lightly touching her and guiding my tongue against her. My wolf responds intensely in my head. Easton, she pants. Yes, baby. She is out of words. You taste incredible. I praise her, caressing her thighs. I continue the intimate touching. My name is heavy on her lips as I kiss the inside of her thighs. She was glistening for me as I alternate between gentle stimulation. I needed as much of her as I could get. The sweet taste of her was driving me intensely. She's practically delirious as her fingers find my hair, clutching it in her small hands, almost on the brink of tears. Her legs tighten around my head, and I ease up before she reaches climax, enjoying her response one more time and savoring her incredible taste. I examine her intimate area, giving it a gentle kiss. She shudders at the impact. I remove my boxers and toss them to the side as I settle between her legs. She's watching me, trying to catch her breath, and I stimulate her body, lightly touching her. Looking down at her, it's just the two of us in this world, out in this field. Nothing or no one else exists, just us. I feel like I'm in a trance. I could live in those blue eyes, swim in them and drown. There's no turning back after this. Easton, I love you. I tell her hoarsely on a whim. After 1 month. Yeah, right. I love you too, she replies in a daze. They were empty words, like pretty much everything else in my life. I line up with her entrance, and she stops me by grabbing my wrist. What? I snap. I furrow my brows at her, deeply irritated. I want to connect with you intimately. Leigh says shyly, her eyes faltering, not able to look at me. Interesting. So she wasn't so clueless, and was a little bit adventurous after all. I don't have to do all the work. I'm a little bit cautious because this is her first time, and I don't want her to hurt me, but I'm curious as to what she'll do. Okay. I give in and give her the go-ahead. Leigh shuffles up and the view is striking. Her body shape and blonde hair make me react intensely under my breath. Her eyes look up and down my length, clearly intimidated by the sheer size of it before her fingers gently wrap around me. Any day now. The silence stretches on, and I need her badly. You know what to do with it. I growl irritably. Her innocent eyes look at me, and then she slowly takes me into her warm mouth, lips wrapping around my arousal, and I am seeing heaven. She lets out a muffled breath as she tries to take more of my length. The eye contact and the movement are driving me crazy as inches disappear in her mouth. Leigh. I groan out, running my hand through her hair and thrusting forward, stimulating her. She can only take a fraction of it so far, and she coughs as I thrust forward again. This was what I needed. She stimulates the tip, her tongue trying to wrap around it, brushing against the swollen head, and my soul almost left my body. Leigh. I grunt and pull back with a warning as she wipes the corner of her mouth. She looks up at me puzzled. If you continue, I will lose control. I breathe out heavily. She licks her lips proudly, and I lay her back, spreading her wide. Ready. She nods eagerly as I position myself at her little entrance, rubbing my arousal against her wetness and slowly push in, kissing her. A virgin's romantic dream. I sigh when the head goes through the warm entrance, breaking her barrier, and I exhale with a groan. She whimpers in pain as I stall. Moon goddess. I curse. I had finally reached. She's clutching at the blanket in pain, and all my care for her goes out the window. I push into her quickly, and she cries out, arching a bit at how badly it hurt. She opens her mouth in pain, gripping my shoulders. I do not wait, and I don't give her a moment before I start plunging into her hard. Easton, she pleads, but I continue being intimate with her hard. She could take it. It hurts. Be quiet. I grit out angrily, and she presses her lips tightly together as I pound harder, stretching her open and filling her up without giving her time to adjust to my size. Only a virgin could be this tight. Streaks of red coats my body, blood running and soaking into the blanket beneath her. But it really hurts. Really badly, she chokes out pleadingly, and the next thrust cuts her words off. Her lips tremble as she cries. She is really the tightest I've ever had. Tears fill her eyes and run down the side of her face as the slapping of skin echo in the late evening. The pleasure was intense. She hiccups as I continue to sink into her, a grimace forming on her face. Her blue eyes are begging me to stop. The truck shakes under us as I stimulate her, a bloody mess. Moon goddess, you're tight. I growl in her ear. Her body jiggles harshly. I am claiming her and leaving my mark on her as I plunge deeper and harder. Easton, please, she begs one more time. Please. I release myself into her with a growl, looking down at her. I lean my weight off of her. She flinches and clutches at me as I pull out of her. She lays there dazed with her lips parted, and I know she is trying to cry quietly and not make too much sound. Sweat trickles along her hairline, and I kiss her passionately before I lay next to her. It's a while before I take out the cloth from the basket, dampening it with water. She looks at me confused. I have to clean you up or you'll soil the dress. She nods and blushes embarrassingly. I spread her legs and gently wipe away the blood and fluid. She hisses harshly in pain, and I glance at her. It's clear she's biting the inside of her cheek. I continue, fighting a hard fight not to return to intimacy with her. But if I do, we'll never leave here. She flinches hard with every touch. I kiss her all over, holding her and making her feel special as she wraps her arms around me, and we cuddle for a while as I whisper sweet nothings into her ears. You're precious, you know that. I whisper huskily to her as we lay there, smelling her hair. I just needed a minute to bask in how good it was. There really wasn't anything else out there left to experience. I've had it all. I don't ask her how it was because I don't care. The experience was amazing for me. The darkness tells us it's time to go, and I help her get dressed. We sit for a while and eat a little from the food I brought. Blood soaks through her dress by the time we are ready, and maybe I did treat her a little too roughly. It's a good thing she has her sweater with her, and it serves as a cover that she ties around her waist. She struggled to get in the truck, and I had to help her. It's as if she didn't realize I had places to go. In no time, we are heading back, and I feel like I've just gained the entire world. I'm the happiest man alive. I pull up outside the school, and she gingerly gets out. It's a good while before she scoots out, gasping for breath. I'll call you, I tell her. No, I won't. Okay, love you, she replied, her eyes hopeful I'll get out of the truck and probably kiss her, even talk to her. I was eager to be intimate with her again, but I wasn't heading back there. It was once and a done deal. There was nothing but the empty silence as she waited. Was it good? She asked desperately, leaning against the door to help her stand and noticing the change in my body language. I was ice cold. She was practically clinging to the side of my truck. I look at her, fighting the urge to not be cruel. Not bad, but I've had way better from other women, I sigh. I see the tears form in her eyes as her lips tremble. Oh, she swallows. You could have done better. I tell her. Look, it was fun. Okay. Okay, she nods in better spirits. I'll see you later, Leigh. I wind up my window and speed off, leaving her on the sidewalk. She thinks I am hers forever, having given all she has. This will be the last time she hears from me before I reject her. Give her a week or two before it sinks in. I really have to put this at the top of my list for the best intimate experience so far. I head straight over to Barrios to collect my winnings. I open the truck door with the scent of her still heavy on me, and her taste still lingering in my mouth. I felt the crunch of gravel beneath my feet as I climbed out the truck. There was a hum in my veins from having just been intimate with her. I was on a high. Not even the cool night air could calm the heat searing through my veins for her. It was euphoric. Stars twinkled in the night sky overhead as I inhaled a deep breath. Barrios was located on the edge of the town, in the undesirable section. It was a little run-down bar that mostly delinquents visit. Here, you see nothing and you say nothing. That's what made Barrios special. Everybody mingled in this poor place. It had no rules, and no one cared for IDs or paid attention to any illegal activity. Alpha Garrick's brother owned the place, and probably that's the only reason it was still standing. It was next to his pack, on his lands, and he was quite laid back. I lingered for a while, the loud music blaring from the bar, and I itched for a drink, to feel the burn in my throat. In the darkness of the building, wolves idling outside were watching me with curiosity, thinking they were hidden by the shadows. Curse words and broken bottles rose above the noise. Barrios wasn't for the weak. It's where you found the sketchiest of wolves. Pack members kept quiet and minded their business, as it's a place of reprieve to just do things and be. What happens at Barrios stays at Barrios. Barrios was basically a shack with chips and dents everywhere in its structure, the floor barely recognizable under all the dirt and scuff marks. It didn't make sense to fix it much, because every now and then a fight breaks out and someone shifts. It was just enough repairs to keep it standing. The place was in its regular Friday night swing as I strode through the door, past men leaned up along the front who you don't have to ask are up to no good. They sold the usual garbage, like medicinal herbs, to make you have the largest wolf around in 30 days. They were all con artists and thieves. She-wolves by the bar giggled and gave me long inviting looks and whistles. The desperation was leaking off of them. But there was a weight on me. Her face was imprinted in the back of my mind, a smoky mist of blonde hair and chubby cheeks, standing on that corner looking at me through the window in sadness, a shell of herself, blue eyes so clear. She'd been crying. She was in pain, but I blocked it out. Life goes on. It was the aftermath of something like this. I couldn't let her dampen my winning mood or fun. My wolf clawed at me, enraged we'd hurt her, made her cry. Somebody else would come around in life and patch her up. Nods of respect came from men, clearing the way as I passed by them. I look for our regular chipped-up booth at the back and see them all leaned back, already drinking. I needed to drown in alcohol tonight. The wooden structure creaks with every step I take, bottles and glasses clinking all around. It's noisy, and the scent of alcohol and other things are high in the air. People part and pull away from me in fear under the golden lights. I had a very large reputation that preceded me. If it ain't the happiest man we've ever seen. Roman roared loudly with a hoot as I strut towards them, sidestepping a few young and desperate she-wolves, pretending to trip into my way much to their visible annoyance. I'd be intimate with them later. Roman's drink sloshes out of the bottle as he slams it down hard on the table, catching people's attention. The light overhead dances on his tanned skin. No doubt about it. We can tell. Travis cheered, green eyes glossy. He was already half drunk as I slid into the booth beside a dark-haired and sobered Luke, the man of the hour. Travis continued to laud slyly, pointing his bottle towards me with a proud grin. Calm down. I snap as I stretch out my legs and ease back against the seat. The intimate experience couldn't have been that great if you're already up off of her. Thought we might have had to cancel tonight. Luke remarks, looking around at everyone at the table. Did you fall in love? Travis grins mockingly at me as he leans back comfortably in his seat, hand slung over the back. They all stare at me expectantly. The stakes were high. I thought you'd have more faith in me than that. I respond coldly, sarcasm dripping in my tone. So where's the video of Luna Piggy having been intimate? Luke asks, trying not to act as crass as he clearly was. I was playing on their desperation. Well, are you going to make our Friday night worth it or not? Roman shouts, leaning forward in excitement. I quietly reach for a bottle, the rings on my fingers glinting in the light. Patience, boys. I tell them smoothly, leaning forward. You'd think none of you has never had physical intimacy before. A dark blonde she-wolf bent over by the bar near us and I lost focus on the intimate wear on display. What the hell was her name again? She was clearly showcasing for my attention as she moved her hips side to side. Roman lets out an annoyed grunt. Or you're afraid of her father. If he ever finds out, there's going to be hell to pay. He edges on to snickering, his jaw flexing. If the old man terrifies you, then just say that. If I was, then I'd never reach this far. I grit out. I was tired of hearing of the bastard. I have the video, I declare. You lucky person. Travis says in disbelief. You actually did it. I always deliver. I respond smugly, chugging down the beer I had in my hand and placing down the empty bottle. Well, aren't you a stingy wolf? I reply coolly to sounds of agreement, and he roughly shrugs away Travis' hands. Roman and I butt heads more than anyone in the group. Mostly because he was Alpha Garrick's son, and next in line to be alpha like I was. He was a lot of brawn, can't say much for the brains. He loved the spotlight, to feel important. He was a self-centered wolf, who had always rubbed and chafed badly that I was, and will always be better and more powerful than he was. He could train for 1,000 years, and I would still beat him even on my worst day, just rolling out of bed. What he did I could do with barely any effort. So life for him was always trying to beat me, and unfortunately always losing. He was always trying to find a way to one-up me. He laid a palm on the table. I'm just saying, boss. We gotta see the evidence, even if it's her body somewhere in that truck, he remarked a little too casual, and I can feel Luke get tense beside me. My wolf raged against its hold. Roman was big and muscular with short-cropped blonde hair, and if ever I question from time to time if I'm cruel, Roman without a doubt is. Did you have a good experience with her? Travis obliviously slaps the table, breaking us out of our silent duel, demanding the answer they were all waiting for. I string it out, let them wait for a while, build the suspense. They were all hanging on by a thread. This deserved a moment before I break it to them. This was the price of her virginity. We all go quiet as I see Julia in her little crop top, with her badly dyed thin red hair walking past, winking at me. She was from my pack. Roman's facial features turned sinister as he let out a huff. He's been with Julia multiple times, and I've been with her once, but she doesn't seem to be able to ever forget me. He was never her favorite pick, more of a second choice. I try not to engage with someone intimately twice, no matter how good she is. We wait for her to pass a good distance and attend to the other customers. I grab another beer from the bucket on the table, popping the cap. They were all ready and waiting. You all know the rules. I need to see the money for deflowering the Virgin Luna, I growl, before taking a swing from the bottle. I better see blood, Roman grumbled. They move fast. Large wads of cash land on the table, and I slowly count each bill while they curse, because I am making them wait and dragging this out. I fake to have lost count, and Roman swears, clenching his teeth as I slowly start over. Moon Goddess knows I didn't need the money. It was more just because I could. I could ruin her, but it had to have a price, and $400 a piece from each of them was going to buy me some new rims. Travis was a beta and Luke a delta. Luke was from Roman's pack and Travis close by. I pocket the money and pull out the phone. I'd placed a camera on top of the truck, a good view to see everything. It wasn't the entire video. I was already selling her to the highest bidder. They'd have to pay for the rest. Here's the evidence. I pull my phone out and place it in the middle of the table and play the recording. Leigh was on the screen, exposed with her legs wide open, being involved intimately. The quality was crystal clear. Her body was visible, and there was clear evidence of injury. My body was moving in and out of her. Every stroke made her dimple appear as she whimpered. I can't say it wasn't making me intensely aroused, and an unsettling feeling rose in me. Holy wolf. Travis whispers in disbelief. This is high-quality stuff. I can even see her intimate area. They were practically obscuring the screen. Roman let out a whistle. Wow. Luke exclaimed before he laughed. The wolf really thought she was doing something. She just laid there and took it. Look at Miss Northern Lights Luna being intimate. Her perfect Luna mother would riot, Travis said in disbelief, glancing at me to see if I was folding. I really didn't think she'd look like this, though. Kind of attractive without the clothes and the curves, but she's no better than any other wolf around. He laughed and tipped his bottle back. Moon goddess, she can definitely take physical intimacy. She bled a lot. Roman's cold eyes glint, shaking his legs as he was clearly intensely aroused. You are doing the moon goddess work, he said with a satisfied smile. My wolf thrashes, humiliated. I was sharing our mate like this with others, and I told him to quiet down. Blonde-haired wolf got a big stomach and rolls, though Roman commented. Definitely not any supermodel. I don't know how you got so unlucky being mated to her. I wouldn't be intimate with her if she begged. I would have gotten rid of her permanently. She's a joke, honestly, he said in disgust. The images kept playing on the screen, and a wisp of blonde hair catches my attention. Definitely not the blonde hair that was recently in the back of my truck. It was Clara, who was still attracting attention in her intimate, whereby the bar. She was one of the highlights of our pack, slim, pretty, and a bit wild. I needed to lose myself in her. She was here for a good time, and I needed a decent blonde right now. They need to put her on a diet. What is she eating over there? Luke mutters in disgust. I'm going to get something a bit stronger. I announce nonchalantly, tossing the beer bottle on the table and leaving them to watch her as I head for the bar. Leigh Ann. It hurts. Every single breath sent a lightning blaze of pain searing through my lower stomach, and I clenched my fingers, nails biting into my palm against the pain. I was trying not to fall apart as I stood on the pavement bleeding. It was night, and I had to get home, but I couldn't get my legs to move. I couldn't help but feel discarded. The smell of blood was strong in the air, so much I could taste it in my mouth. It hurt so bad I didn't know how I would get to my car. This wasn't what I had envisioned my first time being like. I wanted to cry, and I hated that I had cried so much earlier that it must have ruined the experience for him. The mere thought that he'd had better intimate experiences with other women was gut-wrenching. I felt disoriented, and my insides burned. He had been so harsh with me. I couldn't help but feel like he got very distant after he got what he wanted, like he'd taken everything and left. He barely looked at me after. All the softness and romantic feelings felt like they had been sucked away. Everything felt disconnected, and he had gotten cold, so cold it had me worried. He barely even touched me. Fear was taking me over, but I kept pushing it aside. It was all in my head. He loves me. He has told me so multiple times. We just shared intimacy in the back of his truck. What more proof did I need? I was just overthinking it. I could feel the blood trickling down my leg in tiny streams, and I had to get home quickly before anyone saw me. I could try and be better next time. It was my first time after all. I just needed more practice. It was hell getting into my car. I was relieved I didn't bump into anyone when I got home as I hobbled to my room. That's why I chose tonight. Everyone was busy on the weekends, and the pack house tended to be empty. The sweater was stained through with blood. There was no hiding it. All it would take was a look at me, and then there would be problems. Oh my gosh, came a gasp behind me. Leigh Ann, you're bleeding. I spun around too fast, and a wave of pain hit me. I grimaced as I stared at my little sister, who had gone wide-eyed and pale, standing in my doorway. She would normally be engrossed in her favorite movies around this time. Sue, not so loud. I tried to quiet her down, trying to beckon her to me, but her little frame did not move. No, I'm fine. Come here. I sputtered frantically. Come here. You're hurt, she protested in horror as she took in the blood on my sweater, tears lining her eyes. Sue, please. I begged. I'm not hurt, I'm fine. I rasped out. I felt terrible for the lie. I was hurt, and I was in serious pain. It's just that time of the month. I lied. Remember Mom and I talked to you about this? I said, trying to think fast. I have been doing a lot of this recently, lying. I didn't like it, and it ate away at me. But I had to lie to be with him. Sue was only 10 years old, very slim, blonde-haired and blue-eyed. She was my second youngest sister, and could be a stubborn handful. It's just cramps. I just need a nice warm bath and I'll be fine. I promise. I tried to desperately reassure her. You had your period last week. When you were grumpy, she mumbled in a know-it-all voice, crossing her arms and eyeing me suspiciously. I thought it was only once per month. You've also been crying. A lot. Moon goddess, she was perceptive. It didn't end okay. I'm still on my period. I stuttered to her, my voice shaking. I was trying not to fall apart in front of her. I didn't want anyone else to unfortunately show up. I needed to get rid of the blood quickly. I just need to shower, Sue. Can you please leave so I can shower? I hated that she had to see me like this with all the blood. She was too young for it all, and my heart hurt even more. Do you want me to get you some tea? I can rub your back for you, she offered eagerly. She really was the kindest, and it broke my heart. Sure, just don't tell Mom, okay? I don't need her giving me her 100 home remedies, or making me go to the pack doctor. I just need some sleep. She made me go to the pack doctor Monday for a scrape. She huffed in indignation, and it took everything in me to force a lopsided smile. She drew her fingers across her lips like a zipper, promising me to keep my awful secret. I won't tell her, she promised. When she was gone, I ran a bath. I couldn't stand for the shower. I cried as I watched the water turn murky, as my wolf Sasha wept with me. It's been a week, and it has honestly been the longest week of my life. The days felt like months, and I could barely sleep or eat. It was torture, and I was going out of my mind with worry. I haven't heard anything from Easton. My wolf, Sasha, was going crazy. All of my calls to his phone went unanswered, and he didn't call me back. I'd lost count of the number of voicemails I'd left him. I didn't see him around either. It was now more than ever that it was clear that I wasn't exactly a part of his life in the way I should have been. I didn't know any of his family or friends. It was as if someone had sucked the sun out of the sky. When I tried calling him with my sister's phone, it was the same thing. A dead end. It was as if he had stopped taking calls, or something had happened to his phone. I panicked, and the awful pressure in my chest wouldn't decrease until I saw him. What if something bad had happened to him? He normally would have called me back by now without a doubt. I would have heard from him. I was losing my mind, but I didn't feel any sudden great loss or hurt from his side. Sasha didn't feel anything. But I couldn't keep still. We had a mating ceremony to plan. We had a life to build together, and honestly, I couldn't wait to start it. I needed to be in his arms. So why didn't he call me back? I knew he had to have had a good reason. He was my mate. The love of my life. When the pressure felt like it was going to suffocate me, I called the deep amber pack house in desperation, pretending it was on behalf of my father, and when they said he was there, I pretended I had the wrong pack. He was alive and sounded fine from the response I'd gotten. My father would kill me if he ever found out about the call. As I stared out the window of his office, I got excited by the idea of seeing him, even just hearing his voice. I needed to see him more than anything. I didn't see the need for the secrecy, any longer, seeing that we had started being intimate. So, when I couldn't bear it any longer, I drove over to the deep amber pack. The guards looked at me strangely when I arrived at the pack gate and asked to see him. My nerves were on edge. They mind-linked him, and after a series of head nods and blank stares, they let me in with some vague instructions that he was waiting for me at an outhouse. He wasn't sprinting to see me, to sweep me off of my feet like mates who were apart did. Did he not miss me? I had hardly been able to breathe. I got lost and had to ask for directions. It was a secluded area, heavily shrouded by trees. It seemed our life was just that, always in some hidden area where no one could see us. See me. But there he was in all of his glory, sweaty and shirtless from his training, leaning against the wooden structure. My mouth watered. Sweat was dripping down his abs, and my feet faltered at the sight of him before they picked up pace, hurrying to him. I thought of warm hands and words that made me melt on the inside. My heart went wild, tripping over itself like it always did in his presence. But I didn't even get a sentence out when I got nearer. There was nothing warm about him, nothing that looked happy to see me and my stomach twisted in knots. If anything, he was terrifying. His expressions and eyes were dark. His face was all hard lines and anger. Easton. I started, but I didn't get to finish, when he roughly grabbed me by the throat and slammed me hard into the wooden structure. What are you doing here? He growled angrily into my face as black dots radiated behind my eyes, and panic rose up in my throat. Pain shot up my spine along the back of my head, and I let out a stifled sound, fighting to breathe. He didn't want to see me. His fingers were also cutting into my neck, and instead of letting go, he squeezed harder. Oh. I reacted. Easton, please. I held his hand trying to pry it off, but his grip was iron, and I felt like I had tripped into some alternate universe with a different version of the man I had met, or I was finally seeing the real him. We were the only ones out here, hidden by trees at the old outhouse. If anything happened to me out here, no one would know. A deadly chill was emanating from him, and fear rose in me. The pain in my neck intensified. He was going to hurt me. My lungs burned. I was worried. I shouted in fear, tears lining my eyes. I was worried. You haven't called or seen me in a week. I needed to see that you were okay. I just needed to know. I rasped out, and his hand eased up, allowing me air. Did you tell anyone you were coming here? No, I responded naively. His eyes softened before it trailed across my neckline, lingering before meeting mine again. Intense desire burned at the core. It was as if something flickered in him, and I was thrown off guard when he pressed against me and started to lift my dress. Rough palms skimmed my thighs as I tried to breathe, being released from his hold. He didn't say he missed me or any reason why he hadn't called. He didn't tell me why he was behaving like this. I could hear my intimate wear rip. He spat into the palm of his hand and rubbed my bare intimate area. There was no love in his eyes, just desire. I could hear the pitter-patting of my heart as it drummed up to the truth. Was this all he wanted? Wait. I breathed out. The haunting memory of the last and first time left me terrified. I panicked. Wait. I struggled against him, but he was like a wall and he wouldn't budge. Be a good partner. He snapped in my ear, voice heavy with need, and my heart fell as he started to hoist me up against the wooden structure. I could hear my own breathing, hard in my ears. His words were like cold water. I could feel his arousal pressing against my stomach, and I tried. I tried to fight. Easton, I cried, pushing against his chest, trying to free myself. Easton, no. What, Leigh Ann? He snarled in frustration, and I shivered under the intensity of his voice and the flash of red in his eyes. This isn't why I'm here. I tried to tell him, but he wasn't listening. We were going to be intimate, whether I liked to or not. My body froze stiff when I felt him rub the head of his body against my opening. He was a wall and I couldn't break it down. You said we would be marked and mated. That seemed to make him freeze in his tracks. His head turned to really look at me, lips inches away from my face. I'll never forget the words or how they sounded. With who? You. He said with a sneer and laughed, a deep rumble reverberating in his chest, shaking my entire body. I was a joke to him. It was at that moment that my heart shattered, and I felt like the entire pack and anyone miles away could hear it, falling to pieces on the ground. I stared at him wide-eyed, not even daring to breathe. He wasn't being serious, I tried to tell myself. Why would I mate with an overweight wolf like you? You're a joke. You thought I would walk around with you on my arm as Luna. His words were acid, eating away at me, and my entire body stilled. You promised, I whispered out weakly, searching for a flicker of hope. This was all just a bad dream. You were easy, he responded proudly, and I could feel my heart pounding away in my head. Tears filled my eyes, blurring my vision. A bitterness twisted my stomach hard. I felt nauseous. I'd only caught very brief glimpses of this side of him, but here he was now in all his glory, cold and ruthless. He was no longer loving, kind, and attentive. My wolf whined at his cruel rejection, and my breathing got shallow. You said you loved me. I stared at him in disbelief as he stared at me in disgust. Baby, I needed a good, easy experience, and you were at Leigh. That's all you're good for. Can't say the bond didn't amplify the feelings for me. He ended his words mockingly. My eyes roved his face, so handsome it almost hurt. You used me, I whispered out in shock. I thought we had something. I'd given myself to him, had been vulnerable with him, and he had used me. My entire world was crumbling. I was still trying to understand the sudden change. It was like there were 1,000 knives in me. You said we would be marked. He ignored me, leaning into my ears. You're a complete burden, Leigh. Just give me what I want and go home. 2 rough fingers pushed inside me, and I pushed against him in a pained cry. He let me go with an annoyed grunt, and I fell to the ground. I tried to scramble up. You're a monster, I sobbed. The hit came first, stealing all the air from my lungs. He had struck me fast, and I tasted blood in my mouth, falling back into the dirt. The shock of it all had me scrambling on the ground. My eyes stung. He'd hit me. And who would have thought that Alpha Remington's daughter would be so simple? He jeered over me. I swallowed against the burning in my chest, trying to get away from him. My jaw was on fire and my ear was ringing. He paused and tilted his head. Someone was coming. The fear of someone finding me like this made me move faster. I tried to get up as he towered over me, suddenly crouching down to my level. You tell anyone, and it will be hell to pay. The good thing is no one ever really saw us together, he threatened. In the next couple of days, I'm coming for my rejection. You bring your overweight self back here, and I'll send your body to your father in pieces, he promised, and I believed him. Understood. I wiped the blood from my nose with a shaky hand and nodded as he stood up. Good, now get off of my property. He kicked me hard like I was garbage, and the impact left me trembling. I tried to muffle it, biting my tongue as the excruciating pain worked through my body. It made me lose my breath and all sense of bearing. I didn't want to get up. I couldn't. He left and no one came. Time passed, and I guess he must have met and diverted whoever it was. When I got back to my car, I threw up all over the front seat. I didn't know this would just be the beginning. It was a horrifying reminder, because for the life of me, I couldn't remember if I had taken that pill that he had given me. Time does not heal all wounds. It intensified it. The more time went by, the more it felt like I was being ripped apart. There was no one to turn to. There was no one to tell. I'd been broken beyond repair on the inside. It was unbearable. I was a shadow of myself, and it felt like I couldn't breathe without him. It was a bitter reality. He could do so many things without me, and I couldn't even function. It was a bitter reality to accept that Easton would never call me again. Someone had turned off the lights, and it felt like life had ended. Death by rejection didn't seem like a bad thing anymore. It would relieve me from the pain and suffering. The rejection was taking its toll on me day by day, hour by hour. I replayed every interaction we ever made over and over in my head on a loop. Every touch, every word, every promise. I blamed myself for it all. He charmed me, and I had believed wholeheartedly into every one of his lies. I thought we shared something. He'd used every inch of me, and he left nothing for me. The way he had used and badly hurt me during intimacy made me want to throw up. It all made sense now. I was just another mark on his record. I knew I wasn't perfect, but this tore down any self-esteem I had left. I was embarrassed that he did the bare minimum, and I had believed him. I gave him everything. I had been so stupid. I couldn't even look at myself. The signs were there, the rumors were there, but I thought he believed in the mating bond. I thought he loved me. I knew I was a laughingstock for everyone, but having your mate look at you as one was devastating in itself. Over the next few days, my panic skyrocketed like never before. I tried to pass my symptoms off as the result of stress and a broken heart. I couldn't be pregnant. Not now. Not for him, especially him. I'd refused to believe it. The horror of it all was suffocating. It couldn't possibly be real. I really tried my best to ignore it. But I was starting to throw up every morning, the very second I opened my eyes. Food was a problem for me to keep down, and I've never been so tired in my entire life. I tried desperately to reassure myself that it was because I'd been rejected and hurt by my mate. That was all it was. I was going through the motions. I couldn't go to the pack doctor, or else they'd call my father. I refused to get a pregnancy test. If I didn't acknowledge it, then it wouldn't materialize. I could get away with this. I contemplated running away, but a wolf needed its pack, and I figured this would all blow over. Life would be back to normal soon, and I'd learn a bitter lesson. I could pretend Easton Hosea didn't exist. I barely left my room. I was hidden in complete darkness, every chance I could get, and crying myself to sleep to escape the emptiness. I'd waited in my car until evening fell that day for the bruises he had left to heal. It was still hard to think that I'd gotten them from someone I loved. He had put his hands on me. I could never let anyone know he was hitting me. I had to try and keep up with all the family events, and family dinner was one of them. I struggled to look normal, blaming my tiredness on studying when my mother asked. It was a good thing she was Luna. It kept her busy these days with winter rolling in. I didn't have it in me to pretend I was the perfect daughter knowing what had happened to me. I hated that I had let him use me like that. I didn't have it in me to stand there while others told their daughters to be like me. I was an idiot. I had endured while he hurt me over and over again, all in the name of love. For our usual family dinners, I sat next to my father like always with my mother on his right side. He sat at the head of the table, his large, bulging arm blocking out the large portion of food he was eating from my view. Alpha Remington wasn't very much different from my father. Most times I felt like more of a duty he was obligated to as a man than a daughter, another daily task he had to complete on his list. There wasn't any special warmth for me. He fed us, clothed us, gave us a home, and kept us safe. But there were very few tender moments. Just me always tiptoeing around him in fear and doing as he said. Ever since I came home from the deep amber pack, family dinners made my heart race. I tried to breathe, to not look so suspicious as I sat beside him. His dark hair was opposite to my blonde. I'd gotten the blue of his eyes. My mother looked pleased as she sat in a pink button-up floral dress, cutting away at her steak. She loved the united sight of us as a strong, powerful family. It was hers, and I couldn't blame her. I took a soft breath and drank some water. My heartbeat would give me away, and my father's hearing was sharp. But I focused on the emptiness inside of me, and that seemed to make everything fade away. There was silence as we ate. It was almost uncomfortable. Today's conversation had run out quick. My father's serious profile had me on edge. It was something that made grown men nervous. It had always terrified me. His deep oak scent normally made me feel protected, safe, but now it made me nervous. My conscience wouldn't let me live. Sue started a conversation. She was a chatterbox at the dinner table. It was as if she saved everything her small mind wanted to address for when we had dinner, despite my mom always reinforcing that it wasn't entirely appropriate. I didn't know what she was on about because I couldn't keep up. I was struggling to keep up appearance. "Your eyes aren't looking so blue anymore," my father commented, and all conversation at the table faded away. I looked up at his dark profile, his blue eyes focused on cutting his steak. Tension coiled up my back like a snake. It was an observation that demanded an answer. He wasn't even looking at me, and that made it even worse. He was observing me while I had been unaware. It must be the weather. Things are getting chilly. My mother answered for me, and I almost gave a relieved exhale. And she needs to come out of that room a bit more nowadays, get some color. She can come and play with me around the pack. Sue offered brightly, and I smiled at her. Shem, my father answered, and I didn't know if he bought it or not. I think it's the weather too. I prefer when it's warmer, I lied, trying to put out my best. I was a nervous wreck on the inside. My father said nothing as he chewed, and I prayed to the moon goddess that it was just an observation. You barely touched your food, he commented dryly, and my hands shook under the table. I had tried taking small bites of the asparagus and pushing around the food to make it look like I was eating. Food is a luxury, his deep voice reminded us, which meant I should be eating. Sorry. I've just been thinking about the upcoming winter preparations, I rambled, and tried to sound enthusiastic, but I was faltering. Everyone was now noticing my plate, and I had to eat. It was the usual delicious steak dinner, my mother specially prepared, but somehow the smell of it now was unbearable. I had to try it. I took a small bite, so as to not hear any complaints, and continued. I was halfway through when my stomach started rebelling. I tried to keep it down. I tried my hardest, but when I started heaving, I could feel my father's heavy gaze cut to me. Everything was coming back up and my throat burned. The entire table went still. My sister's chattering died out, and everyone's eyes were on me. The chair toppled over behind me as I ran for the bathroom. I could hear the scrape of chairs behind me. I brought up everything until my vision swam and my stomach hurt. This couldn't be happening. When I slid from around the toilet seat, the large shadow over me crippled me with fear. My mother had her hand over her mouth in mortification, and I scrambled backwards on the cold tile as my father, in all his fury, grabbed me by the neck of my shirt and hauled me out. There was nothing left to do but cry. His eyes flashed dangerously red with his wolf, and his aura made me shiver in fear. Whose is it? He roared, baring his teeth. He would only ask once. I shook my head in confusion and closed my eyes. His growl made the entire packhouse shake. I could never say whose it was. But he was going to get a name, and a confession come hell or high water. My lips trembled as I sobbed. Maybe this is just a misunderstanding, and she found her mate. Things happen. This will smooth over with a quick ceremony, and marking Calvin. She knows better, my mother explained in the background, her voice strained and bitter. It was against everything she stood for, and a quick solution to cover up the problem. But it wasn't a misunderstanding. He didn't want me. I shook my head as I sobbed. That was all the answer I could give them. I was afraid to use my voice. Be quiet, woman, he growled, and I opened my eyes. My mother paled and stepped back as I looked at her pleadingly. I had caused this. That's what she conveyed as she stared at me hard-faced. I am going to find out who was brave enough to get you pregnant and leave you under my roof. He seethed with rage. My father dragged me down to the packhouse. Emergency gathering was called. I felt like I was having a heart attack as he hauled me up before them. I tried not to make eye contact as they all whispered in shock at the sight, and I hung my head low. They couldn't believe what they were seeing or was happening. I wanted to die from shame. Northern Lights, I will ask, once my father's voice boomed, and I trembled in his hold. He stood powerful and tall over them all, holding me like I was lightweight by the neck of my shirt. Which one of you impregnated my daughter? He asked coolly. Loud gasps went out, eyes widened in surprise. Pack members stepped back as murmurs went through the crowd. It didn't take long for Beta Brooks to bring over a phone. He looked extremely uncomfortable as he approached. He barely looked at me, but when he did, his eyes held disgust. My heart thundered in my chest. Seems this has been going around everywhere, and is very popular, he informed my father. I was confused until my father played the video. My heart stopped beating, and my lungs closed in on me. Nothing will ever cover the pain and shock as I watched it all. He did this to me. He'd ruined me for life. I wanted to die. I was sprawled out in Easton's truck back, having what I thought would have been my magical first time. The video was clear, too clear. Tears coated my lower lids, threatening to fall. "Oh my God," my mother exclaimed in shock as she looked away. My mouth was dry, and thankfully, there was nothing else for me to bring up as my lips trembled. "Dad," I pleaded in a whisper, tears filling my eyes and dripping down my cheeks. "Dad, please, I can explain." I wheezed out. There was no more hiding. I didn't know how to explain it to him that I'd thought it was love. He'd made believe he loved me. There were certain things you didn't explain to my father, and this was one of them. He was a black and white person. There were no grays or colors in between. He laid a rule and you followed it. He was also a person who didn't have the most rational thoughts when he was angry. He didn't just have his fearful position because of his strength and power, but also because of what he would do when his wolf was angered. His blue eyes blazed coal red, and he struck me hard, and I skidded across the floor. Pain lanced across my cheek and my head throbbed. But it didn't compare to the pain inside. It was an accident, I sputtered out hurriedly, trying to get my bearings and sit up. "I will not have someone of poor reputation under my roof," he declared, and my stomach cramped painfully. Blood dripped from my nose and lips, mingling with the tears. Terror gripped my insides. "Mom," I begged, but she shook her head. "You're no daughter of mine," she replied, cutting me off. My breath caught. She had disowned me in front of everyone. "Mom, I'm sorry," I wept on my knees. "I'm so sorry, I'm sorry. I didn't mean for this to happen. I didn't know. But it didn't move her as she stared at me coldly. "Brooks," my father shouted. "It seems we're going to have to pay Jonathan's boy a visit," he snarled. A terrifying growl shook the pack house, and I could only see a bloodbath happening. No. "Dad, wait." I hiccuped. "You've done enough," he spat at me with disgust as he dragged me out to the deep amber pack. "The truth will always come to light." I could tell everyone was disgusted by me for what I had done to my father and my mother, their beloved Alpha and Luna. I didn't know how I could look at anyone ever again. It was ironic that a couple of weeks ago I believed I would be planning a mating ceremony with the love of my life, and now I was pregnant and discarded. He'd not only ruined my life, but he also ruined me for anyone else. Your mate is supposed to cherish and most of all protect you. Mine didn't. Everyone had seen him take everything from me, hurting me over and over again with that video. My brain was still trying to grasp that there was a video. It would follow me around forever. It was all that played in my head. Having everyone see it, including my parents, carved something deep in me. I'd given myself to him, been vulnerable with him, and he exposed all of my insecurities to the world. What was special for me wasn't special for him. There was no recovering from this. The cold air bit through the fog in my mind, and the voices around me brought me back to what was happening. Orders and growls, wolves shifting, the ground quaking beneath my feet. I couldn't let a pack suffer because of me. It's all my fault. I confessed brazenly, my eyes widening with tears when wolves bolted through the forest, moving among the trees like the wind, teeth bared for an attack. Tears blurred my vision. My father was unmoved, his hard profile ready for war. "Call them back." I screamed in terror at my father in between sobs, trying to wrench myself free. He hit me so hard my teeth rattled, and I swallowed blood. The world tilted in my view, and dots danced behind my eyes as everything went hazy. I was the greatest fool alive. My truth came out, and it felt like my heart had been dragged over hot coals and shredded apart. Every breath I took hitched in my chest with an excruciating burning pain. It made it feel like my chest was caving in on me, crushing me. I wish it would. Everything was happening so fast. Trees kissed the overcast evening sky as we made our way to the deep amber pack. My father would destroy it. It wouldn't even take him much effort. He'd brought his best wolves, giants racing next to us. He had the size and strength on his side. By the time we almost arrived, I was seeing everything clearly. Anxiety came flooding back into me. I couldn't have a war start because of me. Sasha, my wolf, tried to correct me that it wasn't my fault but entirely his. He had done all of this. The betrayal was eating away at me like acid. My wolf was confused. She thought we had found our mate. She didn't understand how he could do something like that to us. It was a different kind of damage. When the pristine, dark, wooded pack house came into view, I thought I was on the verge of passing out. Howling sounded from all around us, and I started to wheeze. A fresh wave of sweat broke out down my back as my breathing quickened. Easton had promised me that if I ever set foot back on his property that he would kill me. I didn't doubt it. It was a commotion unlike anyone has ever seen. The ground shook as our wolves growled. The anger from my father was suffocating, and my wolf simpered in obedience, his waves stifling us. He was going to murder them all. Everyone was rushing out from different directions, from the deep amber pack. They were trying to take their positions while in complete shock as to what was happening. They hadn't expected an attack from us. I felt like the world was closing in on me as I stared up at the large wooden building. One of our large warrior wolves, Kale, snapped at one of their own and a whimpering cry went out. The fields were clear, and their warriors were trying to circle us. Easton's father was the first one out. For a second, Alpha Jonathan looked nervous. Who wouldn't be? He didn't understand what could have warranted all of this. He was tall and well-built, wrinkles lining the side of his eyes. Alpha Remington. He said, brows furrowed in surprise as he took in the commotion of angry wolves all around us, his eyes coating me worriedly, and the blood running down my face and soaking into my clothes. My entire chest was soaked red. It was clear I was the reason for it all. His face then transformed into one blank mask, hiding any sign of emotion. Easton resembled his father. He could pass for a younger version of him. They had the same dark hair and eyes. But there was something razor-sharp about Easton, something deadly. It was like something harder and more vicious in life had honed and aged him beyond his years. What brings you all here today? He asked cautiously, maintaining distance in case he had to shift. Where's your boy? My father bit out, his tone deadly enough to snap me into action. Dad, it's my fault. I pleaded, as the deep amber pack members started murmuring, taking note of the state I was in. I was talking to a brick wall. I held on to my father's torso for mercy, jerking him so he could for once listen and look at me, but it was all in vain. He'd have his vengeance. His fingers cut into my arms as he pushed me to the side, and I whimpered in pain. Tingles and awareness crawled up my spine when I saw Easton walk out. I hated my heart and this stupid bond for skipping a beat. I hated the way every cell in my body lit up for him and how my wolf yearned for him. She had thought a connection had started between us after all. She was as naive as I was. He was shirtless and looked annoyed like we were an alarm clock that had interrupted his sleep. Easton's cold, dark eyes fell on me and I half hid behind my father. It was an unconscious reaction. I had a newfound fear of him ever since he'd put his hands on me. I could feel goosebumps travel up the back of my neck. He didn't seem the least bit concerned. There was no recognition or thought behind his eyes, nothing to indicate he knew me. There was no shock that his mate was covered in blood. Nothing. I didn't even warrant that. There was a hard coldness to him that made me wonder if he had ever been warm, and how could I have thought there was anything warm in him for me? His eyes rested on my father. They were dark and bottomless like the pits of despair. He was what nightmares were made of. Dad, I wheezed, my throat raw as he hauled me before them. Take it out on me, punish me please, not them. Your filthy son slept with my daughter and left her pregnant. He threw me on the ground before him. I caught myself on my hands and knees. Gravel bit into my skin and tore it open. Alpha Jonathan turned pale. He knew what this meant. They didn't have the numbers or strength, and they most definitely weren't prepared for an attack. Not this evening. He looked at Easton in anger, his waves rising. Is this true? He roared, his eyes flashing crimson and his canines elongating. Easton's jaw flexed, and anger seemed to start rolling off of him. His eyes cut to me, and I knew he was blaming me for not taking the pill. I had one job and I couldn't do it right. But a lot had happened that night, and it had slipped my mind. I've never seen her in my entire life, and I'm not ready for children, he lied with a smirk. His words were like knives, cutting me open. I couldn't move or breathe as I stared at him in disbelief. The burning in my chest was growing hotter, eating away at everything. Is that so? My father gave a dangerous laugh before he gave his head a slight tilt. A phone was brought over to Alpha Jonathan. Alpha Jonathan looked back at Easton in horror. You did this? His father asked in complete shock and disbelief, shoving Easton. How was I supposed to remember? His daughter wasn't remarkable, he sneered. Have you lost your mind? Do you know what you have done? Alpha Jonathan seethed in anger. This has gone beyond cruel, this is sick. His daughter's a partner of low reputation. Easton responded. A terrible one at that, and now he's trying to pawn her and her child off to the best of the lot. The child isn't mine. I'd only ever been with him, and he knew that. His denial was killing me. My father released a threatening growl, and the entire place went dead quiet. He's lying. I screamed from the ground, unable to hold it in, and everyone looked at me. The pain was too much for me, it was unbearable. I regretted the day I ever let him touch me. I regretted ever falling for his lies. I regretted ever believing in love. Easton looked like he wanted to murder me. He's my mate. I panted out. Surprised sounds went around, and everyone was looking at us in horror. This changed everything. We had a sacred bond that he had broken and unapologetically defiled. If it was one thing wolves cherished more than anything in the world, it was a mating bond. Alpha Jonathan looked speechless, eyes wide in broken horror as he turned to look at Easton like all the blood had been drained out of him, like he'd been struck. He looked devastated. This. He started saying, but looked to the sky as he lost his voice, lips trembling. He was ashamed. His eyes shimmered with disappointment, and his shoulders sagged with defeat as he looked at his son like he was seeing him for the first time. He took a deep breath as he bent his head. I could feel the heat of everyone's eyes on me. Easton's pack members were angry. There was a low-building growl of resentment. He was going to cost them their life and home. He'd brought disgrace upon them and tarnished something sacred. No one wanted to face the moon goddess punishment for something so severe. I just wanted us to complete this rejection, and more than anything to go home, and for this day to end. I found out we were mates when he visited to end the dispute between our pack and theirs. He said we should keep it a secret. I heaved out in a broken whisper. I didn't care anymore. My life was over anyways. I didn't care who they wanted to believe. Wolves from my pack snapped and snarled viciously at Easton's disrespect. They were ready to tear the place apart. My father held up a hand to silence them. The deep amber pack was now cowering in fear. The air felt more chilly. Easton's gaze burned, and I could feel his fury. He couldn't kill me, because a large part of me had already died. His rejection had left a burning hole in my chest, and his betrayal was doing the rest. I was numb. I had played my part in this and believed he cared. I would take care of my responsibility, the best I could. I would raise the child alone and take whatever else came with it. But my heart ached, and I couldn't rub away the searing pain in my chest. My entire body hurt. My father stood over me, and I couldn't look at him. My chest was caving in me. I couldn't feel Sasha. I guess she had abandoned me too. The pain was too much for her. I swallowed blood to clear my throat. All the lies we'd kept were out in the open. My hand gathered dirt as the pain lanced through me. The bond was tearing me apart. Mate. My father's voice thundered roughly with disdain, and I refused to look up at him. There was a deadly edge to his voice, as if I had failed to tell him the entire story when, in truth, he hadn't listened to me when I'd tried to explain. He still wasn't. I could hear his harsh breathing as his anger rose. He promised we'd be together, I whispered tearfully, my vision blurry. Swore he loved me. Saying it out loud made me realize how stupid I had been. How could I have been so gullible? She's delusional. Easton roughly declared, and everything in me died. I was delusional for thinking someone like him would fall completely for someone like me. He promised we'd be marked. I continued. She's a delusional, desperate wolf. He seethed and the pain worked its way up my throat, and I clamped my lips shut. Let's be real here. Look at her. Easton. Alpha Jonathan roared, but Easton wasn't having it. He didn't care that my father and his pack were there. No wolf in their right mind would ever speak like that before him. He didn't care about repercussions from his father. He didn't care that he was humiliating and stomping out any last dignity and feeling I had left. I was ashamed. This was who I chose. This was who I brought before my father. This was the father of my child. This large wolf and her child does not belong to me. He argued vehemently, and I wanted to stop breathing. You can go through the packs around for the men she was engaging with. If I was ready to have a child, I would have better taste, he declared in disgust. She's not fit for mating. She's only fit for one thing, and that's entertainment. A loud sob tore through me. Have you not done enough? Alpha Jonathan silenced him. It went deathly quiet. Easton's gaze let me know that there would be more than hell to pay for all of this. I've never seen anyone be so bold in front of my father. He had a death wish, I suppose. His father's warnings did nothing. I could feel the strength of his anger, his disgust. I was sensitive to his emotions as his mate. Mates were supposed to be proud of each other. He hated being mated to me. Clearly you've fallen very short with your boy Jonathan, my father chastised derisively. He was too calm, a deadly calmness that made me worried. Looks like I'm gonna have to bring him up to speed. He leveled Easton with a chilling gaze, and Easton returned the glare. Sasha made an appearance because despite it all he was still our mate, and the bond made us not want to see each other get hurt. I tried to quieten her down. My father's words seemed to have triggered Easton even more, and he didn't seem to be backing down despite the odds. Isn't this the pot calling the kettle black? You aren't no father of the year either. Maybe Alpha Remington, you should have put more effort into your large daughter, then she wouldn't have been such an easy and boring experience. Our wolves were ready to retaliate. Brooks was barely holding them back. Nobody talked to my father like that. He definitely had a death wish. My father walked towards Easton, his aura forcing him to submit. The power of aura hit us hard. His alpha waves made me grit my teeth, and I was almost on the ground. It was a forceful wave, and everyone whimpered and bent to his will and command. It felt like my bones in my chest were going to snap, and Sasha bowed in obedience. My entire body stilled when I looked up. I gasped in shock like everyone else, because for the first time in my father's life, his aura wasn't strong enough. Easton stood glaring at him, having the strength to not submit. My heart raced a mile per minute. This couldn't be happening. It was unbelievable. I started panicking. Murmurs started rising, because that clearly meant he was strong. Too strong in my opinion. He had a powerful wolf, and I wished he didn't. Wolves would naturally follow him, and the order of things in our world meant he would rule over us. He was too cruel. He would make us all suffer if he had the strongest wolf. Easton started struggling, his jaws clenched, and I could see everyone looking in complete shock. Easton Alpha Jonathan said wide-eyed in disbelief. My father seemed surprised. But Easton wavered and my father won. I let out a breath of relief. He couldn't hold out and bent under his command. But it wasn't a clean victory. It was enough to show that Easton was powerful, almost too powerful. No one has ever stood up to my father and matched him. My father grabbed him by the neck, and Easton gritted his teeth with a growl. The Northern Lights wolves started snapping and snarling, creating havoc. They were excited. You have a lot to say for a man that can't keep his promise. You're spineless. A man takes care of his responsibilities. My father roared at Easton. You're now going to take care of yours, he ordered, leveling him with a murderous gaze. Easton was fighting to breathe, veins traveling up his neck. It felt like I couldn't breathe either watching them. My father glanced at me before looking back at Easton. You made a promise, and now you're going to keep it, my father commanded, and goosebumps traveled up my back. You misused your mate. Well, now she's yours for life. You will have to live with every male, around knowing exactly what you get every night, and live with the disgrace. And it's all you're doing. She's now your full responsibility. And when she has that baby, you are going to mark her in a nice little mating ceremony in front of everyone, or I will hang your dead body above the pack house, and this little pack of yours will be non-existent. We could always use the grounds over here for storage, he ended mockingly. Horror seized me in a vise-like grip. It was like cold water had been thrown on me. He was forcing us to be mates. I will not, he countered. Canines bared, but my father cut him off, and I could hear the crunch as if he was snapping his vocal cords. Easton, he threatened. This isn't up for discussion. When I talk, people listen. I'll repeat, if there's no baby or ceremony in the next few months, then I will burn this pack to the ground and condemn both you and your father's memory. And she is to stay with you, nowhere else. She's going to stay under your roof, under your care. If I hear otherwise, then everything goes under. Am I clear? He threatened. He will, Alpha Jonathan answered quickly. Easton looked ready to pass out from lack of air before he nodded in agreement, and my father released him. This couldn't be happening. Moon goddess, no. I felt all the blood drain out of me. I was hyperventilating as the horror of it all dawned on me. He couldn't leave me here with them, with him. When my father was passing, I grabbed onto his leg in desperation. I would beg. He couldn't leave me here. You can't leave me here. Dad, please. I clung to him desperately. He's a monster. He's going to kill me. He's going to kill me. I cried. I could see Easton's nostrils flare. I'll do anything. Anything. Please don't leave me here. I'm begging you. Please don't. Please. I'm begging you. He's a monster. I sobbed. You made your bed, now you have to lie in it. He roared, his voice thundering above me. I'm not going to waste my energy or pack efforts on someone of poor reputation, he declared loudly, and I drew in sharp breath. I couldn't breathe. He shook me off without so much as a goodbye, leaving me to the mercy of the deep amber pack. You're a waste of potential boy, was his last remark, as a woman hurried towards me in my hysterical state. She was the lunar of the deep amber pack. I watched as my father abandoned me when I needed him the most. Luna Faith tried to console me, but there was no consoling. This wasn't something that would get better overnight with a full night's sleep and a good cry. This wasn't something that could be fixed. This wasn't something that would get better with time. I was being forced to mate with Easton for life. I had been violated and now discarded. I had been thrown out of my pack and casted off to strangers. Wolves needed their packs more than anything. I was scorned and hated. I had disgraced everyone. I no longer had a home and family. My parents didn't even bat an eyelid. They had completely disowned me at the first sign of trouble. You'd think they were only waiting for a valid reason to be rid of me. I was pregnant and homeless. There wasn't any chance for me to run away. I needed all the medical help I could get, which was specifically catered to us wolves. A pack doctor would be my best bet. I've never birthed a wolf before. It was my first pregnancy, and I was clueless. If something happened to the child because of me, I couldn't live with myself. I will plan some girl time for us if Easton ever allows it, so we can bond and catch up. Luna Faith nicely proposed with a smile. It'll be fun, and we can prep for this precious little baby together and pick out colors, she said excitedly, while wearing a nicely knitted cream-colored dress with flowy sleeves, reaching for towels. I didn't respond. I was looking at her, as if she had lost her mind, as she gathered enough clothes for me in the storage closet. This wasn't under normal circumstances. My head felt light, and I wanted to empty my stomach. I felt sick. I watched Luna Faith as she rambled. There was a large hollowness inside me. Luna Faith didn't look anything like Easton. She had straight brown hair and large doe-shaped eyes with an upturned mouth. Let's get you over to Easton, she sighed, and my entire body stiffened. I followed her past the myriad of gazes from the pack. I'm sure the blood on my face and clothes didn't help. I would be watched like a hawk. I'm sure orders were given to keep me here. Under no circumstances was I allowed to leave. Plus, if I did run away and got caught, I didn't doubt that the consequences would be severe. It would also forever be on my conscience, because I was in the deep amber pack's care, and I had no doubt my father would probably kill them all. I trudged hopelessly behind Luna Faith. I had lost everything, absolutely everything in 1 week. I had been publicly rejected, and I had no one. I belonged to no one, and nobody wanted me. I was folding in on myself. I had already been ridiculed for my weight and looks. Now the video added more weight to my burden. Embarrassment didn't sum it up. I was barely functioning. We left the road that led to the pack house and moved away from the row of houses where everyone lived. I couldn't appreciate the beauty of my surroundings. I would rather sleep outside than be under the same roof as Easton. I shivered as the evening breeze kicked up. Luna Faith kept mentioning things that I didn't have any feeling in me to care about. Luna Faith's warm welcome was like a death toll ringing in my head. Her reassurances were empty. I didn't know if she was genuine or not. I couldn't function enough to try and understand her warm smiles and welcoming tour of the grounds. There was nothing happy or welcoming about this. I was to live through my pregnancy with a monster. I was going to be tied to him for life and have his child. The irony of it all was bitter in my mouth. A few days ago, I would have done anything to be his. Now I needed to get away from him as best as I could. "You're all set," Luna Faith proclaimed like I was a regular guest, just stopping by, and I jerked my eyes up at the house before us. "There should be more than enough food in Easton's home, I think. I've never been in the house, but let me know if there's anything you need," she said politely, with a smile and worry in her eyes. The house looked intimidating, set up against the overcast sky. I licked my lips in panic. I could feel my heartbeat rising. Sweat broke out along my back as I stood dry-mouthed outside. Luna Faith didn't wait. She left me there to fend for myself. The house was situated underneath an oak tree with a massive driveway and garage. Leaves dotted the driveway and the steps that led to the porch. It was cabin-styled and made out of dark wood. Pristine. His house was pristine and a decent size. His truck was parked outside in the driveway. He didn't live in the pack house with his father. I had a better chance of surviving if people were around. But it would just be us. The house had its the door a few times, but no one answered. I turned the handle and entered. The room had a faint, warm glow of light from the kitchen. The rest of the house was bathed in darkness. Inside reminded me of pictures of a fraternity house. The carpet was too short, and there was only a large leather couch, what looked like a random painting on the wall, a table, and a cabinet. Random things were thrown all around. I could smell him. He smelled like fresh linen and smoky wood, with a hint of rich, intoxicating deep vanilla that to me almost smelled boozy. It filled every cell in my body and reminded me of the night I lost my virginity to him. I closed the door and padded forward. He stood in the kitchen, tall and intimidating, most of the light blocked out by his large body. It caused his shadow to fall on the carpet before me. He was deeply angered. My heart started pounding heavily in my chest, and I couldn't breathe. I stared at him fear-stricken as he eased off the counter and walked towards me. I couldn't move. My legs felt heavy. He was still shirtless in nothing more than shorts, his perfectly etched abs on display. His anger seeped through my pores. It was so thick in the room it was suffocating me. He blamed me for not taking the pill and letting everyone know we were mated. That's what angered him the most, that everyone knew that he was mated to me, of all people. His cold eyes took in the clothes in my hand, and our arrangement was looming heavy over our heads. I panicked at each step he took. His rage was barely contained. My breathing came out ragged. "You're awfully quiet when you were just running your mouth earlier." Tears stung the corners of my eyes as his large form loomed over me. His dark eyes took in the way my lips trembled, and I breathed in his scent. "Don't have anything else to say?" "Nothing else to add?" He asked snidely, his tone clipped. Easton, I pleaded. He struck me hard, and I fell on the carpet, my hands trying to reach for my stomach. It was out of instinct. I swore I must have lost a tooth, but all that came out was blood as I tried to scramble. The pain was unimaginable. My vision swam as he grabbed me by the neck of my shirt, and dragged me up so close, I could feel his breath on my face. Did I tell you I wanted anyone to know I was mated to a wolf like you? The hatred in his eyes startled me. It was pure and undiluted hatred. He hit me hard across the face again. Dots danced in my vision, and pain radiated in my head and jaw. I fell across the table, losing my bearings, and everything hurt. My body screamed in pain. "My here." He growled, "Please no." His hand wrapped tightly around my ankle, and I screamed, crying and begging as he dragged me from underneath it. He dragged me under him and rolled me over, and my lungs wheezed out air, being crushed under the heavy pressure of his body on mine. I could hear the blood rushing in my ears as his weight trapped me to the floor. I hiccuped in fear, my lungs struggling to painfully draw in air. Moon goddess. I couldn't move. He was going to take my baby from me. I had done nothing to him, and he had done everything to me. Easton. I grimaced in fear, my words coming out choked. They had heard my screams, but no one came to save me from the deep amber pack. I glanced towards the windows hopelessly. I was on my own. He would murder me in cold blood because everyone was afraid of him. He roughly gripped my jaw so I could focus on him, as if there was any way to escape him. The crushing pain in my cheeks made my eyes water, and I cried. I stared into his dark eyes as tears leaked from the corners of mine. I squinted away the warm trickle of blood from the cut above my eye. All I had ever done was hopelessly fallen in love. "You thought your overweight body could actually outrun me." He spat, and his words hurt as his lips twisted in a sneer. My entire body stilled. All the energy drained out of me. I could never be good enough for him. If I looked differently, then maybe he wouldn't be hurting me, crushing my lungs and killing our baby. But I didn't, and I was tired of not being enough. I was tired of being mocked for being overweight. "The baby," I whispered out pathetically. That's all I could get out, as I shakily tried to touch my stomach that was cramping under his weight. My chest heaved as I panicked. He glanced down at my stomach with heavy malice and bitterness. "The baby," he said incredulously. "I gave you a preventative measure to take." His fingers cut into my skin as he lifted my head and slammed it hard against the floor, and I cried out as pain shot behind my eyelids. "I know," I muttered softly. "I know, I didn't remember." I cried. "You had one job and you couldn't even do that. Did you think that this would trap me to you? We would now be one big happy family." He seethed through his clenched teeth, slamming my head again, and I let out a muffled cry. His face was close to mine, so close I could feel the heat of his breath fanning my face. "No, Easton, I swear I didn't remember." He slammed my head against the floor again, and darkness crept around the edges, dots appearing in my vision. I was tired. He had all the advantage on me, the height, the weight, and the strength, and there was nothing as petrifying as knowing that no matter how much you tried, you would never stand a chance. He was too strong, too big. He got up off of me and dragged me up with him like I was featherweight. "Let's give you a tour of your new home," he announced loudly, and dread filled my stomach. My eyes coasted the unlimited number of liquor bottles lining the kitchen counter as he dragged me through the kitchen. This wasn't a home for children. He dragged me to the hallway visible from the living room couch and slowed in front of a bathroom to my right. "This is the bathroom. Is it to your liking?" he asked mockingly, rage making his voice vibrate through me and the pounding in my head. He dragged me to the left and slammed the door to the room directly across from the bathroom open. "This is where you'll be staying," he roughly indicated. "Notice we won't be sharing beds." It was a room with a bed and boxes, a prison of sorts. My heart clenched as I looked at the dreary window with the bed underneath it. It was clearly a room that hadn't been used. I didn't get to finish taking it all in because he slammed me up against the wall, holding my neck. I stared at the ceiling, not knowing what came next. He leaned into my neck, close by my ear. "You better hope you leave here alive, Leigh, and much less have that baby of yours. Because I'm going to make sure that the next time your father comes up here, he's not going to win," he said in a calm, deadly tone laced with anger. I shivered from the intensity of his cutting words. His dark, cold eyes held mine as I peered at him through my blood-coated lashes. Staring into his eyes reminded me of looking into a cold, dark cave. You never knew what was in there, or the other side, if there was any end to it. I don't want to smell you or see your face in my house. Is that clear? I nodded fast, not leaving any opening for any more hits. I panicked when he moved his hand, swallowing fast. My ragged breathing filled the air. Let's see who kills each other first, because I'm going to make your life a living hell for ruining mine. He promised me. He let me go, and the door slammed behind him as he left. I finally let my body drop as slid to the floor. My new home was a stuffy room that looked like for a decade it probably hadn't been cleaned. I was hanging by a thread, trying to survive for the child growing inside me that was a result of my own consequences. But there was almost nothing left of me. I wanted to stop breathing. I wish I could say he didn't mean it when he would put his hands on me. But he meant it. I'd never imagined my life ending up like this. I'd thought of a mate and a simple life. I wasn't delusional despite my mother's training, and being firstborn that I would ever end up being a Luna. Time passes slower when you're not having fun. I have never wanted 6 months to pass by so quickly, and in the same breath I also dreaded it. Werewolf births were quicker because our genes were more advanced. But being mated to Easton for life was a death sentence, and if he grew stronger than my father, one could only imagine what he'd actually do to us. The fear of it all was stifling me. Over the past few days, I was barely sleeping. The video and the rejection was haunting me. I was utterly alone in the world. I missed my old pack, my wolf did too. The first thing I noticed was that neither Luna Faith nor Alpha Jonathan ever came to visit. I was totally in Easton's care. I was surprised about it, especially Luna Faith's absence. You would think as Luna, and with me pregnant under her care, in her pack with her grandchild, on the way she would at least visit once to see how I was doing. She never came. Luna Faith's abandonment was surprising, especially after how nice she was. Maybe that was why Easton got away with so much. The pack doctor came to check on me. She was nice. The baby was okay. She seemed to have a lot she wanted to say, but she didn't. In the end, I was alone. They just wanted a baby at the end of the 6 months, so they all could live. There was no word from my parents that they had changed their minds. I was stuck here forever. Then again, my father wasn't one to go back on his word. I was forgotten. The first few nights were rough before the numbness set in. The stuffy, cloying smell of the room was suffocating. I tried to navigate the sounds outside of my room, so I didn't run into Easton. I spent the first night there, staring at the horrid bruises he'd given me in the bathroom mirror. I was black and blue, and my eyes swollen shut. I couldn't even cry as I looked at my horrid reflection. Over the next few days, I learned a lot about Easton. He didn't sleep, or he barely ever did. I could tell every time I heard a sound when it was him. The bond tugged at me. He was always up at every waking hour, and he hardly trained at all, which was surprising being who he was. It was difficult being mates under the same roof, but also being apart. The bond naturally pushed you to be together. He was close, but yet so far away. Another strain I had to bear. When he was in his room during the early morning hours, I would sneak to the bathroom and kitchen. I would shower then and do anything necessary. During the day, if I had to go, I would listen for any sounds. I made sure to keep out of his way, and it seemed he did the same for me. I never saw more than his shadow. I stashed food away. The less we made contact, the better. I would survive longer. But the thing that surprised me the most since being in Easton Hosea's house was that Easton Hosea was a drunk. That had left me speechless. I don't know how I had never seen it, but he masked it well, to perfection. That intoxicating boozy smell he always carried was because he was never sober. Liquor seeped through his pores. I blamed my naivety on the fact that I've never seen my father drink. Liquor was not a thing in our household. He had forbidden it. He had a strong wolf, and therefore he couldn't risk anything setting him off and leaving him with regrets. He couldn't manage to wreak havoc in his drunken state. I'd slowly discover it as the days went by, counting and noticing the bottles disappearing rapidly and showing up half empty in the morning. I heard the clink of glass more than I heard the refrigerator opening, which was often. By afternoon, there would be half a dozen empty liquor bottles, and by night an ungodly amount. I accidentally stumbled on him, gulping it down for breakfast one morning, when I had assumed no one was home. I had quickly retreated to my room, hoping he hadn't seen me from the hallway. I summed it up that because Easton's wolf was so strong, that was the reason he was masking it so well. He was a functioning alcoholic. Easton had friends. I had just never been significant enough in his life to have met them. When the weekend rolled in, they came to visit. 3 loud and boisterous voices filled the living room, and by the time the sun had started to set, a loud party had started that had filled the entire house. I couldn't even hear myself think. I pressed a hand against the thumping wall, my teeth chattering from the loud music. Everything was vibrating, and I had a feeling these parties happened every weekend, and it probably wasn't something Easton would want to give up when he became a first-time father. I panicked because how could a baby get any sleep in this environment, much less survive? Lights flashed from underneath my door, and I subconsciously rubbed my stomach. I wasn't showing yet, but the movement was soothing, and it kept me sane whenever I stayed still. It reminded me to keep breathing for him or her. The sound of a commotion made my body still. Something started happening at the party, and my ears perked up. I listened closely to the chanting. Drink, drink, drink. The cheering topped the loud music for whoever was bravely downing alcohol. Laughter and shouting rang through the noise, and I blinked up at the ceiling. I have never been to a party before. I guess in a sense I was finally at one whether I liked it or not. Most times, when I couldn't sleep with nothing to do, I thought of what I would be doing at home. I missed my little sisters. I knew my reputation would hurt them, and I hated that I made their innocent lives difficult. I knew the first-hand effects of bullying. What I had done would follow them for the rest of their lives. I pray they never see the video, and I hoped that one day if they were old enough, they could probably forgive me for it. I listened to the partygoers just walls away enjoying their youth, when I didn't have any more because I got pregnant. The sound of bottles violently shattering made me jump. I didn't know how to navigate this new world I was in. I wondered what Alpha Jonathan thought of these parties. I glanced at the locked room door, grateful for the small security measure step I had taken. No one would wander in drunk. I had cleaned out the room over the past few days and gotten rid of the dust. Maybe it was nesting, but during the early morning hours when the house was quiet and when Easton was gone, I quietly searched the house. I was restless. I found the washroom and the cleaning supplies. I spent all my spare time cleaning it out, arranging it the best I could. I never saw Easton, but I had a feeling sometimes like I was being watched, and maybe he avoided me more than I avoided him. With everything that had happened, maybe staying inside was for the best. I don't know how I could ever look anyone in the eye. An uneasiness spread through my body, and I shifted in the bed. Sasha wouldn't tell me what it was. I quickly glanced around my dark room. It felt like a fist suddenly closed around my heart, and I cried out in pain, unable to breathe. I curled around myself, clutching the sheets. My heartbeat slowed painfully, and I failed to sit up, trying to gasp for air. I was having a heart attack. I was dying. It was like someone had taken a hammer to my chest. I tried to scramble off of the bed, and I doubled over as my heart fought to carry out its usual beat. My chest hurt and I hoarsely sucked in air. My skin felt clammy and my heart gave another slow pounding beat. Despite his hateful convictions towards me, I was dying, and the only person that could probably help for everyone's sake was Easton. A fever crept through my body and I struggled to the door and leaned against it, taking deep gasping breaths. I didn't want to go out there, but this was a life or death situation, and all rational thoughts flew out of my head. My heartbeat slowed again before trying to pick up its regular beat. I had to find Easton. Everything was telling me to stay in, but when a fresh wave of pain hit, I turned the knob. I opened the door to pure chaos. The smell of sweat and liquor burned my nose. Warmth hit me from all the bodies tightly packed together with no proper ventilation, just liquor and music. The beat of the music threatened the already weakened beat of my heart. A few surprised eyes glanced my way from the hallway, and I quickly closed the door behind me before anyone got any ideas. No one seemed remotely interested in venturing in there. I tried to move, there were no signs of him. Things were getting blurry. Couples were busy engaging in intimacy, and everything was moving so fast I couldn't focus. Bodies shoved mine, and I tried to keep to the wall as best as I could. The heat made it worse. I was suffocating, the pain increasing. I let my wolf find him, thoughtlessly moving past the rows of sweaty bodies and screams. I tried to navigate the barely lit darkness. "Hey!" Someone shouted as I toppled to the side, and I felt sick to my core as they elbowed me. Sweat made my clothes stick to me. The face. I moved through the hall and gave up when I saw the bathroom. It was a beacon of light to get some relief. I needed a moment to breathe. I couldn't go on through the thick, humid air and bodies. I would likely pass out. I opened the bathroom door to find a familiar dark-haired alpha, and my heart ricocheted so hard, it was surprising that after it still kept beating. My feet halted to stop. Tears frosted my eyes as the pain etched away at me, and I drew in a sharp breath. Easton was inside. He had a blonde girl I've never seen before engaged in close physical intimacy while his head was tilted back, eyes closed. The sounds of their activity burned something harsh in me, and I felt pieces of me erode away. The hollowness was swallowing me whole. He wasn't lying, I was boring. I had barely managed to please him in the past, and here was a she-wolf expertly engaged in passionate intimacy with ease moaning like there was no end. She wore a glittery pink tube top, a pleated black skirt and thigh-high boots. The sounds were like a knife cutting me apart. My wolf wanted to fight as anger, dangerous and hot, pooled into my veins. My stomach churned hard, and I was so nauseous, I knew I was going to throw up. It was then I knew I wasn't dying. We had started a mating. We're now living together in close proximity, and therefore these were the effects of him being unfaithful to me. My wolf had decided she deserved loyalty. We were mates, and he was mine. He turned his head to the side, and when his eyes landed on me, I ran. I threw up in the corner of the hallway until my ribs hurt and no one paid me any mind. I tried to put some distance between me and the bathroom. I collided into a lot of people before I realized I was too deep in the thick droves of party people. They were crammed everywhere, swallowing me whole. Bodies roughly pushed against mine, and I fought to make my way back to the hall, to my room. It was a beacon that looked far away with the throngs of people. The room felt wider. There was a damp spot on my shirt that reeked of alcohol someone had spilled on me. I was tired and almost gave up when I slammed into a hard body. A dark shadow fell over me and eased back. Well, if it isn't Miss Northern Lights Star. My worst nightmare was happening. My stomach cramped at the word star. There was nowhere to go, as he had boldly blocked my path with his solid frame. I didn't have the time for this. I was in too much pain. I just wanted to retreat to my room. I was trying to hold it in, but I was suffering so badly I could hardly think. Something was prickling in the back of my mind that this wasn't good for my pregnancy. His statement was enough to get the attention of those around us, despite the loud, blaring music. A slash of pain went through my stomach again, and I took in a sharp breath. My eyes watered, and my feet were not able to go any further. I guess word travels fast as widened gazes, and whispers took over around me. He was tall and broad-shouldered with soft brown curls and bushy eyebrows. He wore his shirt open, proudly showcasing his abs. I felt sick as he knowingly smirked down at me. I didn't recognize his face from anywhere. "Moon goddess, you look even better in person than on my phone screen." He exhaled cockily with a flash of a perfect white smile as he stepped closer using his height to his advantage, and it made me panic. "Almost didn't recognize you after seeing that video," he said smugly. Laughter rose up from a few of the tightly packed bodies that had formed a close circle around me. I didn't bother to try and make out if there were any familiar faces. But I knew his voice. It hit me that he was one of Easton's friends that had arrived earlier. Birds of a feather flocked together. "Excuse me," I whispered hurriedly, trying to find a way around his large form without touching him. It felt like something hard had lodged in my throat, and I wanted to cry. I tried relentlessly to sidestep him, but he wasn't letting me through, shifting his body with mine. His eyes were smug as he blocked my path. I took a step back, but he closed the gap, his shirt touching mine. "Come on, Miss Northern Lights, I'm your biggest fan. I watch your video every chance I get. It's rare when we get to see an alpha's daughter in such a compromised position. You're gonna leave and not show me your talents?" He asked roughly in a sarcastic tone, leaning into me. He was drunk. Embarrassment struck hard when his glossy eyes slowly took in my body like I wasn't worth anything. It wasn't a look I'll ever forget. "Move," I demanded with disgust, but his hard body roughly pushed me back, and I almost lost my balance. Someone purposely slammed into me from behind and sloshed their drink all over me. My shirt stuck to my skin, and I felt even more nauseous. I ended up with nowhere to go in the thick crowd but forward towards him. "We all know you're not that hard to get," he snapped, getting irritated. "Plus, they say pregnant women are often affectionate, and I've never been with one. I'll actually take it easy on you, unlike Easton. I doubt he'll care." He snorted and continued to breathe his warm, alcoholic breath on me with a smile before taking a swig from the bottle in his hand. He pointed the bottle at my face. "I won't cause you pain when I'm intimate with you, and I won't bring a camera." His words burned like acid. I bit the inside of my cheek until I tasted blood. Humiliation didn't sum it up. My body swayed and my stomach cramped hard again. I rubbed my sweaty, shaking palms on my side. At this point, my shirt was drenched in sweat and alcohol. I wasn't faring well with Easton having the time of his life with another woman in the bathroom and everyone's attention on me. I needed to leave. I pushed hard against him and he grabbed my arm. "Let me go," I protested. "You should be lucky I'm giving a person like you attention." He seethed, his eyes flickering orange like a lamp on a stormy night when the electricity kept going out and returning. "Moon goddess Travis, let her get some air," a deep voice boomed. A large hand clamped down on Travis' shoulder as an extremely tall blonde came forward through a parting crowd. He wore a red shirt that clung to his large muscles and abs. He was very heavily built with close-cropped blonde hair and green eyes that reminded of the color of the garden snakes we used to find under large rocks around our pack house when I was little. These snakes were what stopped me from digging up my mother's gardens. They had terrified me. His voice was distinct. He was another one of Easton's friends and friends with. Travis before me. Now there was two of them and I was horrified. "That's what I'm offering. We could get air and some other things." Travis laughed and his friend shoved him. Travis's drink spilled and his laughter faded. "The hell, Roman." Travis spewed as he straightened, shaking the alcohol off of his hand. "Forgive him, he's drunk." Roman shouted over the music. "I'm Roman, you don't look so good. Let's get you some water," he proposed, pointing to the kitchen counter. I was hesitant, but also very grateful to be off the floor and out of the crowd, even if it was a trap. I felt light-headed from the heat. I nodded and followed obediently, keeping an eye out. There was nothing he could really do, with so many people around. I tried to tell myself. "Come on." I followed him to the kitchen counter and almost took a gasp of air in relief. It was less hot in the kitchen and less packed. I watched his movements as he grabbed a water from the fridge. "Here," Roman offered with a sympathetic gaze. I took the bottle of water from him and took a few tentative sips, letting my body rest against the counter. He imitated my movements, leaning against it. His forearm muscles bulged as he placed his hands in his pockets, giving him a boyish look that didn't make him look so intimidating. Roman was an alpha. I could see it and feel it. My wolf could feel his alpha waves. But his name also rang a bell. He was Alpha Garrick's son from the Full Moon Pack. He was watching me intensely, so intensely I felt uncomfortable. He was studying me. "I heard you were here, but I wondered if it was a joke because the place was so quiet when we came." he commented as I took another sip and I was ready to head back to my room. I couldn't deal with anything more, not even a conversation. Thanks for the water. I have to go. I mumbled out, ready to disappear into my room. If I were to pass out from the pain, it couldn't be here. Wait. He cursed under his breath as his eyes held mine. They looked sincere as he exhaled roughly. Not all of us are the same, he confessed, lowering his head before glancing in the direction of where we were coming from and Travis. I told Easton it was a terrible and messed up thing to do from the get-go. If I could do it all over again, I'd make sure he never did that to you. I couldn't even watch it. Some of us are decent. I'm really sorry about everything and I hope I get to see you around more often, he said with a lopsided smile. He seemed like he wanted to say more. His words were sincere, but they didn't match his eyes. There was something cold, dark and calculating about them. There was a sinister gleam hidden in the shadows of his eyes. Goosebumps ran up my arm, and I was absolutely terrified of him. I nodded and turned fast on my heel, keeping him in my peripheral vision. I needed to get away from him as far as possible and never run into him again, just like those garden snakes. I found my clothes. In the early morning hours when the house was quiet, I ventured out. The pain had kept me up all night, and I had not gotten any sleep, but I had come to a harsh resolution. I needed a phone to contact my parents. I couldn't survive here. I'd do anything for them to take me back, beg, anything. They had to. I was their child after all, wasn't I? The house was wrecked, littered with mountains of orange cups and garbage everywhere. It was chaos. It smelled like stale sweat, alcohol, and other things that I didn't have the stomach to try and pinpoint, or I'd be sick. In the dim morning light, the silhouette of a few bodies were scattered on the couch and on the floor. I didn't look to see if they were his friends. They probably were, because everyone else had gotten the strict order to leave. They had evacuated as quickly as they came. I stepped over some garbage in the hallway, hoping no one was awake. My heart hammered at the thought of running into any of his friends. They were just as terrifying as he was, and I couldn't shake the look in Roman's eyes as he carefully watched me last night go to my room. I didn't see Easton as I tiptoed through the living room. The bathroom door was wide open, and it was an aching reminder of the night before. I tried to block away the images of Easton and his blonde companion from my memory. It was eating me alive, scarring me deeply every time I remembered it. That's what it had done, no matter how I tried to not think about it or how much I despised him. It had hurt me deeply. I could spot all the differences between me and the girl he was with. She was a bombshell, and someone I could most definitely seeing him being paired with. I would be stupid to not admit it. She was heart-stoppingly gorgeous. All the bitter insults he threw at me had reared its ugly head. I have never been so conscious of myself and my inadequacies in life until now. They had always been there, but to keep going, I had ignored it and kept to myself. I stayed in my family's shadow. It made no sense to cry over something I couldn't change, like my weight. There was never a point in my life where I was slim. I had been a chunky baby, and when I grew older, I never lost the baby weight. Werewolves strived on strength and power. The animalistic trait was there to discard the weakest. There were therefore criteria they strived for, and my body type at my age wasn't one of them. I had forced myself from I was younger to find the joy in the little things like having a family, a roof over my head, and being able to just see and feel the sun. But Easton had taken everything away from me in the blink of an eye. Was he gentle with her unlike how he was with me? My chest burned. I swallowed the hollow pain as I gently opened the door and stepped out to the porch. The cool air bathed my skin. Not one person inside moved. I breathed in the fresh air, welcoming it into my lungs like it could soothe the pain. Pain, that's all I had felt in the last couple of days, and I was exhausted, barely existing on a small dying hope that maybe I could go home, that when my parents' anger died out, they would send for me. I had given them enough time. My eyes landed on a row of brown boxes left out on the porch without any care to the side. They looked like they had been there a couple of nights. It felt like I couldn't breathe as my eyes misted over. They were unwelcome visitors just like me. My heart caved in as I went over and peered in one to find my clothes. They had sent over my clothes and almost everything else that I had owned. They had really gotten rid of me, and there was no coming back. It felt like something had lodged in the back of my throat as I stifled a cry. On the top, in one of the boxes, was my phone. I turned it on and was relieved it had enough charge. I shakily took it out and walked off the porch. I made sure I was a good distance from the house before I called her. It was early in the morning, and I knew she was already up. My mother was an exemplary Luna. The cold air bit into my skin as I shakily dialed the number. Luna Gabrielle rose early with my father to make sure the kitchen was running smoothly to start the day, and that the cleaning was near perfect. My heart thundered in my chest on each ring, my breathing erratic as I looked around to make sure I was alone. They couldn't leave me here. "Hello," answered a curt voice. The line had opened up, and I jumped on it right away. "Mom, it's Leigh." There was a pause on the other side of the line, and I figured she must have answered and had not looked at the caller ID, especially since it was so early. If she had, I had a feeling she probably wouldn't have answered. "Mom, I want to come home." I swallowed, breathing harshly into the phone. "I know what happened was messed up, but I can't stay here. He's really going to kill me, Mom. Please. I'm still your daughter." She sighed into the phone like I was messing up her morning, and I sniffled as the tears I couldn't stop had started. "Leigh, the decision is already made, plus he's your mate," she said sternly. "In life, you make a choice, you have to live with it." But I didn't have to live with them. They were forcing me to live with them. The truth was that I'd hurt their ego and pride. No matter how old you are, a parent's job is to protect their children. It hurt to know they didn't care what happened to me. "It was a mistake, Mom. I didn't know he'd wrecked or hurt me. I'll do anything, I'll stay anywhere. I can't have a baby here. It's nowhere for a child. I'm really sorry for what I did. Mom, I've learned my lesson, but my baby and I aren't going to survive here. He's going to kill us. Please help me." I begged on a strangled cry. "There's nothing more that can be done, Leigh." She answered sternly, and my stomach hurt, twisted in knots. "You should have thought of all of this sooner before you set out on this path with that boy." "I have to go, I have things to do." I didn't get a chance to say anything else. She hung up the phone on me. I crumpled on the ground and cried. I was going to die. When I arrived back, the house was quiet and still a mess. I tiptoed through the living room. I didn't get to make it back to my room before a dark shadow fell over me. "Where the hell have you been?" Easton asked roughly, his deep voice making my heart race. He moved through the kitchen with deathly ease. The early morning light made him look like a fallen angel, his hair almost blue-black in the faint light. His friends were gone. The living room sofa and the floor were empty. I started panicking. I don't know how long I spent outside in a daze after my mother hung up on me and told me there was nowhere to go, that I was stuck with the devil. I felt faint when I saw that if I made a run for it, I could not make it to my room. His calculating eyes glinted knowingly, and I wished for once in my life that I was athletic. I clamped my mouth shut, refusing to answer his question. He already had enough ammunition against me. It didn't make any sense to add one more, being that my parents, who should love me no matter what, unconditionally, didn't want me either. Letting him believe that they did might make me live longer in fear, that there might be some repercussions. I was so afraid my hands started trembling. He moved closer, each step drumming up my heartbeat, and I knew I must have looked like a deer caught in headlights. He was shirtless. He only wore black pants, and his dark hair was a mess. He looked like a man who had just finished spending time with a companion. I flinched as he pinned me to the wall with his hard body as I tried to not to look at him. I couldn't bear another beating, not right now. The world was already crashing down on me. There was nowhere to go. A hand rested above my head, and I could smell the alcohol on him like he had drowned in it. Easton had a relaxed deadliness to him, as a man who knew he was practically invincible, and always the strongest in the room. The heat from his body felt like it was searing my skin. He was so handsome it hurt. I swallowed, as my heart and skin hummed alive from his presence. I had loved this man once. I could smell her on him, the blonde woman he had been with, and my throat hurt as I tried hard not to throw up. Her scent was heavy and it burned my nose. It was a cloying, syrupy vanilla smell. I felt so sick I started crumpling against him. My wolf was raging to be let loose. I wanted to claw it off of him. I wanted to scream. I wanted to hurt him just as much as he had hurt me. Anger burned in my veins. The last time I checked, he breathed out menacingly, his alcohol-laced breath warm on my skin. He sniffed up my neck for any hint of where I'd gone, and it made me involuntarily shudder. I told you to stay in that room and to never leave it unless I gave you permission to. Did you get permission? He asked, his dark eyes flickering over my face. A strand of dark hair had fallen over his forehead. No, I whispered shakily. He hadn't started out by hitting me, so there was a chance I could escape bruise-free. Now I'm asking again because I'm in such a good mood, because of last night, which I'm sure you saw in the bathroom. Where did you go? He asked roughly, and I swallowed, my breathing getting shallow. You better tell me the truth, because if you lie there will be hell to pay. I just went for a walk, I answered vaguely. Just went for a walk, he repeated in amusement. He roughly grabbed me by the throat, and all of my air was cut off. My windpipe felt like it was being crushed as I stared into his eyes. I clawed at his hands in vain. He was going to watch me die. I sputtered as my lungs fought for air, but he didn't budge as he choked me. If anything, he squeezed harder. My body writhed against his. I was suffocating as he watched me with satisfaction claw and gasp for air until I felt lightheaded, dots appearing in my vision. This is what happens when you try to be nice to people like you. I will crush your windpipe, he said coldly, shaking me. His lips came close to my face, inches away from mine. I remembered how soft they had been. He released me and I gasped for air, my throat on fire. I wasn't lying. I went for a walk. I wheezed out pathetically in fear. He grabbed me hard by the jaw. I gritted my teeth as pain radiated up along my cheeks, making my eyes water. It felt like my jaw was going to break. My body hurt from where his hard shoulder roughly pushed against mine. Did it hurt last night? He asked sadistically, ignoring my confession, and my body stilled as his cold eyes held mine. I watched the flash of white teeth as he smirked. He was doing it on purpose. He knew what he was doing, and the pain he was causing to me. What did I ever do for him to hate me so much? If you're ever wondering, that's what I like my women to look like. Immaculate, not an overweight person with no idea what she's doing. He spat. His rejection hurt as I held his glare. He was enjoying my pain. I swallowed against the betrayal, feeling the tears he wanted to fall flood the corner of my eyes. I enjoyed being intimate with her over and over again the entire night. Maybe you should stay and watch next time. It was rude to leave so early. It's your child too that I'm carrying. It's your child too that you're hurting. I protested, and there was not a hint of emotion in his eyes of the damage he was doing. He would never love this child. They'd be fatherless, and it was all because I made the wrong choice. No, it's your child. Whatever it is you're carrying will never be mine. He seethed as he slammed my head against the wall, his grip tighter. Well, it has to survive if you want to. I reminded him bluntly, and he smiled. It was a smile that made my stomach cramp, because it couldn't mean anything good. If I spend time with a few more women, and you lose that baby, you could, let's just say, unfortunately pass away due to miscarriage. He looked at me boredly, and I felt cold. Our wolves can only handle so much betrayal and pain. I think that counts for natural causes. I don't think Daddy Dearest would be too mad at me for that one. I'll put on my best morning act for you, even though it will be the happiest day of my life seeing your dead body and being rid of you. I stared at him at a loss for words, wide-eyed, not believing anyone could be so cruel. There was nothing to those cold, empty black eyes. So you went on a walk, and what happened? I don't have to tell you anything. I'm not a prisoner, I answered defiantly. See, that's where you're wrong. As long as you're tied to me, you are my prisoner and servant. As long as I'm your mate, I own every single piece of you, every inch. You are mine until I snuff out that last breath of yours, he promised cruelly in a heated whisper. Anger rose up in me, and I looked him steady in the eyes. The phone call to my parents had ended whatever hope I had left in this world. Seeing him being intimate with someone else, while I carried his child and shared a bond with him, had scarred my soul. I found myself letting go. Maybe I wanted him to hurt me enough so I could just stop breathing and feeling so much. Everything hurt so badly, and I couldn't see the light at the end of the tunnel. I couldn't do this every day of my life. I couldn't do this. I didn't ask to be here with you. I grunted out, meeting the dark fire in his eyes. I'd be anywhere but here if I could. I didn't ask to be mated to you, and if I could not be, I would quickly take it. You wanted to have intimacy. You brought me out on the back of that truck. You videoed and embarrassed me before everyone. You ruined my life. I spat, and he looked at me, surprised for a beat, as I waited for whatever retaliation he was coming with. I didn't do anything but love you. You weren't worth losing my virginity to. I ended with regret. It was the truth. It hadn't been enjoyable. It had been a nightmare that sometimes kept me up. I ended up being pregnant, disowned, and being hit. I didn't hear you objecting. You wanted us to be mates and together forever, remember? So here we are, baby. Your wish came true. Why are you crying? You engaged in intimacy willingly. He responded smugly, and heat flushed up my neck. You were on your knees hoping for my attention. You lied to me, I shouted, all the hurt coming out. He slammed the back of my head against the wall with a growl as tears streamed down my face, and I cried out. Enough, he stated coldly. I'm waiting to hear where you've been and what you've been up to. I went through my things on the porch and I called my mother. I confessed unwillingly. Unfortunately, I have to stay. Sounds like they don't want you either, and they're glad I took you off their hands. No wonder the great Alpha Remington dragged you here. He couldn't get rid of his overweight family member fast enough. Now I have a worthless Luna tarnishing my name, he said disappointingly, and his words sliced through me. There was no remorse or regrets for his actions. I could see a flicker in his eyes as he studied me, and I waited for him to let me go. He pushed against me, and something hard and large poked my stomach. His chest was pressed against mine, and unwanted memories started haunting me. It's time you started throwing your weight around here. Since you have so much free time to roam around, this place could use some cleaning. As a matter of fact, you need to start performing your mate duties around here. I can't have you slacking. He tusked. My heart felt like it was about to give out as all the blood drained out of me. Cooking. Cleaning. Intimacy. He slammed my head against the wall with every word as I watched the excitement flicker in them. My eyes went wide on the last one, and I paled. You're supposed to take care of my needs, which you haven't been doing, baby. The great Luna Gabrielle didn't teach you that. How else am I going to be the great bad wolf that I'm supposed to be without you keeping me happy? He taunted. I'm not being intimate with you. I bit out. It's not an option, and I don't think anyone would disagree with those terms. I'm a fair man. I provide you with food and a roof over your head, and in return you satisfy my desires. My lips trembled. The pain of the first time we had intimacy left me paralyzed at his words. I couldn't go through that again. I didn't have it in me to be intimate with him or anyone ever again. I was broken. The fear must have reflected in my eyes, because he smirked before easing off of me. Clean the place up, and when you're done we're going grocery shopping, he barked. He let me go like all the fire had tempered down and was now simmering. I watched the broad shoulders of his back as he left. He paused as I wiped my tears. And if you go anywhere without my permission again, I'll break your legs. You don't need those to have a baby. He left me there trying to catch my breath. I poured everything into cleaning up the place as quickly as I could. I ignored the ugly bruises on my neck. I didn't finish until noon. There were stains and liquid thrown everywhere, used items and scattered food. I wondered who used to clean it up before. He showed up exactly when I was finished, and his presence cranked up my anxiety. He didn't say anything about how the place looked after I had cleaned it from top to bottom, so I assumed he was pleased with it. He was the type of man I'm sure would let me know if he was displeased. More than likely, I would end up a bloody mess, and one step closer to his goal of not existing. His face was hard and blank. We didn't speak, or rather he didn't, but I knew I was supposed to follow him or else. I was tripping over myself and literally jogging to keep up with him. I followed a good distance behind just in case, watching the way his muscles rippled under his loose black shirt. His dark hair dripped water. He was freshly showered and shaved in a plain t-shirt and jeans. I wasn't a fool. I could see why most women were pining and drooling over him. I could also see how unequal we were. The deep scent of his body wash flooded my senses, and my wolf was still angry but satisfied he had gotten rid of her scent. There was a huff of gratitude. When we got to his truck, my feet slowed and I hesitated getting in. It filled me with a sense of horror, having to ever have anything to do with it again, and all the bitter memories in there. It felt like old times, except there wasn't any excitement seeing it. I couldn't help but glance at the back, to where he had probably placed the camera. We'd both be driving in the truck. Everyone saw us have intimacy in. I wanted to sink into the ground. My heart started to ricochet, and I didn't want to get in or be seen in it. "See, can't you buy the groceries yourself?" I blurted out as he opened his door. He was more than capable of buying food for himself. But I guess mate duties. A simple glance from him made me force myself to move and get in. I haven't been in public for what felt like ages, and I was panicking. It's just the grocery store, and then back I tried to soothe myself. When I opened my eyes, Easton was watching me. The space felt suffocating, and I watched him cautiously, knowing he could get violent with me at any second. I flinched when he went to turn on the truck. I couldn't help it. Call it paranoia, but my body was constantly on alert mode. It wouldn't catch up to my brain, even in regular situations. I glanced at my reflection in the window, and I looked away quickly from my neck. "Why don't we get the groceries from the pack house?" I asked curiously. I tended to ramble unnecessarily when I was nervous. I needed an outlet. I bit my inner cheek as the car filled with silence. Because I said so, he clipped, and I almost jumped out of my skin that he answered. It was very strange that we have never been to pack house for any meals, neither as a pack nor with his family. He didn't have any arrangement either for food or cooked meals from the pack house to be delivered to him as the alpha's son. I studied his profile for a while, biting down the questions before focusing on the road. I was surprised he was taking time out of his day to go grocery shopping. Normally, food from the pack house tended to sustain the alpha's family. If there were any preferences, the Luna would take care of it too, and stock her son's home, especially since he wasn't mated as yet. Unless he personally requested it not be done, he didn't have to worry about food, so he could focus on his training and other important leadership duties. I didn't know his whereabouts, so maybe he did have meals at the pack house, and I just wasn't invited. I kept quiet until we pulled up into the supermarket parking lot. He didn't ask for anything specific, just enough food to restock the cupboards, fridge, and last at least a week. He threw me his card, and it was clear I was on my own from there on then. He wound down the window and relaxed, tilting his head back. Of course, he wouldn't want to be seen in public with me. "You have an hour," he barked, and I hurried out. I needed the food as well. I couldn't afford for him to change his mind and start starving me. As he said earlier, he was in a good mood today. Grocery shopping wasn't a problem for me. However, with the recent events, I was ashamed to be seen in public. I was a scorned woman. I'm sure being thrown out of my pack, pregnant, and in a revealing video will never be forgotten. Women and men were treated differently. For Easton, women flocked to him even harder. They were clawing their way to get a chance to even be in his presence after seeing him in action. It was never-ending praises. For me, I was someone who did the worst thing anyone could ever think of: betray my family and pack. An alpha's son and an alpha's daughter do not get the same treatment. Maybe Easton knew that I didn't want to be out in the world right now, and this was another satisfying way of his to hurt me. It was mid-afternoon, and the parking lot was quite full. A mall nearby had everyone my age out as well, because it was the weekend. It was the perfect time to do household shopping or any shopping at all. I wondered when I would get to shop for my baby. I always loved baby clothes. They're so cute and tiny. A family of 4 passed by, and I realized that I wouldn't have a baby shower. There wouldn't be any pregnancy pictures, either, especially the cute ones with the couple. I don't think anyone was excited for my baby, except Luna Faith. I rubbed my stomach solemnly. I tried to catch my breath a bit. I had started walking fast due to Easton's threats and the need to not be in public. Maybe my pregnancy was moving faster than I had thought, and being up all night and cleaning had worn me down. We were parked all the way to the back due to the limited parking space. Various groups of people were huddled around socializing. I had to pass a group of guys that I could tell were wolves. Their heads lifted, and their eyes lit up with recognition when they saw me. My anxiety started to soar because I knew they recognized me from the video. A tall guy in a dark brown leather jacket with greasy brown hair pulled away from the group and smirked to his friends. He was fairly handsome and clearly a little too full of himself, trying to show off to his friends. There were 5 of them leaned against the car, and I could feel my hand starting to shake, hoping I could just pass in peace. I held my head straight and tried to pass, but he blocked my path as he swaggered in front of me. "Gonna give us some attention?" he asked vulgarly. Heat traveled up my neck as they all whistled. "You're disgusting." I spat. "She's acting shy now," he said, making a suggestive movement my way animatedly. He hit the hood of his car with a palm and I jumped. "It ain't a truck back, but Bertha here will do." They all laughed. He wouldn't let me pass. His friends were hyping him up, and that's when he reached out and roughly grabbed my upper body, and I yelled out. He grabbed me by the hip, and then he slapped my posterior with the other hand. It was all happening so quickly. "Let go off of me." I pushed as he gripped and held my body, and he stepped back with a sneer. "You think you're better than us because you're an alpha's companion," he bit out, annoyed. I slapped him across the face, and they all just laughed. He flexed his jaw, clearly ticked off. All nice and soft, he spat at me. "You don't have to be intimate with all of us at once." He grabbed me and held me tighter this time, rubbing his body against mine. I panicked, wanting to scream, but my body was in a state of shock. I was fighting to keep my dignity. He was touching me again, his hand on my hip, and I pushed him off of me. He smiled cunningly and made a kissing motion after me. I couldn't breathe. I headed back for the van, almost running. I couldn't do this. I could still feel his hands on me, and I started to shake. I almost forgot about Easton when I slammed the truck door shut, trying to breathe. "Where's the groceries?" Easton asked, boredly sounding out each word like I was slow and didn't comprehend what I had left to get. I furiously shook my head, unable to speak as I blinked away the tears. I just needed to compose myself for a few minutes, and then I'd head back out again. He sighed as if I was doing him the greatest disservice. "What happened?" he asked roughly. I'm fine." I lied. "Can we go to another supermarket?" He really looked at me, and then his body tensed. He inhaled deep, and then he pulled his arm inside the truck, suddenly paying close attention to me. "This supermarket seems just fine. If you tell me what happened, then we'll leave." He inhaled deeply again, looking me over, and I could have sworn his eyes flickered red. He was angry, and I expected him to be about his groceries. I waited for him to start telling me how useless I was, but he didn't. He leaned out the window, looking at where I was coming from. The guys were still out there. You couldn't see them from inside the truck unless you got out the truck or leaned out the window like he did, because of the amount of cars blocking our view. He looked at me for a few seconds before he leaned in close to me, swallowing up my space, and I flinched as he rested his hand on my seat. "I have things to do with my time. I won't do anything. I just want to know why we have to go to another supermarket. We don't have to." I shook my head. "I'll go back." He locked the doors as I reached for the handle and turned back to me, holding my gaze. "I just want to know what happened. As Alpha, it's my duty to ensure wolves are behaving properly in public and keeping our secrets. If anything, I report it to the packs they are from." He pressed, and I gave in. Just like the idiot I always was. I believed him. I just wanted to leave as fast as possible. I took a deep breath. I was trying to pass the group of guys, and he grabbed me inappropriately. His eyes turned to slits, and my heart started to race. Grabbed? He asked, barely masking the harsh coldness in his voice. This should have been my first hint to stop. I shakily swiped away a tear. He touched my chest and posterior. He was touching me and calling me names. I gave him the full story, and he actually listened, taking in every inch of me like he was trying to make sure I wasn't hurt and lying. His lips were a hard, flat line. Who was it? The deadly tone of his voice startled me. I stupidly identified the guy by his leather jacket. He looked at me for a while, as I waited for him to start the car. He tapped a finger on the steering wheel and exhaled. But instead of us leaving, he got out of the truck, and something in me told me to get out too. I watched as he walked over to the group of guys. With no limitations, this is how I realized how truly dangerous he was. He chillingly grabbed the guy in the brown leather jacket by the throat and viciously slammed him into the backseat window, causing glass and blood to fly everywhere. What happened next felt like a daze, as he drew his arm back and started severely beating him. Easton Hosea was pure, undiluted rage. I've never seen anyone die before. They say as a werewolf, you'll see at least one person die in your lifetime. I've been fearful of Easton. I knew he was capable of killing. But seeing it happen right before my very eyes was something else. It made me even more aware of the dead end I was at in life. I could taste the fear in my mouth and feel all the blood drain out of me. My heart was moving at the speed of a freight train. Everything was moving too fast. I had naively believed Easton when he said we would just leave because why would he care about me? If anything, I expected him to say I deserved it. Every punch he delivered felt like it was going straight to my stomach. The ground swayed under my feet like it wanted to swallow me whole as I stood there, watching his raw strength, his muscles rippling every time he pulled his arm back. The horrifying sound of bone shattering and blood hitting against the car windows made me shake even harder, and if I could freeze time, I would. I felt like I was going to pass out. My mouth went dry as I watched the guy who dared to touch me turn almost unrecognizable before me, his hair matted with blood. He was severely injured. His body was limp against the car, and there was so much blood, too much. It jolted me from my state of shock. Somebody was screaming. It took a while for me to realize that the someone was me. Stop. I screamed. The smell and taste of blood that filled my mouth almost made me choke. But he wasn't listening, so I grabbed his arm and some invisible string that connected us together seemed to tug, his skin zapping under my fingers from our bond. He was so far gone that, when he whirled around to face me and pulled his arm back, the force sent me flying. My hold on his arm slipped, and I hit the ground hard. All of the air was knocked out of me, the back of my head slamming on the concrete with a loud, whacking sound. My vision went blurry, and for a few seconds I lost my bearings. Hey, what the hell is going on here? A rough male voice shouted, and I knew I needed to get up or I'd end up dead too. I blinked quickly, trying to clear my vision. The red in Easton's eyes faded out back to pitch darkness. I tried to sit up, but my back hurt. A tall, middle-aged guy was coming our way from across the lot. He was a security guard, and I was guessing that maybe somebody made a report or he was just doing his rounds. This area was harder to see from the stores, so it was a perfect loitering spot. From his view on the other side of the car, he'd probably heard me scream and seen me fall. This is nothing that concerns you. Easton answered harshly, making him pull up short and stall. I could see the fear creeping in, and he didn't dare come any closer, eyeing us from the distance. His life wasn't worth the job. Easton outweighed him by a mile. He probably had a family to go home to. Easton leaned against the side of the car, hiding the blood on his body despite the flecks on his face. He hesitated, but the set of Easton's shoulders made him take a wary step back. The guard's brows pulled together suspiciously. My girlfriend here accidentally slipped and screamed because her favorite raspberry drink spilled. Of course some spilled on me. Pregnant women and their cravings. He said it so smoothly, brushing off his shoulder. I knew if there had never been a video of us, no one in this entire world would believe me. If I told anyone he was hurting me, they would never take my side. I looked before me at the mangled face on the ground, blood dripping into the concrete. The guy in the leather jacket was staining the concrete, a pool of blood forming, but I could make out his faint breathing. He was alive, he would live. He'd go through one hell of a recovery as a wolf, but he'd be fine. I could already see him healing, and I have never been more grateful for our healing genetics. If he had died, I would never forgive myself despite the circumstances. I looked up to see Easton's eyes narrowed at me. The security guard had said something, but I was too far gone. I knew I must look like a pale mess. I needed to get up before he came around and saw the badly beaten male wolf. I tried to stand up, and when I did, I wobbled on my feet. There was a splitting headache starting at the back of my head. I blinked quickly. "Is everything okay? Do you need some help?" the guard asked me, despite Easton's reassurances. "I'm okay, I'm fine." I lied. I was barely conscious, my vision getting worse, and it was clear that he wasn't buying it. Easton reached his hand out, and I quickly took it, leaning my body weight into him. It looked like a lover, seeking out the reassurance of her significant other's body. He stiffened the second my body touched his. Easton wrapped his arm around me, cradling me against him, and then he quickly kissed me on the lips. I almost jumped out of my skin, the warm touch of his lips against mine. I forgot how good of an actor he was. He was putting on the display of the loving partner act. I couldn't help the part of me that felt gutted by his words earlier, that I was unfit for him. I could barely look at the security guard, knowing the entire truth. I winced when his fingers gently searched and moved along the back of my head, where I'd been hit. It was clear he wasn't pleased. His fingers slowly massaged the back of my head, and it was making me jittery. She isn't showing yet, but I have a huge bet down for it to be a boy. I guess we're going to be in for a treat. He joked, and the guard relaxed a bit, nodding. It was normal for alphas to have a male firstborn, so it was a good guess. I have 2 boys myself. Quite the handful. The guard confessed. "Are you sure you don't need to be checked?" The guard pressed one last time, holding his belt. It was a busy time. He had better things to do than watch over a woman's fall or a couple's disagreement. "If she says she's fine, then she's fine." Easton answered. "I'm totally fine. I just need another drink, and to sit down for a bit." I replied, flushed. By the time the security guard left, he was completely charmed by Easton, discussing football and their favorite teams standing. I felt a bit betrayed by the security guard and his quick lack of concern. "You could have killed him." I bit out the second we were alone and stepping away from him like I'd been burnt. He closed the gap and ran a finger through my hair, not a hint of remorse in his features. "And he would deserve it." I don't like people tampering with my things, especially doing things to you that I haven't done yet. He's lucky he's alive. "Don't interrupt me again," he warned, his voice very low and deadly. I nervously swallowed. Easton brought me straight home, and then he disappeared to his room. I was relieved. There weren't any words being exchanged, and I was left alone. I didn't know if I should bring in the boxes with my stuff or not. I felt like if I did, I was accepting my fate of a life of suffering in his house. I resigned to taking out a few clothes, because I was too tired to struggle with the boxes. I also didn't feel like coming to terms with the fact that I no longer had a family and was about to start one. With the blood and the day I had, I needed a quick shower and rest. I scrubbed from my hair to my toes until I was prune red, trying to scrub the day and images away. When I came back to my room, a large, dark form was sitting on my bed. I was startled when I walked in. He was there waiting for me. The room felt significantly smaller with him. I gripped the towel tighter until my knuckles turned white. "I defended Your Honor today. Don't you think I deserve some payment?" His deep voice vibrated. I didn't reply, not after what I'd seen today. He was watching me intently, his eyes flitting over the exposed skin. He still had the blood all over him, and it gave him a more sinister look. "Let me see what's mine." He coldly indicated with his hand that I remove the towel. His gaze darkened as I held the towel tighter before I obeyed his command. I didn't want to end up like the guy in the brown jacket. I just wanted to rest. I let the towel drop, feeling the cool air on my skin, and embarrassment heated up my cheeks. I focused on a spot above his head. I was fully exposed underneath, and even though it wasn't the first time he was seeing me this way, something about it hit me hard. I felt inadequate. I tried to brace myself for whatever was coming. His gaze burned a hot and heavy trail as his eyes slowly traveled down my body. I followed the horrifying movements of his hand as he indicated that I turn around for him so he had a full view of my back. I did as he asked. I've never been on full view like this. I could hear him release a deep sigh and the bed creak. He got on his feet and walked up to me in slow strides, and I fought not to turn around. If I was obedient, maybe I could survive this. He parted my hair at the back of my skull, where I'd fallen and hit. Heat ignited from his touch. I fought the shiver working up my spine. Like a few other things, my body couldn't help reacting to him, heating up in his presence and under his gaze. He was too close. He could almost brush against me. My breathing became heavy, and I tried to think of anything else to steady it. I nervously inched forward. The mating bond didn't help in tragic situations like these. Instead, it made you a prisoner to the ones hurting you the most. His hand fell, but he didn't touch me. He didn't spare me any more of his precious time as he walked away, only muttering a disappointed, "Put your clothes on," as he left. Whatever dignity I had left, he crushed it. Over the next few days, the grocery was restocked. He got one of his blonde girlfriends to do it. That was the beauty of being Easton. Women flocked to his service. His father also came by, and they got into a heated argument. It was hard not to miss with all the alpha waves and shouting Alpha Jonathan was doing. I've always wondered why the bedroom I was in wasn't soundproof. In our world, it was most times the best choice for adult rooms. Apparently, Easton had been busy. He achieved a new notch on his belt of great notoriety that left everyone even more terrified of him. The guy in the brown jacket that he'd beaten at the supermarket had healed well since the incident. Apparently, he felt he'd been let off too easy. Easton had waited until he had healed well enough, and then he went over to his pack and beat him back to the very brink of death again. This time everyone got to watch. For days after that, I had sleepless nights and panic-filled days, because what if I brought this child into the world, and he not only hurt me in front of them but hurt them too? I'd never forgive myself for bringing them into this life. I'd never live with myself if I allowed him to hurt my baby. A heavy shoulder roughly collided into mine as I slowly drank my beer at the bar, making some almost spill over the edge. I irritatedly shake off the unwanted presence and consider using him as an outlet for all of my pent-up anger, but I needed something from him first. Travis leaned against the bar beside me, his curls damp against his forehead with sweat and his green eyes bright. On a regular night, we'd go drink for drink, and I'd be just as wasted as he was, probably even more. Tonight, I couldn't even finish a beer. I could still smell and feel her body cradled against mine from days ago in the parking lot. She was a perfect fit. I needed to claw her out of my mind and life. This was going too far. Easton, my favorite partner in crime, he slapped me on the shoulder. "You're killing the mood, man. Killing it. Drinking over here all by yourself. We'd run a record in this place already." Travis slurred his words, frowning at the beer I had in my hand that wasn't straight liquor. At this point it was turning warm in my hand. Travis was a talker when he was drunk, which was perfect. I didn't respond, more so ignored him as he watched me, waiting for me to hopefully concede and really start drinking with him. It was all starting to feel pointless. What did I do? He questioned, eyeing me suspiciously. I could hear Roman and Luke at their table kicking up a storm. He leaned into me conspiratorially. "You think you're better than us now that you got a baby on the way?" He grinned, and when my eyes flickered to his, the smile he was sporting instantly fell. It was stupid now to even deny the child she was carrying wasn't mine. I should have put the preventative measure down her throat my damn self. It was clear Travis wanted to be me in that video. He kept bringing it up unprovoked. Travis was too drunk to know when to quit, and so he continued. It's been heavy on everyone's lips that you made an example out of that shadow moon wolf for touching your beloved. Precious mate. Never knew you were such a romantic. Travis shouted in my ear for the entire bar to hear. Of course, she isn't that precious anymore now that we've all seen what made her precious. He smirked. Something terrible started clawing in me. It's been happening every time someone mentioned that video. As a matter of fact, a lot of things have been happening to me, for instance like now. I was dying to go home. I was starting to feel almost uncomfortable. Blonde hair and blue eyes were stamped in my mind. No matter how much I tried to stay out of her way at home, I couldn't help trying to catch glimpses of her. My anger was terrible enough as it is. Every interaction with her stroked it even higher. It was better I avoided her. All of these feelings were because of the bond. Feelings weren't something I was well acquainted with. This damn bond. That's what I tried to tell myself. It was nothing else, and it will never be anything more. As for the wolf who touched her, I should have put him 6 feet under, but she was already hysterical in the parking lot at the very thought of me killing him. He was only alive because of her, and if you ask me, he didn't suffer enough. My knuckles ached badly to return and finish the job. Maybe I should let her watch the light dim in his eyes just to scare the living excitement out of her, and let her know what happens when she talks to any other man that wasn't me. She wasn't even allowed to look at anyone else. I didn't care what people thought. My possessive streak was at an all-time high. I didn't like sharing, and it wouldn't do well for my reputation if she was stuck as my Luna for a while until I figured this out. He shouldn't have even breathed in the same air as what was mine. Tell me something, Travis. I start, cutting off his babbling about some brunette he was intimate with in the bathroom. Who took the video off of my phone that night and shared it. Even drunk, he suddenly got shifty. I have never asked the question, because I had an idea who it was despite everyone feigning ignorance about how the video started making its rounds. Easton, he exhaled loudly with a sigh with his hands up defensively. You can't blame any of us. It was a long night, and we were all batshit drunk. You carelessly left the phone on the table. None of us would ever break the code and do some messed up thing like that. You know, it's always fun and games. It could have been the waitress. You know women love to stick together and things. Probably thought they were helping her out to see what kind of man you are. He slurred, and if he was sidestepping the truth even when drunk, that meant he was given alpha orders to lie, when he couldn't break under any condition due to his wolf. Only I could override it as an alpha if I suspected he was lying, and easily get the answer. But he'd already easily answered it all for me. The truth was glaring. He tapped the counter as he fully faced me. Listen, if you don't mind, I could probably spend some affectionate time with your mate for a while since she doesn't mean that much to you. He shrugged hopefully. Rowan and I ran into her at the party, and she looks even better in person. I've never been with a bigger girl before, but I'd definitely try her. We could compare notes and share a little. Maybe when I'm done with her, after a good night, she would lose that baby and you'll be free. The side of his mouth tilted upward cruelly. Fissure-like cracks moved along the bottle in my hands. I had to get my wolf to simmer down as my anger flared dangerously. The only notes that there ever will be is mine. I'm the only man who is ever going to be close to her, and if anybody else does, I'll dig their graves myself. I don't think she likes men who come second place and waits on others for leftovers, Travis. You're a downgrade. But if you so much as look at her. I threatened coldly, and he sobered up enough to stiffen. I pushed the bottle away from me. I'll make sure you suffer greatly. He nodded quickly in understanding. The idea of her ever being with anyone else was driving me up the wall when it shouldn't. It was just the possessiveness that us wolves carried. The thought of anyone making her dimples appear when she was excited made me feel unsettled and a little unhinged. I had to get rid of this bond and fast. I'll definitely make sure to stay away. Travis agreed wistfully, calling for a shot. He was scrutinizing me hard, my words chafing him. He was clearly embarrassed. I got up and reached for my wallet, closing my tab. You know what's funny? He starts as he watches me get ready to leave. The shot arrives quickly, and he sips it before holding it between his forefingers. No matter what you do, you just can't seem to get rid of her. You just can't shake her. You always get out of every situation possible in the world, but this one actually got you. This one actually stuck. And you're as dark and cold as they get, and she's still living and breathing in that house. He was an idiot. Nobody has me. I'm going home. I tell him, come on, East. One drink with us. Just one. He pleads. 4 is a crowd. I growl to him as I saunter out. The night air is cool and refreshing as I pull my keys out. I don't miss the bar. If anything, I'm starting to loathe it. I reach my truck and already know someone is in the back. Dark blonde hair is sprawled out around a familiar face, and pink lips break out into a smile as I draw closer. Clara is lying down in the back, and I contemplate what I'm going to do with her. I place both of my hands on the side of the truck over her. She was pretty enough. Isn't this a little too desperate? I ask amusedly, and she blushes like a virgin, grateful I'm giving her any attention at all. Women have always fallen in droves at my feet. The face does the trick. But ever since the video, they were more than borderline insane. It had cranked up the heat. Other men would revel in the attention of being desired. I didn't find it appealing. It was truly frustrating. She was staring at me like I was a piece of meat, and all I could think of was that she was the wrong shade of blonde. Her hair wasn't light or soft enough. Intimacy wasn't even a good hobby anymore. I couldn't feel excited, which was a hit to my ego. I wouldn't cooperate no matter which was a first for me. But I'd figured it out when my dearest mate had brushed against me in the parking lot, and then later I'd made her exposed for me. I was perfectly fine. As a matter of fact, I have never ever been this tense in my life. I have been restless for days, and I needed a release. I could get my mate her to do her duties, but that would complicate things. The ties this would deepen with this bond, if I were intimate with her, is a no. I couldn't afford for it to get worse. It needed to stay as is, so it would be easier to sever the bond. If I closed my eyes and imagined her while I was intimate with someone else, I would be fine. I needed her out of my system. Clara, I think my bed would be more comfortable than the back of this truck. I offered with a smirk. I slowly lower a hand and watch her breathing quicken as I touch her through her blouse. She purposely wore no bra. Are you sure I wouldn't be intruding on you and your pregnant girl at home? She feigned worriedly while flashing her new tongue ring. I'm a single man. I tell her, and she shyly smiles as I run a finger along her cheek and into her mouth. She touched my finger innocently, and I could feel the tongue ring moving around my finger. My wolf was uncomfortable, but we'd already come to terms with a lot of things, and our mate at home was one of them. It was a temporary situation. I just want to have a little fun. I tell her, sliding my finger out of her warm mouth. I want more than that, Easton. Clara replied confidently. Sure, she does. They always do. I raise a brow in response, playfully toying with her. I'm a pretty girl and I got everything. Plus, this would make it our second time being intimate, and we're from the same pack. Everybody knows. You only go to bed with women once, Easton. I tilted my head to the side. She was too thin and her proportions were too small. It was clear going to bed with me more than once made her feel special, but the truth was out that of all the girls, on a night like this, her blue eyes struck up something in me. Guess that puts you at the top of the list. I flash her a brilliant smile and watch her melt because of my good looks. Face of an angel. Clara was all over me in the truck, and by the time we got to the house, her underclothing was gone. She had a leg up on my dashboard and was engaging in inappropriate behavior, giving me a view of her fingers. I ignored all the warning bells in my head. I didn't owe anyone anything. I ignored the gnawing sensation that echoed deep in my bones. She was already half dressed in my front seat. I didn't hesitate to hop out and open the door for her. I was ready to release this pent-up steam so much that I ignored that Clara was trying to play smart and leave her scent in my front seat. She wiped her fingers against the material and hopped out, approaching me seductively. The thing about the mating bond was that it messed with your head. There was a checklist for everything in my head, Things I didn't think I'd noticed that I would subconsciously compare. Things that made you bitter for the real thing. For instance, Clara hopped out confidently, making sure I saw between her thighs. Leigh would act like she was jumping off a bridge every time she was to get out of the truck, which was amusing because the truck wasn't that high. Clara leaned in and I leaned back. "Don't put your mouth on mine." I growled in warning, and she staggered back, clearly embarrassed as she ran her hands up my chest. "Sorry, boss," she whispered, fluttering her eyelashes and pressing her body against mine. I thought this time might be different. The rules were simple. No kissing, and if it didn't make it entirely awkward, I would have cut off touching too. Clara gave an offended shrug, but was too desperate to complain. "What else can we do?" she pouted. "Anything else?" I responded as she touched me and cast a quick glance at the house. "I can't believe you did community service with that Northern Lights girl when I was here all along." She twirled, showing off her body in comparison. Glad to have my attention on her, I slammed her door shut. The house was quiet as usual and I could smell Leigh as we hit the porch. Her stuff was laid out in boxes to the side. Her parents didn't even wait a week. We didn't make it to the bedroom. I peeled Clara's clothes off in the dark and she showed me how great a tongue ring could feel. I have a feeling she got it to impress me. I engaged in intimate actions with her as she touched me. She was eager to please, trying to prove her worth, and I imagined another blonde head instead of hers. It was working. I could feel intense tension. I sighed in relief before pulling away slightly and spreading her out on the sofa. "Alpha, please," she begged, writhing as I tore the prophylactic open and prepared myself. I began the act. "You're substantial," she cursed as she watched, gripping the sofa. I moved into her, and she moaned out, clinging around me like she would never let me go. I started to roughly move into her. Her body bounced on rhythm to every stroke. Clara was always unnecessarily loud, and the more sounds she made were the more irritating she got. "Oh God, Easton, yes," she shouted in ecstasy as the sounds filled the room. The couch creaked under our weight as I pleasured her, over and over again. I shifted her against the edge, and her eyes were practically rolling in the back of her head. "Please don't stop. Please, Easton, make me yours," she panted as I continued the intimate act. She was delirious. I could feel myself almost there, my body tightening. I closed my eyes, thinking of myself moving hard into someone else, the moment getting closer. There was a prickling sensation at the back of my head, and when I opened my eyes, she was there, right in front of me. I didn't need to think too hard. At first, I thought it was my mind, but after looking down at Clara and looking back up, I realized it wasn't my mind. Leigh was standing in the entrance of the hallway from the living room watching us. She was deathly pale, like all the blood had been drained out of her, her lips slightly parted in horror. Betrayal flooded through our bond and was crushing me with a vise grip. My heart felt like it had stopped as I watched her pained blue eyes shimmer with unshed tears. She looked broken. My wolf wanted to go to her. Guilt was eating away at him. The silence was deafening as her eyes scanned where Clara and I were situated, and her gaze faltered. She was hurt, and not just in the slightest, but she was in excruciating pain, unlike I'd ever felt. She didn't look like herself as she stared at us in disbelief. My mouth went dry. She was carrying my child, and I was deep inside another woman while she watched. I tried to fight all the feelings. My body froze and my motion slowed down to a stop. I hadn't seen it before, but from this angle with the light from the room pouring out behind her, I could see the silhouette of a slight swollen curve to her belly in the t-shirt she wore. She was right. I hadn't just used her, I had ruined her. "Easton, baby, what's wrong?" Clara asked. Clara's voice seemed to have jarred her, and she flinched. Seeing your mate having intimacy with someone else topped the list of cruelty. Leigh didn't seem like herself, she looked smaller somehow. The past few days had taken a toll on her. I could feel myself lose my physical tension. My lips parted, but nothing came out, and then she clutched her stomach. "Easton," Clara called as Leigh stumbled back to her room. A warm palm touched my stomach. I could feel everything, and for the first time in my life, I felt a sinking feeling in me. I was ashamed. "Don't tell me you're finished," Clara whined, breathing heavily. I looked at where we were engaged, and it felt like an abomination. I quickly pulled out of her with a curse. Out, I ordered, running a hand through my hair. What? Clara questioned, sitting up, and her body bounced with the motion. She couldn't believe this was ending this way. I thought we could make something, Easton. This is our second encounter. Nobody else has had a second encounter. You're going to need a Luna. Anger poured the floodgates. She didn't get to finish as I haul her up by her hair and drag her to the front door despite her protests. Easton, I'm sorry. She tried, and I throw her out on the front porch in the middle of the night, and she landed with a terrible thud. You have 5 seconds before I stop being nice. I growl. My wolf surfaces, and she runs like the worst possible scenario is behind her. Not so stupid after all. I inhale the cool night air and run a frustrated hand through my hair. I don't owe anyone anything, I tried to convince myself. I head back inside, and my feet itch to go to her room, but instead I head to mine. I take a cold shower. I couldn't get her out of my mind. She'll survive. Warning, this chapter discusses self-harm and difficult circumstances. Easton's POV, funny seeing you around here. A deep voice growled behind my back. I stopped in my tracks and took a deep breath. I wasn't in the mood for it today or any other day. Goddess forbids a man just wants to train with his pack in peace. I quip irritatedly, getting ready for the training session, but I pause in taking off my jacket. I didn't need this right now, and if it was going to be this, I was ready to leave. I needed the fresh air and exercise to quell the unease that's been plaguing me day and night. That and the raging anger that's been boiling, and this confrontation would make it reach its tipping point. I shouldn't care that she caught me being intimate with another woman. I shouldn't care that I was with another woman and not her. But here I was torturing myself. Guilt didn't even cover how I was feeling. It was eating away at me. These weren't things I was used to. Things were rapidly happening since she came here, and I couldn't allow it to happen. Last night was proof. My father, Alpha Jonathan, the mediocre alpha of the hour, stood legs spread before me ready for another confrontation. I sighed, trying to keep my composure when all I wanted to do was break every bone in his body, his neck last. He's always irritated me. I hated him with everything in me, and I hated that I was related to him. The only small thing that sometimes held me back was that my mother loved him once upon a time. He was weak, and not just in physical strength. We didn't have anything in common except looks. Train once a week, or is it every 2 weeks now? He laughs mockingly. Your pack barely ever sees you. You can't lead a pack you don't train with, Easton. You're a terrible alpha, and you're not changing for the better. One man doesn't make a pack, no matter how powerful you are. You don't build any relationship with them or pull your weight. This isn't how it is done. If we were to fight the Northern Lights the other day out there, we'd all be dead. There'd be no cohesion. He barked, lines appearing at the corner of his eyes from tiredness. Well, you'd know all about terrible alphas, wouldn't you? I asked tauntingly, and his eyes slant in warning. I walked up to him, and even though he tried not to show it, he reeked of fear. He's terrified of me. Good. Because one day I'm going to slowly harm him, and he knows it. My hatred for him boils, unlike anything in this world. I want him to suffer like I did. He's the reason for everything, the cause of it all. He doesn't get to waltz around a happy man, while I suffer for it every single day. He reads my expression, and his eyes widen before he takes a step back. He's paled a bit, his eyes worn and sad, but I keep my glare. What did I ever do to you, Easton, to make you hate me that much? He asks in bewilderment, and there is something pained in his voice. He'll forever be a failing father. Everything. I answer with no hesitation, and he flexes his jaw with a shake of his head, dark locks falling on his forehead. It was a simple answer. I'm going to leave you, get ready for training, but for the record I tried my hardest. His statement tips me over the edge. You didn't do anything. I rage as I roughly point a finger in his face. You didn't do anything. He goes silent as he watches me. The silence stretches between us like the calm before a storm, as he stares at me with disbelief and hurt. No matter what, I'm your father, and whatever you're doing to that girl over there, it's going to come back and haunt you, he warns coldly. I have a training to get to. I snap. I don't make it 5 steps before I feel it. My entire chest was on fire. My wolf Killian howled in pain, and I let out a surprised grunt. It felt like someone had ripped my soul into half, and I stagger, falling to my knees with a grimace. I stifle on the air in my lungs as I gather dirt in my hands. Easton, my father shouted. I cried out. The bond was shredding away in me, and it felt like all of my bones were breaking. Half of me was leaving, and it was agonizing. It was unlike anything I've ever felt. I thought I knew pain and loneliness, but this was different. It hit me like a tidal wave. All the walls I'd held up were breaking away, and I couldn't reach her. Moon goddess, I couldn't reach her. I needed to get to her. She was dying. She was badly hurting. She was hurting herself, and it was all my fault. Easton, what's wrong? My father asked on his knees next to me. Easton. I needed to shift, but I couldn't. The pain was too much, and my wolf couldn't concentrate. The bond was tearing us apart. Leigh, baby, don't do this to me. Killian was panicking, and I let out a growl of agony. I forced myself to draw up on my feet. Easton. What is it? I can't breathe as I stare at my father in pained disbelief, and I don't think he's ever seen me like this. I push myself, and I run with everything in me, because if I don't make it on time, nothing in this dark world of mine will exist anymore. She will be gone forever. Panic creeps in my veins like a poison when I couldn't picture a world without her in it. Leigh, please don't do this. Hangs on my lips like a prayer. Leigh's POV. I've never thought of myself and death, no matter how terrible life got. But watching the mate that I was supposed to love and spend the rest of my life with driving himself into another woman did it for me. It pushed me over the edge, and my wolf didn't want to be here anymore. I have never felt so insignificant and worthless. He didn't care that I was there pregnant with his child. There were so many ways he defiled our bond, and I was a walking joke. He clearly didn't respect me. He was supposed to make me feel complete, but instead I was empty. I was weaker than ever. Moon goddess knows I tried. He'd made it publicly and privately clear that I wasn't good enough. And even though I tried to carry on, it badly hurt hearing and knowing this. I could never be the girl he brought home on the couch. She didn't get videoed or told to shut up. I couldn't go through with the pain any longer. Everyone's life would be better off without me anyway. I'd always tried to find the bright side for everything in my life, like with my family. My parents might not have cared for me, but at least they fed and clothed me. I had a roof over my head. There wasn't any bright side anymore. I didn't have the strength to go on. I grimaced as I spotted blood for the second time in my room. It was getting heavier. I'd been bleeding, and it terrified me. It started out light, and now as the days progressed it was getting worse. This would all be better for the baby too. It would save both of us. If I gave birth, he would put his hands on me and hurt me in front of our baby, or worse, hurt it, and I couldn't live with that. I'd seen what he could do. I couldn't ever allow him to hurt an innocent baby. I was to blame, and I was fixing it so everyone could be happy. The world was better without me in it. When the sun started to rise on the cool morning, I heard when he left. I didn't know how long I had. I had found razors stored under the sink in the bathroom. They'd do the job. The cool feel of the blade between my fingers made warm tears slide down my cheeks. I looked at myself in the mirror one last time. Dark circles kissed under my eyes. I looked pale and worn out. My face was etched into my memory before I swallowed and headed out. The cold air bit into my skin and I shivered. I hadn't even realized how cold the time had gotten. I took the path behind the house until I came to a clearing. No one seemed to venture out here. It was quiet and empty. I sat on the ground and tried to conjure up some last word or thought to send us off, but were there any for this kind of thing? The early morning sky would send me off. I steadied a ragged breath. The blade shook in my hands, and I dug deep into the pale skin of my wrist. It stung more than I thought, but I didn't cry out. I welcomed the terrible pain. I was feeling something, and I couldn't wait to be nothing. Deep crimson red poured out, and I got queasy at the sight of so much blood. In a few seconds we'd be free. I did it to the other wrist, slicing the skin open, so far and too close to the bone. Warm blood trickled down my arms, and my body shook watching all the red seep into my clothes. My breathing slowed, and everything started to get blurry. I could smell and taste the blood. My wolf was fading out with me. I could feel my body wobble as I squinted at the last of the sunlight. I felt so light I could almost float up to the sky. I'd almost made it when warm, shaking hands wrapped around me. My body sank against theirs. "Leigh, please, please, no." His voice sounded far away from where I was going. Dark hair and running tears were the last thing I saw. "Easton," I whispered out groggily as I eased into it all. There wasn't any pain on the other side. Nothing would feel like this. I ran towards nothing. "Moon goddess, don't take her too. You can't leave me," he sobbed. "Stay with me, Leigh. Stay with me. Please, I'm begging you to just stay with me." But it was lighter here, and so despite what he said, I moved towards the light. I tore through the deep amber pack like a madman, pushing myself past my limits. I had to get to her. I could hear my heart pounding in my head as the bond shut down in me. I wanted to hit my chest from the painful sensation of my heart being squeezed and wrung out. I almost fell, but I kept going. "Easton," my father's voice died out behind me. I was a spectacle. It wasn't every day anyone saw me panic or lose myself. Desperation burned bitter in my throat as the time passed. My feet felt like they weren't bringing me to the house fast enough. Every second was the difference between her being alive or dead. Time was of the essence, and I had wasted it. Maybe if I had trained harder, and more than once per week, I would have gotten to her sooner. I almost tore my hair out when I got to the empty house, and the walls started to close in on me. I had told her not to leave without my permission, but my wolf led me to her. The blood was the first thing I smelt, and my stomach sank. My body tensed as I rounded the side of the house. I'd found her sitting in the clearing behind the house. If it wasn't for the strong smell of blood on the air, you'd have thought she was watching the sunrise. The first of the early morning light had turned her blonde hair into pure gold, and my heart lurched at the sight of her. It was beautiful, but everything was all wrong, and her body started to sway. She went through both wrists with my razor. My blood ran cold at the sight of the deep, jagged lines. They were too deep. She'd really wanted out. My body had shut down, and the horror of it made my hands start to shake. She was leaving me in the most horrendous way possible. My wolf Killian emerged and forced me into action. If I were to save her, I had to focus. Her soft body sank against mine as I quickly gathered her in my arms. "Stay with me, Leigh. Stay with me. Just stay with me," I begged. I was on the verge of losing my mind. I could still feel a faint pulse. She wasn't gone yet, but she was losing too much blood too quickly. She mumbled my name, and my body froze at the recognition. It might be the last time I ever hear her say it, and despite everything it was on her lips. I panicked as I shakily tore at the shirt I wore and wrapped it tightly around her wrists to slow the bleeding. Her blood was on my hands. I couldn't bear the thought of her body going cold. I always get what I want, but not this time. "Please, if you let her stay here, I'll do anything." I begged on a ragged breath as I lifted her into my arms. She was lighter, smaller, and I had done this to her. It was all of my fault. I couldn't stop my hands from shaking. I was 8 years old again. I was trying to keep sane. "I'll keep her. I swear I'll keep her this time. I'll keep her." I pleaded with whatever out there. I'd stopped believing in the moon goddess a long time ago. But if she gave me this one thing, I might start believing again. I brought her to the Pack Hospital, and Dr. Avery took over, stringing her up to machines and barking out orders. It was chaos. I didn't move as everyone rushed around me. I felt if I blinked too long, she would stop breathing. She was white as a ghost in the hospital bed. She already looked gone. She blushed for everything. I needed her to blush for me one more time. She desperately needed blood. Her heartbeat was barely a flicker on the machine. My wolf still could not feel hers, and we were in turmoil. I stood there feeling like I was drowning, watching everything with her blood all over me. Some had dripped on the floor, and I wanted to put it all back in her body. Dr. Avery gently took a look at her wrists and took a sharp inhale, her mouth wide open in shock. The gruesome lines were a sore sight, and my stomach tightened, the hospital swimming in my vision. She had marred her perfect skin. Avery stared at me wide-eyed and speechless. Everyone was mortified that she had tried to take her own life. No one said anything, but it was loud in the rush and bustle of the pack hospital. I was responsible for hurting her, my mate. She had tried to kill herself to get away from me. I was the worst mate alive. I could see the fear painted in their eyes, the disappointment and bitterness. Maybe even hate. But I was their alpha, and they first had to make sure she lived, despite their reservations about me. They were trying their hardest to keep her alive. Every second that went by was jarring, but then her pulse grew stronger. Her wolf was healing her. I stood there for hours, even when they said she was stable. The beeping sound was the only thing letting me know she wasn't gone. Should we contact her family? Avery asked, and it took a while for me to register her question and the fact that she was there. Everyone was gone, and we were the only people standing in the room. One thing wolves spent recklessly on were pack hospitals. Ours was decent enough. She was afraid of who Leigh's father was, and didn't want to be held responsible in any way, shape, or form if Alpha Remington were to hear what happened. But most importantly, there was also disgust in her eyes. She wanted Leigh as far away from me as possible, and the best solution in her eyes was for Leigh to go back home. I was a disease. She just didn't have the courage to tell me straight to my face. I couldn't blame her. Everything that happened will stay in this pack hospital for now. Nothing leaves this pack. We'll take care of her, Avery. My father's cool voice boomed behind me, and she hesitated before she nodded and left. I couldn't face him right now. I glanced at Leigh and headed for the spare clothes she needed, so she could change out of the bloody ones she had on. We need to talk, my father announced, and I ignored him, not even a smart comment in me. Easton. He growled, but I walked past him, and I could hear him trailing behind me all the way to the house. The entire house was bathed in darkness, the porch barely visible. I'd been at the hospital all day with her, but it felt like I had just brought her there minutes ago. I grabbed one of the boxes, but his footsteps caught up to me. Hey. He was looking for a fight as he grabbed me by collar to face him. You put her in that hospital and you think you can just waltz around here. She tried to kill herself today. You're not going to breathe around her ever again. It ends here, Easton. I don't care what you want to try and do with me, it ends here. He roared, his hold tightening on me as he shook me. He was livid, his eyes red, and for once I didn't fight back. I didn't want to murder him. I didn't have the energy for it. I wanted my father. I wanted him to fix what I couldn't. I wanted to know that no matter what, he'd be there to weather the storm. I didn't know. I whispered as I stared at him. He looked surprised as the fire slowly died out of his eyes. I didn't know she'd hurt herself, Dad. If I could, I don't know. I broke out of his hold, and when I glanced at the boxes I'd never cared to bring in, I snapped. Those boxes were her, left out in the cold, and I'd almost lost her. In a rage of fury, I threw the chair off the patio, and everything on it was starting to follow, shattering to pieces. Easton. My father grabbed my arm, and for the first time in years, since I was 8, he hugged me, and I broke down. There's only so much you can do to a person before you break them. My father's stern, melancholy voice cut through the evening, razor sharp. I pulled back uncomfortably from his hold to look at him, shrugging him off with disdain. I'd been broken too many times. I knew the game well, and no one cared. Our exchange was too much, and I needed him to stop touching me. My skin felt like I could peel it off piece by piece and be done with it. If I could burn it off, I would. It was deep in my bones. I put more space between us for the sensation to die away. If anything, I now wanted him off of my porch, and I needed to find her clothes and get back to her. My claws were starting to itch beneath my skin, and my anger was slowly returning. He'd done this to me. My father looked out from my porch before he looked back at me. Whatever he had to say clearly wasn't easy for him. In the darkness, he looked much older, shoulders not as strong as they used to be. Trees rustled on the evening breeze. The house felt empty, it always has. You're the last of anything I have left. He mused, his voice gravelly. I think I have let a lot of things slide when it comes to you because of guilt and her. Maybe I thought I understood you a little bit. Maybe I thought you'd come around and grow out of certain things. He paused and breathed in the night air. But you've grown into something unrecognizable and hateful. You're not my son anymore, and maybe for a long time now. I've been holding on to wishful thinking. He stopped as his words sank into the night air. Despite it all, his disappointment worked its way through my chest, burning bitterly. He was disowning me. After everything, this is what broke the camel's back. He was taking her side, choosing her over me, and I didn't blame him. I would choose her too. The agreement was that she stayed with you, under your roof, under your care. It's clear that you are a danger to her, and the baby and yourself. She can stay with us, and Faith will take care of her. She'll nurse her back to health, and create a proper space for her to have that baby. What baby? I quip as my brain tried to catch up. Bless my selfish heart. I can't say I thought about the baby once. Some part of me even thought she'd lost it, but the damn thing was still holding on for dear life in her. I never asked about it. I'd only cared about if she lived. I'd never thought about it still possibly being alive. My father's astonished and disappointed eyes glazed me over with distaste, like I was some new species he'd never seen before. He was right. He muttered bitterly with a dry huff. You are a waste of a man. He was talking about Remington. My anger flared that he'd admit the arrogant alpha was right. She is still pregnant with your child, the one you put inside her. He gritted out loudly, not believing I could not have given a single thought to our child that she was carrying, much less of its future preparation. How could I ever forget? I exhaled mockingly, and he looked concerned that a child would ever be related to me or under my care. She can do whatever with it as she pleases. He only nodded, and deep inside, it hurt that he didn't argue that a child needed both parents. He accepted that I was the bad seed and should stay away from his grandchild. She bled pretty badly. Avery says it's from heavy and terrible trauma. It's still pretty risky. Probably helped to push her into almost taking her life. She didn't tell anyone about it, and it's her first time. It must have terrified her. She's high risk and needs to be handled very delicately. So, keep whatever thoughts and feelings you have to yourself when she wakes up. I'll step up for the child. You don't have to do anything much but exist. I guess I'm not too old to help raise another one. Hopefully I'll do better this time. He quipped with a slight pull at the corner of his mouth. I guess not. I answered, not as strongly as I should. I didn't like the idea of anyone else being there for her, or getting close to her. Another male near her, even if it was my father, was a no-no. My wolf wasn't pleased. I had hesitated with my answer, as my father watched me intently. I was passing my responsibility on to him. I don't want Faith over her. Find someone else. He drew back with a shake of his head. She's one of the best persons to help her. She's the Luna of our pack. This is her area of expertise, and somebody has to make sure you don't cause any more harm than is. I still have a pack to run. I don't care. I don't want her near her. I snap coldly. Plus, it'll cause more harm than good if she comes within a foot of her, because she won't be living for very long when I'm through with her. She is your Luna and mother. He barked, and I growled him down on this one. She's not my mother. I lost my mother a long time ago, and I never needed another one. His harsh breathing filled the air as we stared each other down. If you're visiting so often with Avery, she can stay her Luna-loving self where she is. I threatened. He raised a hand in the air in acceptance, cutting the argument short. I'd agreed Leigh could move into the pack house under his care. A win is a win, I guess. After a moment of silence, he continued. The bond is also a problem. She needs to stay healthy and have that baby. We can't have any more missteps either, so that her father comes over here. The entire top floor will be yours. Whether we like it or not, your presence is necessary. My body tensed. His eyes met mine, fire for fire. This will be a problem. I will not be living in that place. I tell him coolly. You have no choice, he responded firmly. It's just until she has that baby. If you want her to live, then you'll take it. You can come back here to whatever this is after. I also don't care what Remington said. If the pack has to choose, it will be her over you. We'll take our chances. You either stay at the pack house with her or you find another pack. I'm sure you'll be fine as a rogue, and maybe if she's alive despite everything, maybe he'll understand. Remington's not all that bad when he's calmed down. So they knew each other well enough. I huffed, but could already feel like I was going to be sick at the thought of living in that place. I rubbed a hand along my jaw. I needed a drink badly. My bones ached for some alcohol. I needed to drown it. I itched for the burn. What did you do to her, Easton? My father asked, and my head snapped up, eyes meeting his. Something terrible ate through my stomach. If I told him, then I'd be excommunicated, and I wasn't in the mood to fight the entire pack to see her. It would bring her father here, and I had just barely gotten her back. I had already been away from her too long with him. My wolf was extremely clingy now that she'd hurt herself. We needed to watch her at all times. I have to get her things over by the hospital. I sidestepped the question and headed inside for some change of clothes. What didn't I do? The room breathed her scent. The smell of warm honey and apples seeped under her door. I stepped inside, actually surveying everything this time. There was a need to make a mental note of everything, a desperation deep in my bones to take in as much of her as I could, seeing as I'd almost lost her. The last time I'd been inside here, I'd been too focused on one thing only, and that was getting physical satisfaction. I don't know how it was possible, but her scent grew even more intoxicating the longer she was with child. Killian yearned for her even more, and my feet slowed in the room. It's been a long time since I've ever really wanted something, yearned. The truth was that I'd thought I was invincible, immune to it all. I thought I'd just turn another page and move on recklessly with my life. The joke was on me. She'd done a lot with the old room. She'd made it habitable. It was off limits for a reason. It was now perfect and neat. I fingered the freshly washed pile of clothes on the edge of the bed. Ankle-length dresses in different shades, one with a distinct purple and green floral pattern. No wonder her parents blew a gasket when she was pregnant. Out of all the women around, she was the least likely one you'd expect to even be holding hands with men. There was a somber feeling to the house as the structure creaked. The old boxes of mine were still tucked in the corner of the closet, unopened. She'd arranged and organized the room well enough to accommodate a tiny life. I always wondered what she was doing in here late at nights with all the movement. I hadn't really taken it in until now. I stilled at the sight of the makeshift crib at the foot of the bed. An old drawer was taken out, stuffed and padded with a sheet for holding a baby in case I was unreasonable in buying a crib. The great Alpha, Easton's first child, would be in a drawer. She'd make do with what she had and make the best of it. I was worse than a monster. I was a tyrant. I grabbed the clothes and headed to the hospital. Avery was gone and a few nurses were on shift. I insisted on changing her. They were naturally skeptical, defensive even. She'd garnered fans in her sleep. You'd think I was going to pull out the cords and finish the job while they weren't looking, which is what they probably thought. She barely looked any better, too pale and her hair too dull for the color it was. But she wasn't gone, and I made terrible attempts to pray, giving up halfway through at something I wasn't familiar with. I'd try anything at this point, if the moon goddess would work in my favor. Her wrists were heavily bandaged, with white, and I couldn't look at them. I hated looking at her like this, wished she would wake up. But then what would I tell her? All the times I'd threatened to kill her, and I couldn't do it. No matter how bad the anger got, I just couldn't. The blue eyes and round cheeks got me. I'd beaten any affection she'd had for me out of her. I'd hated any warmth she'd brought in, detested it with a passion. I hated the thought of belonging to someone, and someone belonging to me. This mating business was a joke. I'd seen it firsthand with my parents. I'd fought tooth and nail for things to stay the same. I'd also survived long on anger and bitterness. But she had sank her claws into me somehow. When I would finally be rid of her, I couldn't let her go. I regretted all of it, and that was a foreign feeling for the likes of me. I laced my fingers through hers, running my lips along the back of her hand. Tingles danced along my palms, and I exhaled deeply. My wolf felt hers, but she just needed to wake up. I just need you to wake up. I kissed the back of her hand. Just wake up. There wasn't any response as I closed my eyes. Come on, Leigh, I just need to see you awake. I begged. Now this isn't a sight you see every day. An even-toned female voice mentioned behind me, a coldness dancing on the edge, and my body stilled. Heard you grew a heart and saved her. This wasn't the time or place. What the hell do you think you are doing here? I snarled, releasing Leigh's hand as I stood up. The brush of the sleeve of her dress made me whirl around as she stood beside me. My skin crawled at the sight of her. Her dark hair was freshly curled at the ends. She'd prepared for this trip up here, gotten herself well put together. A little too much cleavage for the wholesome Luna faith. She sighed with a shake of her head. Men never really think. This is my area of expertise after all, she pointed out dryly. Her pretty doe eyes flickered over Leigh in distaste. Poor thing can't even die in peace. I was about to advance on her, and she stepped back fast, anticipating it and putting distance between us. I tried to remember where we were as my wolf Killian urged me kill her, growing vicious. Get out and don't come back here. I whispered softly, with enough cold venom for her to take a couple more steps back. She raised her hands with a dramatic roll of her eyes. I can't wait to see you back home, Easton baby. We can be one big family again. She laughed as she swayed her hips, the dress ending too short over her knees from her usual. I let out an angry curse and ran a hand over my face. I was almost too far gone to notice the slight change in the beeps of the heart monitor. When I turned around, her blue eyes were staring at me. A fresh wave of emotions shot through me as I stared at her in shock, and I could feel my chest tighten. Leigh blinked a few times, as if she wasn't sure that I was actually standing in front of her, or maybe it was disbelief that she was still alive. I wanted to go to her, to embrace her, to hold on to her and never let her go. But I had to be reasonable. I was the reason why she was here, and none of our interactions lately haven't been great. If I rushed over and embraced her, she would probably have a heart attack. Leigh, I whispered. The crushing need to touch her made me anxious. The last time we'd seen each other before she took her life, I was with another woman. Guilt devoured me. In all honesty, it wasn't worth any of the effort. Clara was a poor replacement. I steadied my hands against my jeans. Killian was the best he's been in years. I've never had to admit my wrongs and rectify it. We'd saved her, and we had another shot at this. Our mate was awake, and we'd made it on time. An uncomfortable feeling worked through me. My mouth felt dry. Having her wake up was one thing, but the other was that I hadn't planned what I would do or say when she did. I didn't know what could ever fix this. Her blue eyes didn't stray. She just laid there, looking at me, taking me in. There was no burning desire to see me, to have someone who was supposed to be your other half hold you. I'd made myself a stranger. There was no relief that I was there or remorse for what had happened. I shifted on my feet, at a loss for words. I wasn't used to saying I am sorry. Apologies weren't something I ever gave. Leigh. I tried. I watched her blink, and could see the moment her brain was slowly catching up with everything. She grew paler, eyes running over the machines, her wrists, and then me. Then her eyes went wide. The beeps on the monitor started to get more rapid as her heart rate increased. It was moving too fast, too quickly. Leigh. I tried more sternly, but I could see her flinch the second I tried to move forward. She lifted her arms, her soft lips slightly parted. I was gutted when I figured out that the look in her eyes was pure disappointment that she hadn't succeeded, and she was still stuck here with me. A quick hand ran over her stomach as her panic rose. You're still pregnant. I informed her, and then she quickly reached for the bandages, tearing them from her wrists with unwavering determination. It took a second for me to spring into action. No, no. She fought, and I held her down and cradled her into me as she broke down hysterically into tears. The scent of honey and apples made my throat tighten. Repressed memories of my father doing the same hit me all at once, and I almost let her go. This was too much. No, she cried brokenly, sobs making her shake, and I had to pull her into me on the bed, her tears soaking my shirt. Let me go, let me go. I hated who I was. Her sobbing got worse as she came to terms with the fact that she wasn't allowed to die. Please let me die, she begged softly. You'll be happy, please. You can't, you're not allowed to. I responded. No, she sobbed. My throat burned as I held her tighter. I couldn't swallow. I'd missed holding her. Listen. I urged her, but she wouldn't look at me. I'll change, Leigh. I kept telling her over and over. I'm keeping you. I won't hurt you again. I'll keep my hands to myself. But it all fell on deaf ears, and I didn't blame her. When have I ever kept a promise to her? I was a liar. All I've known was to hurt. No, just let me die. Just let me die. Please. She sobbed and she tried to struggle, but she had no energy left in her, so she slumped against me. Her blonde hair tickled my jawline. Why you wanted me to die? I know I did terrible things, unforgivable things, but just stay and have the baby. I'm sorry. No other women or anything. I'll be perfect, just stay. I promise. I whispered into her hair as she continued to sob. I could feel all the heart-wrenching pain and despair as my wolf desperately tried to latch and comfort hers. The more open I was, the more I felt. I'll take care of you. I looked up and stilled slightly at the sight of my father's frame, filling up the doorway watching somberly. It looked like it brought back memories for him too. The nurses must have called him to make sure I wasn't doing anything to her in here. The entire floor is yours. You can do whatever you want up here. It's quiet and honestly one of my favorite spaces. My number is in your phone, or you can always visit me with Easton. If there is anything you want, let us know. Faith rambled on, but she wasn't listening. The top wing felt like I was in a birdcage. It was beautiful. There was a large bedroom, kitchen, and a bathroom. It was all equipped to hold a family, mine. But I'd never spent a night in this forsaken place. I rubbed a hand along my jawline. I already had trouble breathing. I needed to get out of here. Keeping my temper was harder than I'd ever imagined. My claws were itching to come out, and I was dying to tell Faith to shut up. I've thrown up 3 times since I have walked in this place, and I could feel the 4th coming. I looked up to see blue eyes watching me. There wasn't any light left in those blue eyes. They were paler, empty. She stood in the room, and I could tell she could care less for any of it. Leigh was a shell of her former self. There wasn't any fire in her eyes. She'd given up. I had to stay with her 24/7. She had tried to kill herself. I don't know if that was a good thing, seeing as I was the cause, but I'd argued my right to stay with her. I couldn't allow it to happen a second time. I'll be the one doing the check-ins every now and then to make sure everything is fine. I just need you and my grandchild to be fine. Take as much rest as you need. If there is anything or anyone that is making you uncomfortable. My father glanced at me with a warning. Let me know. I'll also get you anything you need. She stood in the middle of the room and looked at my father a beat too long before she noticed we were all waiting for her to respond. She tuned him out too. Thank you. She whispered, but there was no warmth in her tone. I missed the warmth. I'd snuffed it out and now I wanted it back in. She was a goddamned ghost. You can sit down if you want to. I instructed, but she still stood there standing. It was stifling to see her like this and not her old self. I didn't realize how lucky I was until now to ever see dimples. The silence was deafening. I'll see you both later with Avery. Father bowed out and they both headed for the door. She looked uncomfortable. Would you rather stay here or buy the house? I asked. I was doing anything to hear her talk. It made her feel real. She looked exhausted having to speak or do anything, but I needed to hear her voice. She shrugged and looked me dead in the eye. This is how I knew she was broken, and I had it all cut out for me. It's better here than being at your whorehouse, she replied, and I paused. My father almost stumbled in his steps. You could hear a pin drop. I flexed my jaw in disbelief. She really didn't care. She wanted to die, and all the fear of repercussions were gone. Maybe she hoped to anger me enough. I could feel the back of my neck burn, because in retrospect, she was right, but where was the fear and manners? Well, it seems you have your hands full, Easton, Faith remarked dryly. They left, and I was left to monitor the ghost that I somehow had to bring to life. She didn't want anything to eat, which was going to be a problem. She didn't want to do anything either. I followed her to the bedroom in silence. The large bed made me tense. She barely looked at it. I watched as she curled up on the edge of the bed, and that was it. Leigh. She didn't answer me. She closed her eyes, and I knew she wasn't sleeping. We needed to have this conversation. I should let her be, but the clawing, unsettling feeling that I'd probably never have what was before hit bitterly. I sat up on the other side of the bed, with my heart was racing. The possibility that she'd try again, and I wouldn't be there to stop it was terrifying. If you don't want to stay alive for anyone, do it for the baby. At least stay and have the child. It's innocent in all of this. They can't always find a happy home somewhere else. I wouldn't interfere. A child isn't something I've ever thought of having. That was the honest truth. Sometimes I'd say later down the line, but the truth was that I didn't want any. She didn't respond, and I was dying for the taste of alcohol. I didn't know how long I could last like this. I was sober for far too long, and I was feeling everything. Cold sweat broke out along my neck, and I threw up 3 more times until Avery came. This place was going to be the death of me. I woke up. I'd woken up to white light and thought maybe I was on the other side, but instead I was in the deep amber Pax Grand Hospital. It took a while for me to register the beeping sound I was hearing. I had to fail at this too. My entire body and head hurt. People were over me, asking me how I was doing 1,000,000 times. I was still pregnant by some miracle, but I was high risk. Easton wouldn't let me die, and he wouldn't let me live either. He was making good on his promise to make me suffer. I didn't feel anything, just pain, but the dull kind deep inside. Numbness. It felt like there was a hole in me. Maybe I was in shock, or maybe this was the final stage before I passed off. There was no shame in me in what I had done. I looked everyone in the eye, and I didn't care for the pity. No one had cared when I was left in his care, not my parents, his pack members, or his family. No one visited. He'd almost beaten me to death. Now everyone was concerned for my health, more so their lives. I should feel even worse, because there was no despair or feelings in me for the child I was carrying. I felt nothing. It was also a part of him, and I didn't want to have any connection to him anymore. I wanted to scour any evidence of him away. I was an empty shell existing. There was a freedom in cutting my wrists, and I wanted that again. I craved it badly. I wanted to die so it could all be over with, so I could rest. Easton was nice me now. It's all deception. I guess I had some use left for him after all. He did a complete 180 degrees in the past few hours. He was the perfect, caring mate. If I cared, I would laugh. The last time he was nice, he took my soul. I wasn't buying it. He probably just realized how much was at stake, and that he wasn't ready to face my father yet. His pack would be entirely wiped out if I died. He and his pretty blonde girlfriend that I caught having relations would be dead. He was evil, not stupid. I didn't believe a word he said. His words couldn't make me forget the countless things he'd done to me in the past few weeks. He was a liar and an abuser. Manipulative and deadly. The audacity to think that after everything I'd ever believe him again. As for the baby, I don't know if I'd have it. I didn't care about anything. I just wanted to fade away, to keep still as much as possible and waste away. The only thing that was bothering me was that I could feel him. His wolf was more present, and it felt like a wall was going down. I didn't want to feel anything, but here I was feeling Easton's emotions. At this point, his wolf was harassing mine. He was strong enough to close me off and let me in. I guess he thought this would make him more believable. I don't know if he was even aware of it or not. Maybe he'd subconsciously built a wall. I didn't care to figure it out, and why he was letting me in. I wanted nothing to do with him. For instance, he wasn't a fan of his mother. He was near violent every time she was within our vicinity. It was so intense I felt it, fresh and raw. Maybe she wasn't a fan of his brutal and evil ways. Whatever family issues they had, I was picking up on it, unfortunately. He also hated this place. The pack house made him tense, uncomfortable, and sick. Very sick. I'd lost count of the amount of times he's thrown up. He was still throwing up even now, and because I was his prisoner, I had to follow him to the bathroom and watch him carry up too many times. We have not slept, and it was near midnight. His hand shook on the side of the toilet bowl as he heaved. I stood by the door, and I watched him retch into the toilet until I was sure he would probably pass away before me at the rate at which he was going. He was getting worse. I always thought he was invincible, but being inside the pack house looked like it was taking his life. His hair was plastered to his forehead and neck with cold sweat. It would have sparked curiosity in me, when I was normal, as to what about this place made him so weak and sick. Now I just wanted to rest, without having to get up almost every hour. He rose up off of his knees and took loud, deep breaths. Closing his eyes, he stood over the face basin. Moonlight coming through the windows made him a breathtaking painting. He rotated his shoulders, and his muscles moved under his shirt. Even when he was suffering, he was beautiful. He was right. We were an anomaly. Dark shadows above his cheekbones brought out the color of his eyes and hair. A perfect jawline that probably shouldn't exist led to lips that you would dream about for years. Easton rinsed out his mouth, and then he ran a hand through his sweat-slicked hair and grimaced. His eyes landed on me, and he froze in taking deep breaths. Onyx-colored eyes clashed with mine, and there was a time it would make my heart feel unsteady for weeks. But he was poison. I figured if I angered him enough, maybe he'd take me out. He was angry at everything and worst of all me. It should be easy work. His head tilted as if he was reading my mind, and then his shoulders dropped. Let's go outside for some fresh air. He exhaled, breaking eye contact. It was the middle of the night, and we were going for fresh air. The moon hung high in the sky. I followed him aimlessly. Shoes. He directed to my bare feet, and he looked like he was going to topple over as he leaned against a wall and waited for me. He looked towards the open door of the kitchen. It was all connected rooms. A living room with a kitchen behind it, and then another bedroom. This was the most sober he's ever been. I didn't smell any alcohol on him. He was trying not to let anything interfere with his duties, making sure he was as alert as possible in case I took myself out. He led us out by a small hilly rise, where it looked like the moon was draped in the sky so close that if I reached my fingers out, I could touch it. He took big gulps of air, and his color looked slightly better. He laid on the damp grass as I stood still watching him. The cool air was better than being in the house. He wrapped a hand around my ankle and I jumped. I watched him until his breathing evened out a bit. Forget he cursed. I didn't think I'd ever miss you talking. He shook his head, laughing bitterly. I turned my back on the moon. The moon goddess was a myth. I'd been through hell, and not once did she show me any favor. Maybe I'd used it all up for living this long. You're probably glad I'm like this. Can't wait to dance on my grave. He wheezed out and I didn't look at him, watching the trees stand still like I was. Sit, he ordered, and I sat. No, I laid down and watched the moon in the sky. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Leigh. You might never believe me, but I am. For everything. It was weird hearing Easton Hosea apologize. He didn't seem to have the aptitude for it. It was clear that he never took responsibility for anything, much less know how to rectify it. He walked over things and never looked back. But I also knew the lengths he would go to for anything. After all, he had pretended to be in love with me, so he could let the world watch as he ruined me in the back of his truck. Too bad sorry couldn't ever make me feel warm again. I don't blame you. His deep voice rumbled in the night air. I'd do the same to get away from me too. Cry me a river. Has he ever put his hands on you? Even in my state, the question hit hard. My lungs tripped over air. The jarring interrogation made me fold my fingers to hide the shaking. Panic worked up my spine, the memory of me screaming and begging, the blood, pain, and the bruises. I could taste the blood in my mouth. My eyes flitted from the white wall behind her head to her face. Avery's warm brown eyes held mine steadily with unabashed concern, and it took me a second to come back to earth. The horror of it all was choking me alive. I needed air. I knew the determined look on her face, but it was too late to save me. She'd taken the opportunity when Easton had left to go to the bathroom. His sickness was getting worse. You'd think she'd be more worried, that her alpha was on the verge of passing away. The doctor in her did not seem inclined to help him in any way. Avery was around the age of my mother, with fine brown hair tugged into a tight ponytail. Her keen eyes glanced at my fingers, and I stopped unfolding them. "No," I answered. She didn't look like she believed me. She sighed before leaning forward, her brown eyes pleading with mine. "It's okay to tell someone, especially when it comes to men like him. I know it's scary, but if he's hurting you, Leigh, you need to talk." She reassured me passionately, the silence getting louder. "Being harmed is never an easy topic to broach, much less admit, Leigh, but I need you to be brave on this one." She pushed, her voice soft. Her eyes held mine, begging for the truth. How many times? I could feel my body jerk and lock down at the question. I'd never count how many times he'd hit me. Incidents like that shouldn't be numbered. They were too devastating and soul-wrenching to go through and place a number on. I was uncomfortable as I stared back at her. "Leigh," she called anxiously as she glanced at the empty doorway. Time was of the essence. Despite her bravery, she was afraid of him. Who wasn't? I didn't say no because I was afraid of Easton or trying to cover up the ugly, glaring truth. What was out there about me was already so terrible. Holding this to myself couldn't help save face. I said no because all I wanted to do was to lie down and just close my eyes. I didn't want to talk to anyone. I wasn't up for the back and forth or attention. I didn't feel like fighting and standing up for myself. I just wanted to be left alone. I was too exhausted for anything. I was too out of this world. I tried not to focus on the white paint on the wall behind her. "If you're afraid, I think that's enough of your little interaction for today, Avery." Easton's quiet but annoyed voice chipped in from behind us as he strolled into the room. A chill ran down my spine at the thought of not hearing any footsteps for a man his size. He'd been listening in the hallway. His presence snuffed out all the air from the room, and it was chilling. Avery's lips pressed into a thin line of defeat. "Alpha," she yielded softly. "The rest of the results," he ordered, his deep voice derisive and sharp enough to make her fall in line. She was nervous as she began. He remained standing, silently pacing. He wore a black shirt and pants, his clean-shaven jawline now sporting a 5 o'clock shadow. He hadn't touched a razor since I used them to cut open my wrists. If I was going to try again, I'd need something different this time. Avery had to ramble off all of the test results, so far when it came to my health and her feedback from her inspection, down to my vitals. She had to have proof of every single detail she gave. He was thorough and straight to the point. If I was lactose intolerant, he'd know. She was happy the baby inside me was doing well. She recommended heavily that I eat and take my prenatal vitamins. The baby was growing, and my body was operating better under the circumstances. Easton, however, didn't seem moved by this. If anything, he was more irritated. And Easton's voice dominated the room. His dark eyes landed on Avery with a cool disapproval. "How do we improve her condition?" Condition? He might as well have said, "I don't give a thought about the baby." You'd think I wasn't in the room, the way he handed the question to her. The light hit his pale skin as he pulled up to his full height. His temper was rising. It was ironic that he was fighting his sickness to stand guard over me. A couple weeks ago, he wouldn't give me the light of day. "The condition is..." Avery hesitated, wondering how to break the wonderful news to him that I was a lost cause. Her eyes flitted from me to him in quiet contemplation. She sighed and shifted, lacing her fingers through each other. He wanted to improve my mental health so I'd be giddy and naive again, to not want to slice my wrists and disappear in this world, to be warm again. Her wolf's broken, Alpha, she said solemnly. "Too broken. I'm not sure there is much that can be done to save her. It will require a lot of strength on her part, and I don't think it's there. I mean, you're the cause of it, and she doesn't even respond to you." I could have sworn I heard Easton draw in a quick breath, and I glanced at him through the corner of my eyes to find his eyes on me. His wolf was still eagerly trying to reach mine, in the dark, hollow space I was in. The most we can hope for is that she delivers the baby. Connection between fated mates always results in the healthiest of babies. It's after all the result of the love between two mates. It strengthens the bond. A she-wolf is normally overly excited once she is pregnant, which isn't the case here. For expecting mothers, fresh air and a lot of intimacy always helps greatly when a baby is to be born alpha. I visibly flinched at the suggestion of closeness with Easton. That's how we ended up here in the first place. It was the cause for everything. We get that she isn't a happy, expecting Mother Avery. I think anyone with eyesight can see that. As a matter of fact, I don't really care about the baby, he snapped roughly. But how do we change that? How do we heal a broken wolf? She's deteriorating. So are you, she replied. There was a moment of silence before he huffed and nodded. Dark hair skimmed his forehead from the action. Sunlight was just starting to kiss the early morning skies, and the views from here was breathtaking. There was no cure for what was happening to me. I'd probably die in childbirth if they were lucky, and not before putting the baby at risk. Probably I'd just never wake up. I was functioning now, but until when? Broken wolf was the end in our world. They had just tried to save me from the inevitable. "Out!" he growled, and she left quickly, the door closing behind her with a quiet click before he turned to me. He ran a hand over his face and cursed. He stood there for a while watching me, and I stared at the wall, not acknowledging his presence. "You need to change so we can head down to breakfast." Luna Faith had said something about breakfast and meals. His pack was waiting for us. I couldn't remember. I looked down at the nightgown I wore. I don't ever remember even putting it on. "Come on," he ordered, his voice tired. I followed him to the bedroom, and he picked out a dress. After putting it on, he led me over to the standing mirror and grabbed a brush. My blonde hair was a tangled mess. Strands were wrapped around each other and down my back. He paused before he brushed through the strands. He was gentle. It was an unnatural action to expect from him. Dark circles were deepened underneath his eyes, and I could see that he lost some weight up close. He wasn't keeping anything down. He inhaled deep as he fought his sickness. Blonde hair worked through his fingers. I could feel the heat of his presence on my back. If I stepped back, we would crash into each other. "You don't have to lie for me," he exhaled, and I shivered involuntarily. "I shouldn't have ever put my hands on you." His deep voice vibrated in my ear. I watched as he concentrated intensely, brushing the hair back, and then he was on a search for a hair tie. He gave up, and I watched him fumble through making the ugliest braid I've ever seen, pulling it out and redoing it 2 times until it was acceptable. He looked at us in the mirror before he sighed. "I'll try to make you come back." I didn't know what to make of Easton's statement. I didn't want Easton Hosea fighting for me. Once upon a time, that would have made my entire year, but nevertheless, I followed him down to breakfast. I didn't see the point we attended. I wasn't eating, and he wasn't keeping anything down. We were a match made in unhealthy eating habits. The game was to see who would die first. He took a deep breath, his body swaying as we stood outside our door. His shadow fell over me, and I took a step back, earning a sharp glare from him. He better not faint, because I couldn't catch him, and if he did pass out, I wouldn't alert anyone. Call me cruel, but sometimes you have to let nature take its course. I can't say I'd mourn for him. He seemed to steady himself for a moment, drawing his shoulders up to his full height, and we were ready to go. He knew the way, so I focused on the back of his head and collided into him way too many times. With his long strides, I was either going too fast or too slow, or I zoned out. I was clumsy. He really was working on his temperament, because he did not snap, not even once. I didn't get pushed either. I wouldn't bleed today. The floor beneath us, that was easily accessible, held his father's office. Sound started to filter up the closer we got. When he stopped at the top of the stairs, I pulled up too late. I collided into him, and in my effort to sidestep him, I tripped. He grabbed me quickly before I tumbled headway down, holding me close. Moon goddess, he whispered under his breath with irritation, easing me down his side. He'd know I was a klutz if he had actually taken me somewhere in the past, but we'd only spent majority of our time in his vehicle, because I was a secret and he'd only been after one thing. I peeped down at the increasing number of wolves below. The deep amber pack was in full swing at this hour of the morning. The smell of bacon, eggs, and toast seemed to fill every crevice as we descended to the pack-eating area. Wolves around our age were present, seated around tables mostly closest to the doors. Wide eyes and burning stares drifted our way. A group of women took Easton in with obvious appreciation, a little too much. The all-black outfit made them eager, and they were clearly excited he was here. They didn't care that he was a walking nightmare. My palms hitched. You'd think I wasn't there. He was fire, and the danger thrilled them. They didn't understand how badly it burned. They were clearly jealous I was carrying his child, and I'd pass it on to them if I could. I should be angry and vicious. My wolf should be growling as a warning to keep their eyes off of my mate, but this wasn't our fight, not anymore. She was quiet and tired. I felt a pair of eyes burning into me, and to my surprise, of course it was his girlfriend, Clara. He'd mentioned her name in one of his countless tired apologies since I woke up. Unfortunately, we had to be under the same damn roof. He couldn't have even had 1 ounce of respect in him for me or his child to find someone not in the same pack where I was. We were worth nothing. The night burned into my memory. I'd be haunted by the night and be haunted by her daily. She looked radiant, a vision of health and happiness despite the fact that I was suffering. She gave me a small knowing smile with raised brows, as if she was letting me know that she was letting me have Easton for now. What woman would feel good spending time with another woman's mate while she was pregnant? Much less be happy about it after. My mouth tasted bitter. It was cruel and disgusting. She waved at me as I held her gaze, and when Easton looked her way, she retreated fast, ducking her head and tucking the sides of her blonde hair behind her ears innocently. He glanced at me, but I ignored him. He was embarrassing to be associated with. I wasn't paying any attention, and something soft collided into my knees, and the sound of giggling caught my ears. I took a step back. It was a little girl, all toothy and happy with food all over her hand and mouth. It jarred me when she looked up at me with big blue eyes and soft brown hair. My lips trembled and my hands shook. It was almost like I was seeing my own child staring up at me as she held on to my dress, giggling and staining it. I lost all of my breath and I went rigid. "Hi, Hannah," a soft female voice called out, and I barely took my eyes off of her as her mother rushed over, looking at me with concern as she tried to scoop her up. I didn't realize what I'd be losing. She couldn't be more than 3 years old, stretching her arms my way for me to take her instead. She was trusting and adorable. She kicked her feet in the blue dress. "I'm so sorry for the mess. She's an escape artist at this age." Her mother apologized profusely, chastising her daughter as she grabbed the giggling child to carry her back to their chattering table, but the child never took her eyes off of me, starting to create a fuss so she could come back over and spend time with me. She was a ball of energy and happiness. I had opened my mouth to respond, but no words came out. "Leigh," Easton whispered, and I jumped when he touched my shoulder. His dark eyes held mine with concern as he bent down to eye level, and I took a deep breath. "Are you okay?" We were still at the entrance. Things were getting quiet as people stared at me. I'd been too broken to carry out a normal interaction with a child. I nodded, pulling away from him harshly. I glanced at the mother with her daughter, and I knew that all I needed was my baby, and all they needed was me. I wanted what they had. Despite everything, I'd be fine. There was a spark in me, and a newfound will as I watched them. The world hadn't ended, it had just changed. I would change with it. But first I needed to eat. I needed to get my strength up for both us. Leigh Easton gently called out again. A few steps ahead of me, and I avoided his softening gaze and forced my feet to move. I followed him with a new hope that was sparked alive in me. There was something to live for, and bit by bit I was getting excited by the thought of being a mother, of overcoming this all. I could do this. Easton kept glancing at me, and maybe he could feel the excitement from my wolf. I wondered what my child would look like, something I've never thought of before. Blonde hair, black hair, or brown? Would it have my eyes or his? What would be their favorite color? I also knew that if I were to keep and raise it, I had to be the best version of myself possible for it. Alpha, Luna, a dark-haired couple, acknowledged with bowed heads, and it took a while for me to realize they were talking to me. By association, I was Easton's mate, and in conclusion, their Luna. Whenever his father stepped aside, we would be the next ones in line if we didn't find a way to rid ourselves of this bond, so he could mate with his girlfriend Clara and make her his Luna. I didn't care for it. I was in no condition to take the spot, and I'd never ever thought of it since being here. Too much had happened. I could hear it all now, from former status to Luna. I wasn't worthy of the title. I was a disgrace to it and all the Lunas before. Walking with Easton was like carrying a large neon sign. It was apparently more than a great miracle. He had actually showed up to breakfast, which was weird as Alpha. He also made people very nervous. He casted a large shadow. He was, after all, large and powerful. We were spared no looks and bowed heads of acknowledgement as everyone called to him and paid their respects. Whether they liked it or not, he was still their Alpha. I tried to take in what was supposed to be my new home. It was mandatory that the Deep Amber Pack members attend at least 3 meals for the week at the pack house to help build and maintain a community, and it felt like everyone was present today. Sure, the size was much smaller and more intimate than ours at the Northern Pack, but it was still a lot of people. The food variety back home was much wider, though. My mother ran the kitchen there like a gourmet restaurant. She took her duties very seriously, too seriously sometimes, but the options at the Deep Amber Pack were still pretty good from what I glanced in the plates that I passed. Sometimes simplicity was better. The dining hall was a plain, basic hardwood design. It was nice and solid. The food looked really delicious. Easton had us suffering at his home with limited options when we could have had 3 decent meals per day. He could survive off of just liquor, air, and the evil pumping in his veins. I, on the other hand, was eating for 2. I needed a balanced diet. Tables were lined out, but one large grand one stood out in the pack house, still a part of the pack, but better. It could seat up to 20 persons. At the head of the table was Alpha Jonathan, and beside him was Luna Faith. His broad, heavy body was hovered over a plate stacked with food. This was nothing new in our world. Male wolves ate a lot. Food was already laid out in a wide, spread down the length of the table. It wasn't hard to notice that the family line was only Easton. He was their only child. Every time I saw Alpha Jonathan in Easton's presence, I braced myself for some tense back and forth. It was always frosty between them, and even worse with his mother. As we got closer, Luna Faith's body jerked at the sight of us, and a soft smile graced her lips. She lovingly held Alpha Jonathan's hand and kissed the back of it. Despite everything, they were decent people, and then there was Easton, the spawn of the devil. Easton, Alpha Jonathan called out in greeting as he reluctantly went over to their table. A deep scowl lined Easton's features as he drew a chair across from his mother and sat down. "This is a rare sighting," Luna Faith commented as she took Easton in with a contented smile. She was a proud mother who finally got to see her son more often. Her outfits got riskier by the day. She was in a soft cream-colored yellow halter top with a matching white skirt with frills at the end that was showing a lot of leg. I didn't get a chance to sit because Easton dragged me into his lap for the whole world to see. My body locked in fear, and panic rose in my throat as I almost lost my balance. He slid me along his firm thighs and placed me between them, against his chest, and something quickened in my lower stomach. I went rigid as he held me tightly in place with an arm around my waist. There was no escape, and I contemplated causing a scene. I could scream. His hard, warm body was plastered against mine, and sparks flew, biting against my skin, against the frostbite inside of me. It was jarring to feel nothing, and then to feel everything all at once. He had no right. It was an intimate gesture, and we were far from intimate. Alpha's did it as an act of declaration and possessiveness. It showed that I fully belonged to him. I wasn't his. It was ego-boosting. After everything he did to me, he had no right to put me on display. We weren't a loving couple. The shocked whispers and stares got loud. Clara's eyes bored into me from the distance with malice. "I guess now we'll see you more often, Easton." Luna Faith remarked eagerly with a smile, but Easton wouldn't give her the time of day as he filled our glasses with orange juice. It was like she wasn't there as her eyes longingly waited for him to respond, trying to catch his gaze. "Leigh," she started in my direction. "I absolutely adore you, and I'm so elated to have a beautiful daughter-in-law like you. I hope you know that I could be helping you with so much more, but Easton doesn't want us to hang out. There's so much help I could give seeing as it's your first child, and I'm Luna. There's so much bonding that could be done as a family welcoming a new member and a baby. You don't have any children." Easton told her harshly, cutting her off, and embarrassment caused her cheeks to flush crimson red. Her large eyes widened in shame. I watched as her shoulders slowly dropped. "I don't see how you could ever really relate unless she's planning on losing it." He ended coldly, and I could see all the color drain out of her as she went paper white. She didn't have any children. They all ended in miscarriages. Oh, moon goddess, she wasn't his mother. I looked around at Easton in shock. "Close your mouth," Easton instructed, as I tried to grasp the bomb that had been handed to me. Luna Faith wasn't his mother, and now it made perfect sense. It made sense why they did not look alike in any way, shape, or form. I tried to rack my brain if I'd ever heard of Alpha Jonathan having another Luna. But I was too young, and Luna Faith must have been around for many years now for her to be this cemented. Also, when wolves remated, it was an unspoken rule of courtesy to not mention who was before for the sake of the alpha and whoever had taken the role of Luna. Living in the past could cause separation among members if they continued to compare and contrast. A pack had to move on or grieve forever and fall apart. His father had stopped eating, throwing down his fork to give Easton a scathing glare, and the table just frosted over under 1,000,000 degrees from the tension. Everyone in the room could feel it, and I felt like I was in the middle of it. I tried to shift a bit under the weight of it. Luna Faith reached out a hand to Alpha Jonathan and shook her head. "It's okay. Please let us all just eat. It's Leigh's first time eating at the Deep Amber Pack house. Let's not ruin the experience for her," she whispered hurriedly, her voice sounding hurt, and after a while his father released a deep sigh. It was the motherliest thing to do, to not have the two men in your life fighting. Easton seemed to enjoy the tension. I tried to shift on the hard thighs beneath me and found myself leaning deeper into him, his scent a wonderful and dangerous cocoon. I could hear the silent whispers up my neck as he sniffed my hair. It slightly stirred my wolf, and I couldn't do this again. His father didn't bat an eyelid, but Luna Faith's stare got hard. I felt like I was a shield between Easton and them, her specifically as he grabbed plates towards us and started helping himself. "Leigh, how are you?" Alpha Jonathan asked. His deep voice felt like it made my bones vibrate. It was normal small talk, but with everything that had happened recently, it was a very loaded question. I didn't feel like ending my life today. He looked strained, stretched thin, smaller and older somehow. Easton was wearing him thin. I couldn't imagine what it would be like to have a monster for a child. In the end, as a parent, all you could do was do all you can and hope for the best. I just nodded in response. I didn't feel like talking. I was currently being held hostage by his son, and every squirm made it harder to move. "I think she can sit in her own chair. I don't think anyone is going to take her from you," Alpha Jonathan suggested wryly. "I think she's perfectly fine." Easton responded, and the tension continued until Alpha Jonathan launched into safer conversations about the pack. I cleared my plate while they were talking and tugged his from him and cleared it as well. One of us had to survive, and it was going to be me. He wasn't eating either, and he would just carry it up later. He only glanced at me, but he didn't protest. When I was done, it was the perfect time to bring it up. My child deserved decent clothing and a crib. It came first. "I need to buy stuff for the baby so I can start planning for the birth," I blurted out abruptly. ending their conversation. I could feel Easton stiffen behind me, and Alpha Jonathan looked surprised. It was the most I had spoken since I had tried to end my life. They had all probably thought I had mentally checked out, and I had. "I'll take you whenever you're ready." Alpha Jonathan readily agreed, and I shook my head in refusal. "No, I want Easton to take me. You already have a lot on your plate." I'd love to have his input as the father. I turned to Easton, who clearly didn't want to go shopping for the baby or anything baby-related. He always skirted around anything to do with the baby, completely ignoring it like he wasn't the one who wanted to not use a barrier. "Can you take me, Easton, or does your father have to do everything for you?" It was a scathing remark as a grown man and alpha, but it was true. And I could see his jaw flex in anger as he tapped his finger on the table. His eyes narrowed to slits. He was ready to blow a fuse, but he had to be careful because we were in a space filled with people. The anger vanished in his eyes as quickly as it came. Alpha Jonathan raised his eyebrows in agreement before folding his arms to look at his son. "I'll take you." He agreed reluctantly between gritted teeth. "Great, we can go tomorrow. I can't wait to show your parents all the cute stuff we get." I was going to get whatever I wanted, and he was going to pay for it. I made it public, so he'd have to keep his word as a man and alpha. I filled my cup with more orange juice while he glared at the back of my head. I casually counted the time down to get off of his lap. "Oh, Roman came by to check on you, but due to the circumstances, I told him I'd let you know he was here." Alpha Jonathan informed him. The circumstances were that I'd slit my wrists. "Roman," he asked, his fingers no longer tapping, and his father nodded. "Said you guys haven't seen each other in a while, and he wanted to make sure you were good." Alpha Jonathan rumbled, finishing his food. "That was nice of him." Luna Faith added, but Easton was still quiet. My mind drifted towards the large, blonde-haired alpha who had rescued me at his party, and the way he had watched me intently as I left to go to my room. There was something very uncomfortable about him. A sudden flicker of movement across from me brought me back from the night of the party. Luna Faith was asking me if I needed any more food or anything specially made for my cravings. She also seemed eager to spend time with Easton, but he kept shooting it down, much to her dismay. It was starting to get pushy, but I didn't see why he couldn't just spend time with her. I was so full that I had to lean my weight into Easton. I had no choice, but it was safe to say I had found my appetite again. His body was solid and unmoving like a wall, and my weight didn't seem to affect him in the least. This would have been a cute couple moment if we were a normal couple. My back had started hurting over the past few days because my body was changing. My bump was getting higher, and as roomy as my clothes were, they were finally getting too tight. I was showing, and I needed maternity clothing. I'd add it to Easton's bill tomorrow. Everything was changing, and time was moving fast. An unconscious hand touched my wrist where I'd drawn the line to end it all, his finger feathering gently across my skin, and when I almost jumped out of my skin, he quickly pulled his fingers back, balling it into a fist at my side. His eyes were still focused on Alpha Jonathan, who was tightening their border patrol because of rogues in the area. "I have a meeting with Remington later about it," Alpha Jonathan mentioned, his eyes worriedly darting to me at the mention of my father. He'd never visited me, even once, or cared how I was doing. He discarded me and moved on. He had 2 more daughters that would fall in line. "I'll tell you the rest later." The table fell in silence as my fingers traced around the edge of my glass. "You both are adorable," Luna Faith complimented, and my mouth went dry. There was nothing was adorable about us, in the way he had mistreated me and probably would after all this was done. Nothing was cute in the way he had ruined me. It was an insensitive comment from a woman in charge of so many others. If it was her daughter, would this be cute? I wanted to scream at her until my lungs couldn't anymore. She saw the disinterest on my face as my throat felt like it was tightening. Luna Faith flashed a soft, quick smile and excused herself to carry out her Luna duties. She rose and kissed her mate's cheek until he fully kissed her, wrapping a large arm around her waist and pulling her in, and they were both so in love it made me sad that this was what I had craved. I didn't miss the motherly casual hand that she ran across the back of Easton's chair and shoulders as she left, and the way he stiffened behind me. Something unpleasant moved through the bond from his wolf, and it made my stomach dip. When I looked back at him, he looked downright murderous, and I feared for her life, but it was gone when he felt my eyes on him. For anyone else looking at him, he was the regular cold Easton, but being mated to him told me otherwise. His wolf was seeing red. My wolf Sasha was uncomfortable because we've never felt anything like that. Easton excused us, and his father did the same, heading out to look over things within the pack. I badly missed shifting and taking walks in my wolf form. It would have to pause until I gave birth. The walk back to our room was quiet, and the second we entered through the door, Easton started. "So you know Roman." His harsh tone was accusatory and laced with coldness and something else. Jealousy. No, Easton Hosea couldn't be jealous. He was the one everyone wanted. He didn't have it in him to be jealous. Did he? I didn't answer him. We weren't on speaking terms, and I didn't know Roman. I'd briefly met him, but clearly Easton was simmering on it. He'd caught on that I knew him from when I blanked out during their conversation when they were talking about Roman. I was always terrible at hiding my emotions and what I was thinking. He was clearly very attentive. His dark gaze followed me like a dark cloud, and I could feel the tension rising. "I asked you a question," he ordered calmly, a little too calm. I headed for the kitchen and grabbed the kettle as he hovered over me, demanding an answer. I should be careful if I wanted to have the baby, but I didn't care about his jealous rage or threats. He was so close I could feel his body heat, and it made my skin prickle. I filled it with water and placed it on the fire. I was now reconsidering saving his life. "If you're getting jealous, remember I'm not your type and I'm easy." I muttered up at him because he was so tall I had to crane my neck back. They were his words, not mine. "I'm easy, remember? Everyone's been close to me." He seemed taken aback that I'd remembered. How could I forget when they had been branded into my soul? I went to the fridge for the ingredients as he followed behind me. "I took your virginity," he admitted, and I scoffed as I grabbed the ginger. "I'm sure everyone's seen you take it by now. Even my parents saw it. Moon goddess, I'd never live it down." He went quiet after that. I needed some rest, and unless he got it, I wouldn't get it either with his constant trips to the bathroom. His sickness was a burden to both of us. He was getting worse as the days went by. He was already looking ready to throw up, and all he'd done was take a few sips of orange juice. I found the peppermint and got to work. He hovered close to me on a seat in case. I secretly took one of the knives and somehow finished what I had started. I wasn't going to, not anymore. If anything, I felt guilt for the baby that was still alive and fighting to be in this world when I had wanted to quit. I made the concoction with minor tweaks for werewolves like my mother had taught me and placed it into a mug. It would cure his upset stomach and whatever else his body was going through. When it was ready, I pushed the steaming liquid his way, and he looked at me with creased brows, his stare blank. "Drink it." I bit out coldly. He raised his brows in surprise at my stern instruction, and I could feel my neck heat up. He wasn't the one anyone talked to like that. He glanced down at the liquid suspiciously, and I rolled my eyes at him. For an alpha, he was being ridiculous. If it was alcohol, he'd be chugging it like it was water without second thought, but a little tea was hurting his reputation. "It will settle your stomach and make you feel better," I explained. I took the cup up and took a sip before placing it before him to prove there was nothing wrong with it. The peppermint was a bit strong, but he needed it. He eyed it warily like it was the greatest burden in the world to drink tea and sniffed it, despite carefully watching me put all the ingredients in to make it. "Why?" he asked, the dark hair starting to stick to his forehead as he sweated from the sickness. He was letting himself go. He needed a trim and a shave. Rugged. He looked rugged and so tired. His large shoulders and body made the counter look small as he leaned on it for support, his eyes drifting down the length of my neck appreciatively and then back up to my eyes. "Because if you go then, it affects me and the baby." "Easton." The corner of my mouth wrinkled tiredly when she mentioned that this was all for the baby, but I drank the tea, never taking my eyes off of her. Her blue eyes burned into mine with determination, flickering with light like moonlight on a lake. That's what I haven't seen in a while, light in her eyes, and I had her full, undivided attention. I could feel my lower abdomen tighten in anticipation. Wisps of blonde hair that had escaped the braid played on her cheeks. We've never been a talkative pair, well when I was pretending to be the nice guy to gain closeness with her. She'd do most of the talking, and I'd pretended to listen, which was much better than most women got, because I'd tell them to shut up from the jump. I came to spend time, not listen to a live radio broadcast or to be interviewed. I wasn't interested in their thoughts, feelings, or ideas, but for her I'd pretended. Maybe that's why she grated my nerves so much, and why I wanted to ruin her so badly, because it was better than to admit that I had started listening, actually listening to her. I wasn't completely tuning her out. What I quickly picked up was that she liked food, really liked food. It wasn't the reason for her size or body type. She was just naturally plump. Her portions for her meals were very average. But she was sensitive about that, so she didn't want people to know that she liked food. She got criticism for being plump. They'd never let her live if they knew she went all out for food. But very unnecessary information I'd picked up from her ramblings was that peanut butter was overrated, but terribly underutilized in baking. Chocolate chip cookies are heavenly, and there are 8 main types of cookies. If you use the wrong butter when baking, you can ruin a recipe. Too much garlic, more than a clove, made wolves sick. I've never taken up a baking pan or clove of garlic in my life, but here I had my own personal walking food network. That's what she did in her spare time in an old, abandoned pack kitchen her mother used for storage. She baked and sometimes cooked. That made her happy. I miss how chatty and nervous she was before all this. She thought everything was cute and all sunshine and rainbows. Despite their rash behavior, she'd had parents who had sheltered her from the coldness of life. After the suicide attempt, she'd come back to me as a shell, which was terrifying. She was alive but gone. But seeing the toddler seemed to have revived her. Resentment crept across my chest that she was trying because of the baby and not me. Her eyes narrowed in seriousness when I let the cup linger in the air too long before taking a sip. I let her boss me around now because it was amusing, because looking at her, she was all cute and soft, a little round ball, a bunny rabbit. The other part was that I didn't want to snuff out that light in her eyes. She just started coming back to me, talking to me, and so if I had to suffer a few rules, attitude and dictating, then so be it. I'd take anything over her emotionless state. I would do anything to keep her here like this, even if it meant drinking a few more teas. All of it. She ordered when I placed the mug down, sternly eyeing the half-drunk tea. I tried not to smile when she pursed her lips, because she couldn't be any less intimidating, and maybe that's why I was chosen as her other half. One of us had to be terrifying for her sake. I lifted the cup, my eyes challenging hers as I drank the remainder. Her eyes too keenly watched me swallow and greedily followed the movements of my Adam's apple before she diverted them fast. I wondered if she had urges, if that part of her had woken up too. In our world, pregnancy and a willing mate meant lots of intimacy. Her hormones should be raging. The silence crackled with tension, and I breathed out heavily just to watch the slightest color tinge her cheeks as she flushed. I am relieved to say the tea was working. Miss Northern Lights knew her stuff. The nausea was subsiding, and I was feeling like myself again. You seem to be doing much better, my deep voice rasped as I placed the mug down, hoping she would talk to me, but she only took the empty mug from my hand and went back to the stove. I smirked at her casual dismissal as she went back to ignoring my existence. I guess that's all I was getting today from Miss Northern Lights, and a strong physical reaction. My eyes drifted over her backside. Now that she was pregnant, everything was more, and I was straining, feeling thirsty. Her clothes were tighter. If I had a weakness in life, it would be her chest, and they were bigger, a lot bigger. The baby didn't deserve them, and I was using all of the self-control I had in the world not to stare at them. I was trying to be decent. I wanted her to be comfortable, Sometimes life was much more interesting when you weren't decent. However, if I suggested the things I wanted to do to her, she'd run in the next direction, and I'd be called lacking in principles to even be trying after everything. Pretty sure my father would hear about it too at pack breakfast. She kept going back and forth until I figured out what she was doing. I watched mesmerized by her movements as she made soup and sandwiches. That's the irritating thing about Leigh. She was too kind and too good. She didn't have to make the food. The tea she made was more than enough. She could have stopped there. I could have gotten my own food. The pack kitchen was downstairs. But here she was making me food and chalking it up to it being all for the sake of the baby. She placed the bowl before me with the light soup and slapped the spoon on the counter. You'd think I was forcing her. Drink this and then eat the sandwiches, she instructed bitterly. I was starving, but hopefully now I could keep everything down. I fingered the spoon before I tasted her soup. It was good. No, it was really good and probably the best tasting soup I've ever had, and it wasn't because I was starving. Our kitchen was really good on a daily basis when it came to food, but this blew it out of the water. Slowly, she cautioned and I slowed my pace. You have to keep it down, she tapped the counter. Yes, mother, I bit out, and the scalding look she gave me was probably her contemplating taking away the sandwiches or spitting in my soup. She couldn't show any more enthusiasm to seeing me live. Watching me die probably gave her a thrill, and who could blame her? You're a really good cook. I complimented between spoonfuls of the delicious warm liquid, and she was. It wasn't me complimenting her. I didn't have the patience for that. It was clear she didn't want any compliments from me and wanted me to just eat the food. It's just soup and sandwiches. She shrugged in dismissal. Better than most. Should have put you to work much earlier. Do you want me to help you live or not? She snapped coldly, and I smiled, focusing on eating. She stood watch next to me like a bodyguard. Close, but not that close so I could grab her. You'd think I was a wild animal. My body was still adjusting to keeping anything down, but so far there were no urges to carry anything up. When I was done, I devoured the sandwiches she made, and she looked proud it worked. I could still feel her in my lap from breakfast, and my body hummed alive at the memory. I glanced at her smooth neckline. No pregnant woman should be unmarked. In wolf packs it was a sign of disregard. I had the uncontrollable urge to mark her and have my scent all over her. Killian was extremely uncomfortable and overly possessive that she wasn't marked. If I had done things the right way then, I wouldn't be going through this. The obsession and panic that everyone didn't know without a doubt that she was mine. Anything could happen. He was blaming me and he didn't like sharing. If I allowed him, he'd intensely mark his territory on her. You could have just asked for me to take you shopping without getting my father involved at pack breakfast. I'm not that unreasonable. I declared while she took the plates to do the dishes, her eyes averted. It was her attempt to avoid me now that my hands weren't busy. I was trying to keep the conversation going, which was unlike me, but I needed her to talk. The coldness was getting to me. Plus, conversation helped to lower the tension in me that she was alive and not completely gone. If I didn't bring it up in public, then you wouldn't be taking me. She answered blandly, the blonde braids swinging. There was something utterly captivating about her long blonde hair and the way it moved with her motions. How so? I pressed. She should be talking to me, not my father. You pretend like the baby I'm carrying doesn't exist, and you're lazy enough to pass the shopping trip off to your father. Lazy. I repeated coldly, and I wondered who she was talking to like that. She didn't seem to care. She turned on the water, all serious and honest. She wasn't all sweet anymore, and the bunny rabbit had teeth. You're lazy, she mumbled. Ouch. Killian stirred, not pleased at the compliment. I could feel my strength returning from the food, but the weariness in my bones was heavy. It was rare to say something like that to me and live. She had her back to me as she rinsed a utensil. I wanted her to look at me and tell me all of my faults. I stood on my feet and casually leaned against the counter. She glanced over her shoulder. You can't do anything you haven't done to me already. She replied somberly, and my chest tightened. You're lazy, Easton. Everyone's afraid to say it because they're terrified of you. But if you can go around telling everyone their truths, then you can handle hearing yours, she said bravely, all the anger coming up. How am I lazy? I asked coolly. Your father does everything for you, and you don't know how to take responsibility for anything. My father was right. You are a child, and you'll never improve and make it into the alpha you're supposed to be if you don't change even in the slightest. She answered truthfully over the soapy water, pausing over the dishes. Her back was still turned to me, as I folded my arms across my chest. She was in dangerous territory. Your father. I sneered, and my voice dominated the room. I'm supposed to now take what your father says as gospel when he abandoned you at the first opportunity he could get, on my doorstep, like you were an old rug he was dying to get rid of. He knew who I was, and he didn't even look back once when you were begging. I reminded her she was treading on a thin line. I don't think I'll be taking any advice from the old dog. Her hands tightened on the plate she was washing, and I should stop myself short. We were working on progressing, not her going back. But here we were arguing, and it was a train I didn't feel like stopping. She was hitting a nerve, which was hard to admit for someone like me. No one got to me or hurt my feelings. I could feel the muscle in my jaw tighten. He wouldn't have left me here if you weren't a liar, if you had taken up your responsibility. She grounded out. You promised to bring me here, and he made you deliver it. The only reason you hate him so much is because he's what you are not. Well, moon goddess forbids I don't want a baby. I seethed between my teeth. I thought life was all about choices. Her cheeks were red hot as dishwater splashed me as she turned around. You didn't read the fine print to intimacy when you are close to a woman. It happened. You don't always get what you want in life, but you make the best of it. I'm having to make do with you. That definitely hurt. Is that so? I growled, stepping closer, but she was heated and the truth hit hard. I was failing everyone. She pointed a chubby finger my way, lightning striking in those blue eyes. I could feel the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. I should have known to call it quits. And you can say whatever you want about my father, but he's never done anything that he can't take accountability for. At least he gave his children the bare minimum, which you can't even give. Sure, he's not that bad if we sweep aside his ego and need for perfection. He's a massive jerk. Grow up, she shouted at me, and my body jolted. She's never shouted at me like this before. I didn't think she had it in her. Grow up, Easton, for moon goddess' sake. I can't depend on you for anything. Grow up, she exclaimed in anguish, and I could hear the tiredness in her voice and fear, so much fear. Her blue eyes swam. She was risking her life to carry and birth a child, and she wasn't getting the support she needed, from family or me. She was terrified of childbirth and everything. Neither of us have ever raised a child. Calm down, you'll be fine. I'm an alpha. I reassured her, which was a poor response. I think that gives me access to a lot of things. I could see from the flicker in her eyes that the first thing that drummed up was all the women I had access to that I'd been with. I stepped too close towards her, and I could see the pulse dance in her throat, the way her breathing quickened and I stalled. Her eyes flickered to the side, as if looking for an escape, and I paled. She was afraid I'd hit her, and I took a step back, trying to keep my anger in check. She took 2 steps back too, and I'll never get over the look in her eyes. She got quiet, her chest rapidly rising and falling. You're an alcoholic alpha, she said quietly, and something inside me ripped open, my heart falling into the pit of my stomach. You're more problems than a solution. What have you done for the pack more than drink and party? You are a grown man with a child on the way, and that's all you're known for. That's all you know how to do. Whatever issues you have in life, you have to face them head on like everyone else and overcome them. You are a liability no matter how powerful you are. Your father is getting old, and the pack will be passed on to a drunk. It will probably fall apart before it reaches the next alpha. I could feel all the air leave my lungs. She shook her head, her eyes holding pity and sadness as she stared up at me. She rubbed her forehead with the back of her hand, and she looked so lost. It's all smoke and mirrors. You can't drink and party forever. You have no purpose. There's nothing you wake up excited for or to do. There's nothing you dedicate your life to. You have no goals for your life or this place. You're just existing, wasting. Her voice broke. You're always angry, and that is so exhausting. You're always the dark cloud in a room. She'd hit the mark. I didn't realize she was that intuitive. The wall inside me was cracking, and I needed a drink now more than ever. This was too much. She was naive, not stupid. I'd gotten to know her over books during her studying and tutoring sessions. I should have known she'd see right through me. I guess we're both a joke. She ended bitterly. Leigh. I tried to stop her. Your words and actions are what makes you. You can't keep a promise to save your life. She turned back around to rinse the dishes. I've been keeping the one I made recently. I tell her with all the sincerity in the world, and I could feel her folding in on herself and slipping away. She went eerily quiet, as if she was afraid to make any sound. It was clear she did not believe me or want anything to do with me. I haven't put my hands on her since, but it wasn't a reward when I shouldn't have in the first place. It hung heavy like a weight over us, suffocating us, and I knew she'd never forgive me for it and many other things. She'd never look at me the same. She just wanted someone to love her, and I'd not only broken her down, but also added to the list of things people said about her. I reached around her and turned off the water. My shadow fell over her as she waited. Roman I diverted the topic since she felt so much like talking. I was dead serious, and she knew it too. I needed to know why she knew Roman, and how long he had to live. He rescued me at your party, when everyone was calling me names. They wanted me to show my talents. He made sure I went back to my room safely. He was decent. Anger bubbled up in me, spilling at the seams. I tried to think through the haze. Decent and Roman didn't go into the same sentence. He also wasn't nice for nothing. He didn't touch you or say anything. I asked suspiciously, my body tense. No, she answered quickly with a shake of her head. I tugged her chin up so her eyes would meet mine, the crystal blue letting me know she was telling the truth. If I could reset time, then I would taste her. But taking responsibility was knowing that's not how this worked. She'd slip away. I'd never had anything for too long anyway. If he ever does, you're supposed to say something. Roman cannot be trusted. Don't go anywhere alone with him, Leigh. There's nothing nice about Roman. I warned her. Same as you. I was another version of ruthless, maybe not as brutal and unnerving as Roman. She tugged her chin away and silence dragged between us. This wasn't just jealousy. Roman didn't visit my pack unless he was invited. He didn't care about anyone but himself. We weren't friends, more so acquaintances. I didn't trust him further than I could see him. You need to rest. She pointed out and I simply nodded. It made no sense I denied it. I was exhausted. My shoulders felt heavy and the back of my eyes and neck burned. I was fighting to stay standing and she saw that. She dried her hands and I dutifully followed her. It clicked that I've never really had anyone take care of me, make me tea, despite my magnitude of flaws, and maybe for once it felt good to have someone. I'd been alone for a very long time. I'd forgotten what it was like to have someone be there. What is it about the pack house that makes you sick? She asked softly as we came to our room. I contemplated answering and gave just enough to keep her from digging. Just a few bad memories. I grunted as I stripped down to my underwear and seeing her avert her eyes. You've seen it all before. I would sleep naked, but she'd more than likely create a riot and panic. Bad memories you can live with, but these are killing you. More like trauma. Moon goddess. No kidding, Einstein. I snapped as I walked towards the bed, sliding the drawer open while her attention was diverted rummaging for my peace of mind. I laid down and waited for her. The weight of the tiredness was so heavy I had to force myself to stay awake. You barely sleep even at your house. She pushed as she took her shoes off. You've been watching me, I grumbled. I'd been watching her too, slinking around the house when she thought I wasn't there. My greatest mistake clearly was thinking she was simple. There were depths to her. I'd underestimated her, and I wanted to know how her mind worked. She shrugged proudly as I closed my eyes, and I felt the bed sink beside me. I reached for her wrist with my eyes still closed and gingerly rubbed a finger along the soft, healed skin, remembering the deep, jagged lines. It felt like she'd drawn those lines in me as well. She tried to tug her hand out of mine, but I held tight, smoothing my thumb against the soft skin. What else did you notice? You don't drink water. I chuckled at that, and I could feel her relax, maybe close her eyes as she settled in. She was tired too. I waited until her breathing evened out. I was so quick, she didn't even notice until she heard the click. Easton. We were handcuffed to each other. The gold glinted on our wrists. I wasn't risking falling into deep sleep, and her doing anything I couldn't live with. I was too tired to monitor her or sleep lightly. Just to make sure you don't get up to anything Northern Lights. Her lips pursed in indignation, and she rolled her eyes. I drifted off, my eyes tracing the lines of her face. For the first in a long time, I truly rested. She was beside me, nothing would come barging in. No one would take my clothes off. Leigh. When I said Easton needed to rest, I didn't think it would be like this. It was late in the night when I woke up. Our bodies were so close I could feel the heat from his. The addictive warmth from his body licked my skin, and I wanted to bury myself into his arms. Self-control was a struggle when it felt like my body was starting to go into heat, and guess who my wolf preferred? But I'd sworn I'd never let him touch me again. Easton was still deep in sleep, and I was shackled to him by handcuffs. I wrinkled my toes at the urgency in my bladder. I needed to pee and I was very hungry, but at least I had gotten some good rest. I didn't know what time it was, but if I had to guess, it was probably after midnight. The tiredness of the past few days had worn me down, plus the pregnancy. Getting up was getting harder these days. Any type of movement was a struggle. I was finding myself out of breath, more often than breathing regularly. Alpha's children were a struggle. My patience was slowly waning, and I understood why, as mothers advanced in their pregnancy, they started to complain that they wanted the baby out. I blinked into the darkness and shook the gold bracelet around my wrist for Easton to wake up, but nothing. I tried to again, the link tugging his arm, but there was no response. Easton. I whispered, but he didn't even stir. He was normally very alert. If I moved a fraction of an inch, he was awake. Easton. His breathing, the slight rise and fall of his chest, made me know he was alive. My eyes skimmed over his muscled torso, and I cursed internally. His shirtless form was tempting, and I was trying to quiet my raging hormones. His deep, intoxicating smell wasn't helping as I tried to gawk at him. It was all over the room. It was awful to admit that I'd been staring at him for the past couple of minutes since I had woken. He looked so young and beautiful when he was sleeping. Without the coldness and scowls when he was awake, he was perfection. If you were vain enough, you could forget it all for what he looked like. I pulled myself up to look down at him. I really needed to go. Easton. I laid a palm against his shoulder, and all hell broke loose. Red eyes and the pull of claws made me scream. Wait. My back hit the mattress as his deadly large claws stood inches away from my face, and all the blood drained out of me. I stared up at him in horror. Jet black fur replaced skin as he started to shift quickly. He was terrifying. A deep breath, and his sharp claws would cut through my neck. Fear made my insides shake. He was so heavy for someone who had lost so much weight. It pressed sharply into my hip. Sasha was furious, but I couldn't shift due to the pregnancy, so she was having a meltdown. A protective growl escaped my throat, and his eyes widened. The blood red flickered out of his eyes when he saw it was me, and he half shifted back. Shoot, he exclaimed quickly and shifted his weight off of me. I took in a deep breath as he rushed to cradle me, and I tried to ease out of his embrace. I didn't even notice I was shaking. Shoot, I'm sorry, I thought. I thought you were. He broke off with a guttural sigh, roughly running a hand through his hair in frustration. It was a miracle I hadn't peed myself. I fought to breathe in air. His skin felt hot wherever we touched, and I fought the tears prickling the back of my eyes. Every day I was fighting for my life. I need to pee. I almost screamed. He scooted back, and I saw that he had burst the handcuff off from around his wrist like it was nothing. My wolf was scolding his, for almost taking us out, and his wolf, Killian, was whining in regret. I couldn't process everything all at once. I was grateful to be alive. He looked remorseful, truly distraught, and for the first time in forever, I believed Easton was sorry. But he also almost killed me in his sleep. I didn't know how to process it, or anything to do with him. Leigh, I didn't mean to. He uttered in frustration, and when his hand touched my arm, I hyperventilated. Don't touch me. I shouted, and I could see the color drain out of him, something in him shuddering close and being locked away. Don't you ever touch me. He pulled back, the vulnerability in him gone. I looked at him in fear and panic. The dress was tangled around my hips in order to get away from him. We were never meant to coexist. I tried to clamber out of the bed, and I padded fast to the bathroom. The rapid clink of the gold handcuffs around my wrist in unison with my movements. I took a few extra minutes in there. The door was open, but I knew he was standing against the wall outside. My heart couldn't stop racing. He wanted to murder us both. Leigh. I wanted to go home. I missed my bed. I missed being a wallflower. He sounded so remorseful, but there was a terrible feeling swirling in me. Having your mate try to kill you more than once wasn't exactly the best for your mental health. All I had done was touch him, and he went feral. Was I that bad? I ran a hand over my face, feeling the back of my throat burn as I tried not to cry. I wrung my shaking hands and tried to even out my breathing. It doesn't have anything to do with you. I wanted to roll my eyes. I'm sure if it was Clara touching him, it would have been a different story. I could hear him laying his palm flat against the wall. I know you don't have any faith or trust in me, but it was an honest mistake. I didn't mean to hurt you, or for any of that to happen. He pulled up short and caught whatever he was going to say. He sighed like talking was hard for him. It's just that I have a hard time sleeping. Jay, just don't go all cold and distant on me again. I can't go through it again, please. Just don't stop talking to me. I know I'm a lot of problems, but I'm trying. Whether he was playing me or not. This wasn't like him to be emotional. I wanted to run in the next direction. There wasn't anywhere else to go either, but the look in his eyes, the shock and regret was too raw to be practiced or acting. I could feel it through the bond. He'd been horrified when he saw it was me. The seconds and minutes were ticking by, and I took a deep breath. I flushed the toilet and found him waiting on the other side. His forehead was pressed against the wall. I'm going to get something to eat. His brows went high. I might as well keep my energy up if I was going to survive Easton. I was grateful for Sasha for saving me. It made me feel a bit more protected having her. This was also the best way I could say I hadn't fallen back in on myself. I made pasta, and when we were finished eating, he got my coat. I need to go for a run. That's how he had stayed fit, and that's where he went to after hours. You run. Shem. Sometimes I do a little patrolling, but we're probably going to have to scrap that. We'll see. A chill ran down my spine at being pregnant on a patrol border in the dead of the night. Clearly Easton thought he was invincible. It was past midnight, and I can't say I was comfortable to be out there with him when he had just tried to kill me. But I understood he needed to clear his head. Sasha wanted to comfort him, but we comfort him today. He'd bite us tomorrow. He then threw his jacket over mine. According to him, it was getting colder. I let him overcompensate. You need water. I shook my head as I padded after him. I tried not to dwell on who he thought it was when he had almost murdered me. It was beautiful outdoors. I could feel the rush in my veins from the moon high in the dark sky. I greedily filled my lungs with the cool night air as Easton led me along the path, further away from the pack house. I had to give it to the deep amber pack. It had its charm as I watched the fireflies twinkle in the bushes. I burrowed myself deeper in the jackets, his oversized one hitting below my knees. He only glanced at my exposed fingers with a furrowed brow, but aside from that he let me enjoy the walk. He was dead silent, like everything in him had shut off, and he was somewhere else. Everyone was asleep at this hour of the night. He carried us out to the plain field, where they trained and started to strip. I thought he'd bring us to the forest, But it dawned on me that he wasn't taking any chances with me, so he had to see me at all times out in the open. Stay put, he instructed coldly, the sudden sound of his voice making me turn my head sharply to look at him. I glanced around, the trees too far to make a run for it without him knowing. I'll forever be on watch because of what I did. The moonlight made his skin glow and his black hair shimmer as he tossed his shirt on the ground. My throat went dry, that I was getting my own private strip show. My traitorous body started to react. There was a throbbing ache between my legs, and I had to clench them together. I'd never had the chance to really scrutinize him. Extremely wide shoulders and a well-defined broad back held my attention. I let my eyes travel. He was muscular and large, but also lean. His training wasn't overdone where he was too bulky, which would only slow him down, but I could see with consistent training how more defined he could be. His proportions were perfect. His muscles rippled with each movement. A selfish part of me was glad he trained in private, and no one got the pleasure of seeing him. He loosened his belt, and my gaze skittered over the sharp V-line that disappeared beneath the waist of his boxers, and my heart drummed up in anticipation. Are you enjoying the view? His taunting deep voice made me snap my gaze back out to the fields as he pulled his pants down, but my face was so heated as I swallowed, and I knew it gave it away. The dampness between my legs was evidence. Is there something you like? He walked off to give me space so he could shift. I missed shifting into my wolf. It was an itch that didn't go away. But if I did while pregnant, I'd lose the baby. Sasha was being patient, but I knew she was dying to be set free. I missed the feel of grass and dirt beneath my paws, to hold nothing back and just be. I was jealous as I watched the large jet-black wolf take shape before me. It was sleek and majestic. I shivered at the sight of it, taking a step back. The power radiating off of him made me anxious. I couldn't suppress the bond any longer as it brushed against me. I ran my finger through his fur, appreciating the electric tingles up my arm, and he let me, surprised at how soft it was, and I could feel his body ripple beneath my hand in response. My neck itched where his mark should have been. I was a public disgrace for being pregnant without one. Sasha was all giddy and proud that this was her man. But he wasn't ours, maybe everybody else's, but not ours. You're much nicer than your human eye rasped out, feeling my heart pounding hard in my chest as he towered over me. I felt like a dwarf to him in either form. Killian gave a huff of approval at my comment, and the side of my mouth tipped up. Red eyes grazed protectively over my stomach. Killian, I whispered. Nice to meet you. I've seen my father's wolf, so I shouldn't be so surprised, but I was at the size of his. There was also something much cooler about the midnight black fur so dark, it almost glinted blue in the moonlight. It tilted its large head towards me, red eyes analyzing me, and then he took off. I smiled at its dismissal. Black muscles rippled underneath his fur. I watched in envy at its incredible speed, my air tugging on the breeze as Killian blended and disappeared into the night with its dark fur. The ground shook under my feet. I didn't feel alone because I knew he was watching me. I enjoyed the midnight escape, feeling like we were doing something secret that no one else knew about. Cool breeze drifted down the field and ruffled through my hair, and I folded my arms against the cold. I could envision it filled with wolves during the day. I caught a glimpse of black fur every now and then, trying to calm my insides and the fear squeezing my chest. The large midnight wolf was very intimidating. I watched in amazement, wondering how it would feel to be that powerful. How was I supposed to manage him? I watched Killian disappear and reappear through the trees and along the field in quick shadows and dark fur. A howl made everyone know their alpha was out at this hour of the night, and my wolf wanted so badly to respond. She was anxious at the dominant call. I had to suppress her. Everything went deadly quiet in the night. Knowing the most dangerous predator was around, even the fireflies moving around got jittery. I needed to start thinking of baby names. I thought of the plans I'd made as I watched Easton's wolf and then looked up at the night sky. I would have the baby and move to the human world with it. I'd leave all of this behind. It would be my second chance at life, and my baby's first. I wanted it to have the best life possible. I would have the opportunity to start fresh and leave all the horrors and trauma behind. His father was kind enough. I'm sure Alpha Jonathan would be willing to provide me with enough money until I was well enough to work, or my father would as well. He was harsh and strict, but I was hoping that given enough time, my father would calm down. I'd beg him to see reason. Easton was right about him being prideful. He was rash when his ego got bruised, but once his anger died down and his pride was salved, if he had any slight remorse or care for me, he'd allow me to not go through with mating with Easton after the birth of the baby and to just disappear. He'd be rid of me for life, and he could pretend he only had 2 daughters. He would be free of me and my embarrassment. Easton would carry on with his life and have Clara as his Luna. It would all plan out perfectly, and I would never have to carry his mark around my neck. He would let me go easily. When he was done, he got dressed and I followed him to the border. This was the part that I wasn't fond of as we cut through the trees until the terrain got a bit higher, and the trees weren't as tall. The forest thinned out, and I looked around to see if I made out any other wolves. Leaves crunched under my feet to show my inexperience, while Easton's steps were deadly quiet. Rogues could hear me from a mile away. Maybe I should have worn better shoes, but I doubt it would help. There was a soft patch of grass and an old tree where he went to and sat down, his back resting against it. He took a sip of my water and beckoned me over. I bit my inner cheek. The forest was playing tricks on my mind, and I worried about getting back alone, if anything. I hoped we wouldn't be out here all night, because despite his ability, I didn't want to be pregnant and fighting off any rogues. There wasn't much I could do in my state. I looked around cowardly in the darkness, rubbing my arms as it was getting colder, hoping red eyes didn't stare back at me. "Come here," he ordered, and my lower stomach clenched. His dark eyes were burning into me, watching me taking tiny steps back and forth as I tried to figure out how to get back, if anything. They glittered in the darkness with amusement. "Is this where you get rid of me, or hurt me where no one can see us?" His eyes turned to slits and his face hard as stone. The air felt chilly. No. I had no faith in him, but he could do anything to me anywhere. He opened his legs and I looked at him suspiciously. "You'll be warmer, and you shouldn't be on your feet for so long." He pushed, placing the bottle down. He looked very sober and tired. I took a deep breath and went over to him, his hands helping me to get slowly seated. He wrapped his arms around me, and I was in a warm cocoon, his body a cushion. He was right. All the fears disappeared. I felt strangely protected. "Now isn't that better?" He whispered in my ear, but I wouldn't give him the satisfaction of knowing he was right. Above our heads, branches opened up to reveal the sky. We'd be invisible from anyone coming in any direction in our spot. Shouldn't we be on the lookout for rogues? I questioned, glancing around. "You need to get out more," he said wryly, letting me know I was very inexperienced at rogue watching. He buried his face in the crook of my neck and inhaled deeply, releasing a sigh that made me shiver and my pulse quickened. It was getting too personal. My nipples hardened painfully as his arm shifted over my chest. The flutter of wings caught my attention above, and I looked up to see a curious bird watching us. "What's that?" I asked, trying to shift the atmosphere. "That's a night hawk," he pointed out as I stared back at its small beady eyes, trying to distract myself from the tremors inside me every time his voice vibrated next to my ear. "It looks pretty similar to an owl. It feeds on insects and should migrate soon as it's getting too cold for them to find food here." And that's how our bird lesson started. I learnt what was a barrel owl, and that if we got closer to the lake, there would be night herons. It was a lot of birds for one night, but he knew them by heart, like he'd spent a lifetime out here, and the unsettling feeling started to creep up inside me again. This wasn't something you learnt in a short period of time. "You know a lot about birds," I commented in genuine admiration. It was nice to know he wasn't just alcohol and cold stares. I liked how he recited all the information to me. He leaned in with a smirk, his head pressing against mine. You say that like I don't know anything. You do. I quipped back sarcastically. For a demure Luna, you can be sassy. I shook my head, and my gaze caught an owl I've never seen before. What about that one? That's how the night went. He didn't get snappy, and he seemed to enjoy talking to me. Fingers wove through my hair that made me relax, and I wondered what his secret obsession with it was. I've never really thought of my hair until now. I don't know when I fell asleep. I was sleeping more these days, but I woke up next to him, or rather being held by him in our bed. The time said it was almost midday. His hand was stretched over me to lace his fingers though mine, and his face was buried in my hair. I guess this replaced the handcuffs. My other hand was buried next to his body. I was terrified of waking him up, but we had things to do. Easton, I tried, squeezing the hand laced through mine and hoping he didn't lash out and I lose my fingers. His eyes barely fluttered open, and I tried to remind him of his promise. It's the next day. You promised to take me shopping for the baby. I whispered. Next week Friday, I promise. I need to sleep. But, next Friday. I swear. I'm tired, Leigh. He kissed the side of my head. Pretty please. That was it. That was all I got out of him, and he did look exhausted. I don't know if I should be terrified by how nice he was now. Squeezing his hand laced through mine was how I got him to safely wake up. He made me use the bathroom and get food. But I let him rest, and one day turned into 3. He would wake up and carry me to the bathroom. We'd eat in silence. He didn't say anything, just always rushing to go back to bed. He placed the TV in the room with food and let me watch all I wanted, and 1 hour every day he took me out to get fresh air and stretch my legs, but all he did was sleep nonstop. I read baby books in my spare time as well. He brought all the baby books from the library and piled them up on my side of the floor. At this point, I could deliver a baby by myself. He was sleeping for almost a week now, and I got worried. I started to panic that something might be broken with him. He said he was fine, but I wasn't buying it. I didn't ever think that he'd pass away from sleep. On Thursday, I planned my escape to get Alpha Jonathan involved. It wasn't normal that he was sleeping so much. It was as if he's never rested a day in his life. It took 2 trips to the bathroom and a fake attempt at raking my hand through his hair to escape interlocking fingers with Easton while he was deep in sleep. Each night that went by had me more worried he just wouldn't wake up one day. Then I'd be left to mourn a severed bond and probably lose my baby. I didn't come this far for him to kick the bucket in his sleep. My heart raced so fast I had to take deep breaths before I gingerly slid off the bed. It was terrifying trying to make a move without waking him up. It felt like he was wired and attuned to my every move. Saying he was fine when he was awake didn't cut it when he has been sleeping for days on end. How much rest did he need? I didn't know how long I had before he woke up and noticed I was gone, so I had to move fast, which for me wasn't fast enough. I had extra weight, and I had to be careful. He wouldn't be around to catch me if I stumbled on a step. Alpha Jonathan's office was on the floor below ours. I made sure I was careful with closing our door. I wedged it with one of the pregnancy books I've been reading, so it didn't make any clicking noise. It actually came in handy. I wasn't taking any chances, especially with our werewolf hearing. His felt like it was even sharper. I hoped Alpha Jonathan would be there. I had no idea of his schedule, or where I would even find him if he wasn't. I didn't know if I had it in me to walk through the entire pack to find him. I was already breathing short. I paused on the stairs in thought, but continued until I got to his floor. The gold plaque on the door let me know I had arrived. Alphas lived in their offices because there was always a lot of work to be done. Let's hope he was the same. It dawned on me that I've never really been alone with Alpha Jonathan and had a one-on-one conversation with him. He was my father-in-law, but we'd met under difficult circumstances. I tried to shake the nerves as I knocked on his door. Anxiety had me looking behind my back for Easton every second as I patiently waited. I was jittery. He could be upset all he wanted. I wasn't his teddy bear. A deep, commanding voice rumbled through the door for me to come in, and I almost tripped over myself at how quickly I flung the door open. A dark-haired man around Alpha Jonathan's age was sitting on the couch before his desk in a cowboy hat. He turned to look at me from head to toe. Heat flushed my cheeks as I walked in. "Sorry to interrupt, Alpha, but may I please have a moment to discuss something with you?" I asked quickly, already out of breath. I could see Alpha Jonathan's shoulders tense, and his dark eyes wrinkle as he looked me over head to toe too for any signs of trouble. The man looked to Alpha Jonathan for a dismissal. He was well-tanned and hard. If I were to guess based on his response to him, he was probably the beta here. "Cooper, we'll round this up later after dinner." Alpha Jonathan hurriedly dismissed the scrutinizing man, who exited with a nod my way. Did something happen? His voice roared. Alpha Jonathan rose up out of his seat and was already around the desk in 2 strides. His movements were a mirror image of Easton's, strong and smooth. His pensive gaze studied my face expectantly as he waited for me to answer. I quickly glanced behind me at the door and looked back up at him, feeling unfairly small. "And no, nothing happened, but it's about Easton." I tried to explain as his brows pulled together. "Have a seat, what did he do?" He almost growled. The undertone was biting, and I shook my head, ignoring the chill from his alpha waves crawling up my back. There was only one photograph in his office, and it was of Luna Faith smiling. Out of sight but still in mind. There were no pictures of Easton, and I wondered what he was like when he was younger. He seemed like he had been born hard, cold, and a full-grown man. Alpha Jonathan's eyes followed my gaze, and I swallowed, pretending I wasn't examining his mate's photo. "He's been sleeping." I point out facing him. He looked at me confused, and I know he must be wondering if something was mentally wrong with me. That doesn't seem like a problem. For days, over a week, almost nonstop actually. I explained everything to him, and by the time I was finished, he was looking at me intensely. He was very quiet before he issued a sigh and ran a hand over his face. He was much more approachable than my father, and it made me sad that Easton was missing out on something I never really had. "He hasn't had any nightmares or anything?" he asked. "Just one, but..." I broke off, not knowing how to explain it. "He hasn't had any since, and it wasn't exactly a nightmare. Seems he thought I was someone else when I tried to wake him up." He looked at me suspiciously, because I had left out the fact that he had almost clawed me to death. No matter how much I hated him, the mating bond made me protective of him. It was ingrained in our wolves. Plus, Easton had honestly seemed shaken up by it. He'd fixed it by holding my hand, which I would squeeze or tug, so I didn't startle him out of his sleep. Of course, who knows when that will fail. Alpha Jonathan nodded, and then tilted his head, and my stomach tightened. I knew he was mind-linking someone, and I knew Easton was awake. "Let's talk about this on our way back. I'd rather you not be on your feet so much," he insisted as he led me out of his office. "I don't know if you're aware, but when she-wolves are pregnant, we tend to be very overprotective of our mates, even rash and hard to reason with. It's a very dangerous game for female wolves to play when it comes to socializing with other male wolves, even if the male wolf is the father-in-law," he informed me as he closed the door. "With you being in the hospital recently and currently pregnant, it's not the best time to stray from Easton. He's already possessive and volatile enough as it is. We don't want him to tear this entire pack apart to find you." "He's awake, isn't he?" I asked quickly, and Alpha Jonathan nodded in the hallway. "He sent out a pack alert that you were missing." I took a deep breath and closed my eyes briefly. "No, he didn't." That was fast. So what should I have done then, if he's going to be rash? Ask him to see me. Sometimes he's not that unreasonable, and he seems to be giving in with you these days, more than I've gotten from him for years, which I'm sure you're more than aware of. He didn't decide to go shopping with you for the baby things because he's feeling fatherly." I swallowed the lump in my throat, anxiously eyeing the walkway for him to appear. The sleeping. Alpha Jonathan seemed uncomfortable talking about Easton's sleeping habits. He was trying to divert from the topic. He stopped to look down on me, his eyes pensive. Easton has always had a sleeping problem from when he was little. It started after he'd lost his mother when he was 8. He started running away at nights. I'd have to scour the forests to find him. Cooper would be up with me most nights, and it was a task to keep him in his bed. He explained, his eyes mirroring emotions when talking about his late mate and son. I couldn't imagine what that must have been like, to grieve. You always see that person in your child. It never goes away. The side of his eyes wrinkled as he paused. He had rough time coping after his mother's death. He didn't like anyone touching him, and when he did sleep, sometimes he had nightmares. I thought he'd grow out of it when he got older, but it seemed to have gotten worse. I'm glad you've been able to make him get some rest. I shouldn't be sympathetic for Easton, I tried to tell myself, but unfortunately, I wasn't made out of stone. He wasn't just cold stares and scowls. I'm sure losing his mother especially, so young, couldn't have been easy. No one ever talks about her. What was she like? I asked out of curiosity, and I could see Alpha Jonathan's eyes steal over and his face harden. She isn't spoken of around here, and I'd like to keep it that way. He enforced, his voice cold and final. It closed the door to any conversation about Easton's mother, and I was taken aback by his sudden change in attitude. I started to apologize, but he closed me off. Don't be, it's just better off that way. A brown-haired male rushed up the stairs, and I almost jumped out of my skin. When he saw me, his eyes widened and Alpha Jonathan stopped him in his tracks. I've got it. His deep voice rumbled with exasperation, and I knew it was because of Easton's pack call for everyone to find me. I could only imagine what the message had been. The tall male wolf disappeared a little too fast. My body hummed alive before Easton rounded the corner with the pregnancy book in his hand. I could see a flicker of relief in Easton's eyes before they cast it over dark with a shot of red, and I got uncomfortable. I'm not her type and I'm too old for her. Alpha Jonathan declared at the sight of his stone-faced son, who was bearing down on him. If looks could kill, we'd both be dead, as he looked back and forth between us in a very accusatory way that I didn't like. I only saw Alpha Jonathan as a father figure. My mouth went dry, and I couldn't offer up any explanation, as Easton's anger waves bathed the hallway. All the softness in his features when he was asleep were replaced by shrewd harshness now that he was awake. But that wasn't what really held our attention. Apart from wearing next to nothing, but just his underwear, Easton looked really good and healthy. He seemed taller and hotter, if that was even possible. It was the plain truth. His well-muscled form had me stunned. Looking up at him from this angle, rest had done him tremendously well. Color had come back into his skin, his ruffled hair looked darker. There were no more dark circles under his eyes. You'd have thought the dark under eyes were permanent. High cheekbones met flushed lips. He looked younger, more in the land of the living. He looked alive. You look rested. His father commented incredulously, echoing my thoughts out loud, but his focus was only on me. Easton ignored him and narrowed his dark eyes at me, and ironically, my body felt like it was lit alive, my heart starting to pound harder. I swallowed nervously, hoping it would go away, feeling embarrassed at the flush. It must be the baby, and it needed to go away. It was getting worse. He waved the pregnancy book between his fingers before my face, and I met his eyes daringly. If I had tied you up to get you to keep still, you would have complained how cruel I was. I guess I won't be underestimating you again. He rasped, voice laced with a future threat, as the book landed with a quiet thud in the hallway behind us. He was fuming. I thought the doctor said you weren't supposed to be on your feet much. He reminded me icily. Did you forget, sweetheart? This was important. I answered, and the muscle in his jaw twitched hard. He's important. Meeting my father in secret was more important than the doctor's orders to keep your precious baby healthy and striving. He replied mockingly, the timbre in his voice putting my nerves on edge. His alpha command was strong. He led hundreds of wolves with this voice. Heat made my cheeks burn crimson, red, like I'd done more than just sneak out to find his father. He stepped closer and past abuse history, and an unconscious reflex made me step a bit behind his father for shelter, and it seemed to infuriate him that Alpha Jonathan was my protective shield. His eyes made note of the distance I'd put between us, and he was ready to haul me back to his side. I could tell. Alpha Jonathan loudly cleared his throat to break the tension. I'd almost forgotten he was still here as he watched our interaction. She was just worried about you. His father answered roughly, trying to divert whatever sinful thoughts he was having to keep me caged. Thought you were sleeping a little too much and wanted to make sure you'd live. Nothing more, nothing less. We're glad to see you're awake and functioning, he grumbled. I told her I was fine. Easton growled back, a promise of retribution in his eyes, and I straightened my shoulders. If you want to live long, father, you should know I don't appreciate you sneaking around with my mate. I like to find my things untouched and where I last left them. He warned, and I was offended he'd call me his thing in front of his father. I wasn't a jacket of his that he'd placed on the back of a chair. I'm not your thing, I answered quietly, and his eyes flitted to me and narrowed in distaste. Easton's newfound possessiveness over me and his overall dark attitude didn't work well together. It was gasoline on fire. It was unfair that after everything he wanted to be jealous. Shouldn't you be over here? He demanded, and I pressed my lips together, refusing to move, and his nostrils flared. You think he's your savior now? He's only going to let you down and disappoint you in the end. Isn't that right, father? Father and son stared each other down as the corner of Alpha Jonathan's eyes tightened. The uncomfortable tension started to rise between the two, getting fiercer, and I didn't like being in the middle of it or witnessing it. She just came for some answers, and I gave it to her. I'm not going back and forth with you while she's pregnant. And I just wanted to save her the trouble and disappointment too, seeing as she's carrying. That's 2 more people for you to let down in your lifetime. Easton responded icily, and I could feel my stress levels going up. This won't win you any Father of the Year trophies. That's long gone. Is there a problem here? Alpha Jonathan's voice snapped, and seeing the 2 alphas ready to war was terrifying. It was like waiting for the downpour of rain after the clap of thunder, and I knew whatever came from Easton in response was going to be devastating and ruthless. I'm heading back. I announced loudly and left them to argue it out. Easton shot me a confused look as I left him there without his permission to leave, but a few seconds later I heard his footsteps, light and determined. He was trailing behind me. I didn't think he'd leave and not settle the deadly score with his father. I increased my pace as he steadily walked to catch up to me. It wasn't fair that I was speed walking, and he didn't even exert any effort. I let out a huff of breath and rubbed my stomach. If you're trying to get away from me, you're not moving fast enough. I pretended I didn't hear him. I steered away from our staircase and headed down the stairs of the pack house. I didn't feel like being a thing in his room. I tried to watch my steps, slowing down as I descended, feeling him getting closer. You know I don't chase women. It's normally the other way around. He shouted. I ended the staircase, and he was still there, steadily increasing on me, so I started a light jog or attempted it. I hoped his pride would let him leave me alone, that he wouldn't want to run into any pack members like this. You're going to let my pack members see you walking me like a dog, he said through gritted teeth, looking around. You can always stop following me, I panted. It was a chase, and he was gaining on me. So it's okay to spend time with my father, but you're running away from me, he asked, jealousy coding his words. Yes, I don't owe you any loyalty, I shouted. I can also be with whoever I like, just like you can. A loud growl made me yelp and almost lose my footing. I took the passage away from the pack hall. I didn't make it far because he grabbed me, and my back hit against the wall as I was cornered. I was whirled around to find myself face to face with him, and all I saw was red eyes. He pulled the top half of my dress aside to get access to my neck as the sound died in my throat. He was shifting, claws and fur coming through as warm lips brushed the hollow in my collarbone where I should be marked. Killian had fought his way through. He wanted me marked and to himself. All the alarm bells rang in my head. He wasn't being rational, and this is what Alpha Jonathan was talking about. I shouldn't have riled him up. His warm tongue moved over the spot, pressing the soft flesh, and my body shivered as I gasped. I could feel the tingles all the way down to my toes, as his teeth scraped against the flesh of my collarbone. My breathing became harsh, as I tried to wiggle and get his attention. "Easton, if you mark me, I'll lose the baby." I begged, and fire-red possessive eyes of his wolf met mine. He was too far gone, and so I did the only thing that I could think of. I kissed him. I could feel his body jolt hard. He would never expect me to kiss him, not after everything. His body jerked in surprise, and all his attention was diverted into the kiss. It was like the floodgates had opened as heat rushed through my body, burning between my thighs. There was a hunger in me to be touched. My hands shook as I grabbed his shoulders for support. My body was in control, and I had lost control of my mind. All the alarm bells were going off, but I ignored them. My fingers traveled to the nape of his neck until they were buried into his messy hair. I craved this connection. Easton's lips were soft, and he tasted like heaven and regrets. There wasn't the taste of alcohol on his lips dulling anything. I couldn't find the strength to pull away. My skin felt like it was on fire. His tongue brushed against mine, and my heartbeat skittered wildly. I'd forgotten what it felt like to be so alive, and I welcomed it. Adrenaline rushed through my veins. I'd started what I was afraid to finish. Easton broke the kiss, his lips inches away from mine, and I suctioned in air through my mouth, fighting the urge to lick the taste of him off of my lips. There was an intense hunger in him, too. He raised his hand and wrapped it lightly around my neck as he tilted my head back, his excited crimson eyes searching mine for any resistance as his chest rapidly rose and fell. There wasn't any. I shivered under his gaze, feeling his warm breath tickle my face. We'd forgotten where we were, and that anyone could see us at any moment. We'd forgotten the past for a few seconds, and for now it was just the present. "My turn," he whispered harshly, and his head dipped before his lips clashed hard with mine. He kissed me roughly, all-consuming as if he was going to devour me. He was staking his claim. He was letting me know I was his and only his. This was his way of leaving his mark. My nipples hardened as Easton's hard chest pressed against mine. His tongue brushed lightly against the inside of my mouth before he showed his affection openly. It was toe-curling, and I let out a muffled sound. He pulled back, our breathing ragged as he dragged the sharpness of his teeth over my bottom lip, and my breathing staggered loudly. The mating bond was so alive between us like fireworks, I didn't have the will to tell him no. He could sense how aroused I was. I needed intimacy. Our eyes locked as it dawned on us what was happening. We couldn't have intimacy here. The silence was loud, and I couldn't breathe. I was confused. He shouldn't have any rights to me, but my body needed something else. I needed it during this stage of pregnancy. I couldn't hold out anymore. The walls were crumbling. If I were to use him just for intimacy and survival, would it be unfair when he'd done the same? I had to put me first and get what I wanted moving forward, and that meant going along with whatever he thought could make him be redeemed and soothe his conscience. He was less volatile this way. I just needed time and a safe pregnancy. I just needed to play my cards right. I'll wait until my father saw his newborn grandchild. He'd forget it all hopefully at the sight of an innocent, precious baby that shared his blood. Hopefully his pride that it's his first grandchild will make him want to protect him or her. I'd plead with him that for the future of everyone, it wouldn't be best for Easton to raise another alpha. He'd corrupt and hurt the child. All I needed was a ticket out, and nobody would ever see me again. As for the intimacy, it was just intimacy, but the first time I had intimacy with him was so horrible, he wasn't really worth using. But I'd seen him be different with Clara. The thought of it all left a sudden bitterness in my mouth and a burning in my chest. I felt nauseous. That was all I needed to clear my head, and I wiped my mouth off with the back of my hand, seeing the hurt coat his features at my instant change of heart. A sound around the corner made Easton slightly pull back. He was reluctant for the moment to end, his eyes unwilling to look away. I was ready to head back. "You too. came the warm, surprised tone as heels pulled up short around the corner. It was Luna Faith. Easton had me almost blocked with his entire body, and I couldn't imagine what risque outfit she was wearing today. We were complete opposites in how we dressed. I barely showed any ankle, and she showed way more than ankles. I caught a glimpse of her as she neared closer. She had a hand on her chest, and it was as uncomfortable as being caught showing affection by your parents could be. Easton and Leigh, you both startled me. I never would have expected to find both of you here like this, or even out of your room. I guess we'll have a united Alpha and Luna after all, she said in surprised disbelief. She looked like she'd been hit by a hit truck all over a kiss as she took a step back. She opened her mouth and then closed it. I wanted to scream that it was just hormones, but instead I hid in Easton's shadow. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. Your secret is safe with me, she said in a hushed tone and looked over behind Easton. There's no secret. I replied quickly because there wasn't any. It was just a kiss, nothing more, nothing less. She looked taken aback that I wasn't counting my lucky stars for kissing Easton. She cleared her throat and seemed a bit disoriented. Right, I understand. I won't intrude, but I'm so happy you're doing better, Leigh, and I am also happy to run into you here as well, because we received a phone call from your sister this morning. Sue-Ann. What? I pushed against Easton and came forward, hoping there wasn't anything wrong with her. Is she okay? What happened? I asked, nervousness hanging on to my words and my chest felt tight. I rubbed my stomach in anxiousness. Take a deep breath. She sounds to be okay as far as I could hear, but she gave me some pretty strict instructions for you. She says if she doesn't get proof of life and hear from you by tomorrow to ensure you're okay, she's going on a hunger strike so that her father and the entire Northern Lights will know she means business. I think that's exactly how she said it. She seems to take after your parents a lot. She's a natural-born leader, it seems. And I didn't. She was a natural-born threat. Oh, dear goddess. I mumbled as I rubbed my forehead. That sounded like my little sister, and I knew she'd do it. She watched too much television. I could tell Easton found it amusing by the tilt of his mouth. I didn't find my little sister starving funny, especially not for my sake. Luna Faith handed me the card in her hand with a number scribbled on it. She seems very smart, said she borrowed someone's phone. She wants a video call from you. She also left a few threats that I'd pay if you didn't get her message, and she'd find a way to remove me as Luna. Please call her so I don't have to find out what that means. She smiled faintly. She seems to care for you a lot. If my father found out, she'd be grounded for a year. I'm glad Luna Faith didn't call him after. I'm sorry. I apologized, but Luna Faith shook her head and glanced at Easton shirtless. I'm relieved she came along. It's okay, but I don't think I've never been threatened by a teenager before, she admitted. I could feel my face heat up, and Easton shifted on his feet. He looked very uncomfortable and ready to go. She's 10. I replied. Oh, wow, she said in surprise. I could only imagine what Sue-Ann had said, and I couldn't help smiling. It felt good to have someone miss and want me in their life, even if she was 10 years old. Even though she had just turned 10, she was the opposite of me in a lot of ways. While I kept most things internally, Sue didn't have the ability for it. She asked why a lot more than my father appreciated. She also always settled the score. She was braver, I suppose. Easton, you so look different. I haven't seen you in what feels like weeks. Leigh has been keeping you very occupied, which is good. A baby on the way is a handful. I knew she would be perfect for you. I just wish you'd give me some of that attention when you are free, Easton. I looked up at a blank-faced Easton. He was looking at her like she was gum under his shoe. Is that all? He inquired sharply, and her large brown eyes flickered with something before I could understand what it was. I needed to see both of you as well. She rushed out, and it always felt like she was begging for Easton's attention. I wish he'd be kinder to her. She really just wanted to be there for him and to be a good stepmother. We have a pack party we have to throw. We both looked at her confused before Easton rolled his eyes and cursed. The alpha is welcoming his first child soon. Leigh, you haven't been introduced to the pack officially as yet. You have to actually meet everyone. You are going to be Luna, and we want to properly welcome you in true deep amber fashion. It's a pack baby shower. It will be so beautiful for us women to bond, look out for each other, and share tips. Easton, you can't have her all to yourself. It will be so much fun. Easton can invite his friends. It's our way of supporting you and welcoming you to the family because we're one big happy family. Moon Goddess knows how much I pray for everyone. It was called a full moon party. It's a celebration of completeness for an alpha, a child, a Luna, and a pack. He supposedly had it all. Different packs went all out to celebrate and showcase their alphas. A firstborn baby was seen as strength and continuing the bloodline. A full moon party. I mumbled. Exactly. I can't say I was ecstatic. I'd rather peace, quiet, and solitude, which I've just recently started getting. I didn't see myself as Luna or want to be, and I had a hard time looking people in the eye since the video. A crowd felt like a lot, but I couldn't stay in the room forever. It felt weird to be embarrassed and then celebrated for the exact thing. It's not happening. She's not supposed to be on her feet. Easton barked out. She'll have a seat so she can rest, and I'll plan and do everything. You just have to both show up. I'll let you know the date and time, she pressed, giving me a pleading look. This is what I'm good at, Leigh. At least me do something for my grandchild. Plus, the entire pack has been planning and looking forward to it. I couldn't say no now. She was pressing all the right buttons. I felt it would be rude to decline. The pack was looking forward to it after all. It's okay. I gave in, and she sauntered off before Easton could say anything. Great, that's what I want to hear. He turned to face me incredulously as she left us in the hall by ourselves again. You do know you have the ability to say no. He seethed, and I couldn't get Clara and him out of my mind. It was burning a hole in my brain. I was upset that I could never get a break because of him. You should know, Easton. I said no a lot when we had intimacy and when you were hitting me. He went as white as a sheet. He was quiet the rest of the day. It killed any romantic notions he had, and to also think he was so great that an I am sorry was enough, and it would be sunshine and rainbows. The next day we went through the same routine quietly. He picked the dress, braided my hair, and we were off to buy things for the baby. Easton. I was sleeping at nights, which was an extraordinary miracle. Sleep and I didn't go hand in hand, since I was probably 7. That's a long time. I have never felt so rested in my life, so clean and alert. The desperation to drink had vanished. I was now desperately addicted to something else, something more potent, and I just couldn't get enough. The taste of her lingered in my mouth like honey. The soft, warm feel of her body against mine burned constantly in my brain, and I needed more. I guess she was a healthier and stronger addiction. But if I pushed too hard, too soon, it would kill a lot of things, even if they never had a chance to begin. The goal was to keep her alive. She was right. I had to grow up. So you're going to be conducting training, as of tomorrow. I blinked, forgetting he was still there. I thought about her more than I thought about anything lately. Our beta Cooper was looking at me like I had lost my mind, and everything else. He was getting older too. Creased tan lines were folded at the side of his eyes. Both he and my father were in their position, probably far longer than they would have liked. That's what I said, wasn't it? I reply as I head down the counter. He was looking at me as if I'd grown 2 heads. I grabbed a bottle of water, an apple, and a donut. The one without the frosting. She wrinkled her nose at the frosted ones. It would probably be a long morning with shopping for the baby. She'd get hungry and would need to have something quick to eat before we got to any decent food places. The wait time would get to her. I didn't know who I was as I stuffed it all in a paper bag in the pack kitchen. I was now thinking of other people and not just myself. Cooper eyed the bag silently in surprise, probably thinking the same thing. The old beta rolled his shoulders and exhaled. Son, I reckon you have your hands very full at the moment. You don't have to bother with training right now, especially with her pregnancy getting so far along. It can wait until she's had the baby, and everything's settled. He advised, "You don't think I know all of that, Cooper?" What kind of alpha would I be if I didn't think ahead? I asked gravely, and he got tight-lipped, simply nodding. "Tomorrow, I'll see you at training." I ordered, case closed. "All right, Alpha," he agreed, lingering for a few seconds in hopes I'd change my mind. I glanced over at Leigh at the breakfast table, and a heavy uneasiness settled in my shoulder blades. She was seated with my father, and the leech that wouldn't stop trying to latch on to her to get to me. She was genuinely listening to Faith, and it riled my nerves. She was too good for this world. If Faith had a chance, she would probably take the baby and leave her in a ditch somewhere. The baby shower was a means to an end. I could tell it was eating away at Faith, that Leigh was carrying my child and getting all of my attention. She was getting too bold these days, her clothes shorter, her claws sharper. I was tired of seeing her so often. I contemplated getting rid of her, but then the thing that kept me back as always was that I'd have to watch my father and Packmorn all over again. It would be too much chaos right now. Leigh was too far along for my mess and nonsense. Plus, Faith knew I'd murder her if she laid a hand on her. I head over to grab her before Faith can ask to touch her stomach. I make a mental note to not leave them together for too long even if my father was there. He was an enabler. Weak as always. "Let's go," I order, barely able to conceal my irritation as Faith's eyes sparkle in my direction. I wonder how no one's ever seen it. I suddenly feel like throwing up. I can come and give some womanly support if. No, I bark as I help Leigh out of her seat. She just wouldn't quit. She was trying to wear me down. The threats will probably come later. Leigh gave me a scalding look for hurting my poor stepmother Faith's feelings. It was interesting that she could read through me like a book, but when it came to other people, she had no intuition, absolutely clueless. She'd pet a snake if it was cute. That was the innocence I envied her so much for, craved more than anything. I'd lost it before I ever had it, learnt from early not to trust anyone, not even my own father. "You should be nicer to her," she quietly mentions, as we near the door and I open it for her. "I should be, shouldn't I?" I grumble, trying not to retch all over the hall and breath steadily. My insides felt like they were collapsing, the scent of honey and apples keeping me upright. "Don't get too close to her. She isn't as nice as you think," I warn. "So I should only talk to you," she replied sarcastically, stubbornly looking straight ahead. "You think that's what this is about?" I question, knowing she was just trying to cling to the only female support system she thought she had. "You cannot think everyone has the same as heart as you do." "Well, we all know I'm the idiot," she countered loudly, barely concealing the hurt, her steps getting faster as we head to the entrance. "I never said that." Pregnancy hormones were starting to come into play. 3 male wolves came through the front door, and she slowed down thankfully. "Alpha Easton," shouted Alpha Randolph. He bordered us to the south. He was around my age with his Beta and Delta. They were from the Moonfall pack. His eyes fell on Leigh and then took in the both of us. And his prize. It should sound innocent enough to the untrained ear, but there was an undertone, the way his eyes lit up with familiarity, the way his men didn't look like they were seeing her for the first time that made me know they'd watched the video, and that they loved the idea of seeing what was only mine. Their arrogance filled the hallway. I've been angry plenty of times, but this anger was different. It hit me then, straight to my gut, that I will never be able to take it back. They'll always have that piece of her, and this was all because of me. It was a nightmare of a life sentence I'd signed her up for. She knew as well that they'd taken every detail of her, and she was gone before they could even say anything else. "Excuse me." She was ashamed, and it was a miracle she was even showing her face. A threatening growl escaped my throat, shaking the place, and they jumped. "Get out of my hallway before I paint it red." I roared, and they were gone in a flash. I found her outside, tears coasting her eyes. If I had hurt myself, it wouldn't be so bad, but this was gut-wrenching. There was no condoling for this. She wouldn't want me to touch her. She wouldn't want any apologies or pity. I'd caused it. It would be hypocritical to try and comfort her with words and promises. "Here." I handed her my phone, and she looked at me puzzled, probably ready for war. The number is saved under her name. Call your sister so she knows you're alive. It was a poor distraction, but I needed her to stay in this world. I needed her to know there were people who still cared for her. She slowly took the phone and took a deep breath. I'd watched the video again, the entire night actually after our moment in the hallway. The ugly truth had been waiting for me all along. She'd said no a lot of times, and I'd ignored them. I'd done to her what someone else did to me, maybe even worse. I was half drunk, and off the rails just hurting everyone. Maybe she was right and we should just coexist.